Here comes the grub. I said the line, chat. I said the line. How's everyone doing? Dev in chat? Hell yeah, the dev's in chat. Hell yeah, the dev. I'll wait for a few more people to join here. Sounds very solemn. We are gathered here today to commemorate the coming out of a fan game. Not that other kind of coming out. No, the fan game came out. Hello, Toby. Hello, Outson. Hello, Rosa Raid. Yeah, I know everyone's forgotten the election trucking lore. I'll get into that in just a sec. If there is a gay fan game, it's probably this one. Thank you, chat, for that opinion. Election Trucking rated gayest fan game in America unanimously. Am I feeling rested? Yeah, I'm feeling rested. I'm feeling various sorts of ways. But I'm happy to be streaming. Yeah, the holidays were pretty unremarkable for me. Pretty normal fare, which is nice. I didn't do a whole lot. Been sleeping a lot, that kind of thing. I hope everyone's in chat has had a pretty nice time during the winter break. If you have a winter break, I hope that you have a winter break. Shit, already. We have $7.99 Australian dollars, I think, from Wolf Sode to say Mr. Creamer is outside your house. I hope not. That would be scary. Thank you for the money, though. First time on stream after watching tens of VODs. Well, welcome to the stream. It's like the VODs, but different. How's the post-24 stream recovery period been? Well, the day after the 24-hour stream, I woke up, I think, at 8 p.m. I slept for 9 hours or something. I woke up at 8 p.m., and then I stayed awake for 7 hours, and then I fell asleep again at like 4 in the morning or something. And then I woke up at like noon. And thus my sleep schedule was sort of reset afterward. It sort of worked. Yeah. I will say though, as long as I'm still on holiday break, I won't really be talking about RAM at all or game dev. I'm gonna leave that on the wayside for now. And just do election trucking. Okay, I think we have 160 viewers. Okay, that's enough to do a proper intro. Oh, hi Mooks. Mooks is here. That's cool. Yeah, so election trucking. About 2 years ago, a bit less than 2 years ago, I should start at the beginning, the very beginning. A bit more than 2 years ago, I did a stream where I went through some weird fan fiction that my community found, and read them, and that was just a fun premise that I was inspired by Jabroni Mike to try, where you just read funny fan fiction. And one of these fan fictions kind of stole the show in that case. It was called Umris. It was on Pastebin. It was this weird cursed artifact that came from 4chan, the Suzy board on 4chan, and the creator was like hounded off of there for being cringe. And it survives only as like a freestanding Pastebin link that someone found and gave to me. And I read it, and it was weird as fuck. It was spooky and weird. It was like Suzy and Birdley were 40 years old and married, and they hated each other. Anyway, that's the Umris lore. And this was such a phenomenon in my community that I set up an event where my viewers would attempt to write endings for the fanfic, because famously Umris does not have a proper ending. It just sort of cuts off halfway through a scene. And so they would write endings for it, and then we would vote on what the best ending was. And the person who wrote the best ending would claim the grand prize of giving a prompt to me that I would then write a fan fiction about on stream. Yes, famously, very famously. And then ended up being Irina. And so then they gave me this prompt of, it was like Asgore runs for mayor or something like that. And that became Election Trucking. It was a series of like 7 streams, this long ass series where chat just fed me a live series of prompts and I tried to write them into a Deltarune fanfiction in real time. And it turned out surprisingly well. It is now a beloved artifact of the community. Everyone loves Election Trucking. And since that day, a small contingent of people in my community have quietly toiled away in the basement without much publicity, working on a fan game adaptation. And today, they have finally released the first completed chapter of the fan game. And that's what we're streaming. It's extremely exciting, it's very high effort, and it was very unexpected. Like, I knew about this beforehand, but I feel like I only heard about the fan game after it had been in production for quite a while, and I was like, what the fuck, you've been making this? What even is this community anymore? I don't know. I haven't even mentioned the Homestuck parody comic yet on stream. The stream lore goes hard. It does indeed go pretty hard. Fun fact, I was trying to explain Azzy Pants to my mom this morning. Not by name. I wasn't going to try to explain who Pizza Pants or Asriel was and why they were kissing, but the idea of it, how it happens, why it occupies half of my streaming content. So yeah, that's my life. Yeah, this may be kind of short. I think it'll be about 2 hours maybe. And so afterward, I might read like I might read an Azzy Pants, or I could finish Outsin's Umris fic. I could finish that because I started reading it during the 24-hour live stream, and I've since finished it off stream, and it's really, really good. But I might want to actually read it on stream too. Will she become a Fujoshi? I don't think so. You do not want to explain Azzy Pants to your dad. To be fair, I didn't really try to explain it that much. I mostly explained the community's relationship with it, as opposed to what Azzy Pants actually meant. I didn't use the word Azzy Pants. Okay, let's I should just show off the page here. There. So this is the fan game. It is made by a significant team actually, but Tommy Sharks is the lead, and they're in chat now. I saw them in chat earlier. I'll read the credits once I get into the game. And yeah, you can see we're in for a good time here. They got all the weird shit. They got the vote for Asgore campaign truck. And I have to download this now and hope that it doesn't break my computer. Yeah, that's basically what I said. It's like it's a relationship between two characters who aren't normally supposed to be in a relationship. Ha 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 ha. Okay, we're downloading the fan game. We're doing it. There's a bug fix on the way? Well, too late, unfortunately. I hope it doesn't crash. It is 169 megabytes. Nice. 200 viewers for this, 230 viewers for this, oh my god. And 21 pounds from JD, holy shit, thanks JD. Big donos. Big business. This is indeed how business works. I learned that from Outsin's Umris fic. Is that you stream gay fan fiction and profit follows. This isn't even gay fan fiction, by the way. There's not really any relationship focus in this. There's not even Azzy Pants in this, I think. I think this predates Azzy Pants. It has an Umris reference, but not Azzy Pants. Oh yeah, shout out to the Outer Wilds. Yeah, the so ever since that 24-hour stream, some of the Outer Wilds people who came in to watch the segment with the developers have been sort of butchering the stream and chopping it up into clips and re-uploading it. And that's all good with me, for the record. They asked permission and everything. But yeah, it's really funny. Some of those videos are now getting like tens of thousands of views, and like we just de facto have facilitated the last public AMA from the Mobius Digital developers, and that's really, really funny to me. There was like unknown questions in the modding community that were answered during that stream. It has some implied Soriel, but that's not gay at all, though. That's like the least gay thing. It has Umris, Chris, and Noel set up? No, that wasn't the intention at all. There was no Crizel angle to this fic. It's strictly Birdly and Susie are never on screen except implied to be together in places. Soriel is Yuri, keep up. I don't read Bisha's forum, you can't hurt me. Ooh, another $5 from Mr. Jersey. Thank you for that. We gotta get Toby to make a doodle of Asriel and Pizza Pants making out. One day, we'll get there. We saw Pizza Pants will appear in chapter 4 or something, so obviously that's gonna be where he kisses Asriel. Was there Rudy X Asgore? Oh yeah, that was kind of gay, I guess. Anyway, I'll start faffing about. I've downloaded the fan game. I can now launch the fan game. Let's see what happens. Let me make sure I have my mic settings correct, actually. Yeah, I do. Okay. Got Penumbra Phantasm in my head for no apparent reason. That's cool. I think people on the server were talking about it and arguing about whether there is actually, in fact, any Penumbra Phantasm leitmotif or if it's just Doctor, which I've wondered myself, but I've never been brave enough to actually confront the question. ELEKTIONTRÜCKUNG. Yes, there it is. Okay, I'll extract into the folder. Shout out to the dev team, by the way, for making a real fucking functional fan game. It'll never cease to impress me that people actually finish fan projects and manage to keep a team coherent without paying anyone or having any sort of binding, you know, formal contracts or anything. Oh, 666 from Cherry Pitch. Thank you so much. Man, oh man, please draw Azzy Pants, please, thanks. Toby has been instructed to draw Azzy Pants for $6. Now that's big. Did I see that Joseph Anderson is streaming Umineko on Saturdays? No, I did not know that. But I haven't actually watched Joseph Anderson's streams live ever. I've just watched his VODs for extensive periods of time in the past. Alright, let's launch this. I want to see what happens. Ooh, oh yeah. The dulcet tones. Hang on. I'll take down the volume a bit. That's better. I think this fan game, I don't know if this is part of Crystal. Let me screen share it first. I love this track. I know you can't see it, this is the title screen, guys. Hang on. Also, $5 to say, hey, it's my song from 2 years ago, Crazy. Thank you for the donation and the music, it's lovely. Okay, can I full screen this? F4 save me? F4 does not work. Full screen, there we go. And there we are. Alright, here it is. ELEKTIONTRÜCKUNG, it's beautiful. So first let's look at the credits here. Oh, it seems, okay, there's more. There's lots of credits. So the game director, Tommy Sharks, that's the dev I saw in chat earlier. There's probably lots of them in chat. The prompt was by Arena, as mentioned. I don't know who that Andrew Cunningham guy is. We have the pixel artists listed. Celedonia, 0451, Ton Ami, Zoro Jr., Cactus, Tommy Sharks, and Sergio. I recognize lots of those names from my Discord. And the Strife is Rife did the main menu art, who I also recognize. Music is by Doc Breeb, Coca, and Celedonia0451. Sound effects are by Simbone. I'm not sure who that is, actually. QA testing by Blue NSL, who's also a RAM playtester. Funny how that works. Not saying Coca Aylin. Gallery artists. Oh, this is all the people who contributed fan art to the original streams, of course. Mooks, Outsin, Rovert, Clovert, Blue NSL, Nalsrep, and Algae Satchel. Special thanks to Xylem Studios. Why are we in there, bro? Chocolatal Games, which made Kizzy Cutie. Shinra Archaeology, I don't know what that is. Shadow of Rosa Raid, okay, they're in chat. Undertale Cooking with Kindness team, who is also, they're in chat. That's a separate fan game that's being worked on by community members. Not affiliated with my channel or anything. Pepsec, Mel, we got Mel Remnant, we got Remnant Roy, we got Roy JD, we got JD. And special thanks to Hazel Cutie. Is Hazel Cutie the Hazel I just made a mod on my Discord server? Is it the same Hazel? I don't know otherwise. It is. Okay, I guess you added them when I made them a mod. That's funny. We gotta thank the Discord mods for not being evil. Alright. What does this do? It opens the browser playlist. Oh my god, that's funny. I always forget you can do that. You can just open things on people's browsers. What's this gonna be about? You'll find out. Oh my god, you use the fucking... Does this use the game change update? I don't know how Crystal works. That's the engine this is in, is like the Deltarune mod engine. Jesus Christ. So yeah, if this wasn't clear, this is the first chapter of the fic. The fic coincidentally has 7 chapters, but the first chapter is also, I think, by far the longest one. So there's still quite a bit of content here, but it's not a finished product. Play, do not. No. You can just select do not play. Alright. Let's go. I'm so excited. You implemented game change before Toby did? That's hilarious. What a beautiful credit sequence. I love the hometown nature ambiance. It's so nice. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Chapter. Wait, Hue Cycles made the chapter select screen? You got Hue Cycles on the project? That's really funny. Shit. I guess we're doing voices. Alright, this is so exciting. Everyone say hi to Halloween Holiday. They did their best to depict... So the bit in ELEKTIONTRÜCKUNG was that every time Halloween was described, I would add a new feature to her body and not elaborate. And so it just became this indescribable mass. And this is their best attempt at recreating that. I assure you, Mrs. Boom, that I share the utmost concern about the town's increased road traffic. As a mother and fellow resident, I see it as a top priority to finally install traffic lights. As soon as the funding becomes available,
Howdy everyone. Pardon my interruption. I hope I'm not late.
The conference is almost over, Mr. Dreamer.
Well, yes, I can see how that might be an issue, but I phoned the office last night, and I was assured that the conference would continue until each candidate had said their piece.
I just want to shout out the task real quick of having to adapt lines of dialogue written in a novel format into Undertale text boxes, which have a tiny character count. You gotta get creative with that shit.
I've decided to run for mayor.
That zoom in is awesome. Sick cold open. That's awesome. One day prior. So another election trucking staple is randomly jumping around the chronology every 3 lines of dialogue, basically. It can't stay in one place. The way you structure a fic when you're writing it live and by viewer popular demand is just by cutting to new scenes as often as possible. This is mouthwashing, but good. You're actually right, Gross Zero. That's too true.
I need a little mouthwash, need a little mouthwash.
My viewers have been red pilling me as to like the extra tuna fan song economy. If you know, you know. Very high quality fan songs. 320 viewers. We're approaching record breaking territory with this. Mel said it first. Oh, true. Actually, thank you, Mel, for saying it first. Captain's curse. Yes. Another day, huh? Look, I control Asgore. That's so funny. Can he murder dance? He cannot murder dance. Alright, let's read all the dialogue. I'm so excited. You know, I've always said that Christmas time to me is like Undertale Deltarune time. Mostly Undertale. But this almost counts. This is the closest thing I could do to streaming Undertale. Pay your rent, bitch. Halloween. Various bags of soil. It's a dirty watering can. Your best friend when taking care of flowers. A Samsung smart toaster given to you by Toriel as a wedding gift. Toriel gave it to him as a wedding gift. Is that how wedding gifts work? I don't actually know. I thought that came from people who you weren't marrying, but maybe your wife also gives you a toaster. Mr. Jersey with a second donation of $5. Thank you. Cringe, yet cringer. Politics cutting deeper. This next election is looking very, very interesting. Just you wait. Gaster doesn't appear till chapter 2. Oh, Hue Cycles. Oh, so the chapter select is a freestanding asset made by Hue Cycles, and they will be credited in the next update. Understood. Your bed. Despite the unpleasant living conditions, it's surprisingly comfortable. Really big. I wonder how many of these John Boyce could fit in his apartment. Your television hasn't been used in a while. No time to catch up on all those court dramas lately. I should check for, like, repeating dialogue, by the way. Okay. I think that's safe. Don't want to miss any dialogue. One pickle jar, 0 pickles. This will be the 3rd time this week asking that store janitor for expired goods. How much longer can you keep this up? That's interesting. So that's some original text from Elektiontruckung that's been incorporated as optional flavor text. So I'm very interested to see how the adaptation process worked through all this, because obviously it's a rather different medium. Your sink. The drain is clogged with white fur. Can I go back here? No reason to go in there right now. Haha. Maybe some other time. Link to the past ass sound effect. This is right at the beginning of the stream, don't worry, but we just started. Various flowers on display. Despite everything, all of your flowers are still alive. Quite a miracle, given the circumstances. That's because Asgore waters them with his own blood, like Mikola the Kind. Various flowers on display. The glass is dusty. You can faintly see a frowny face drawn in the dust. Was that original flavor text? I forget, actually, if that was in Deltarune. Some flowers, already watered today. You've always wondered how these tasted. A flower bed. No white egret orchids here. Just some chrysanthemums and tulips. It's a cash register. You can't remember the last time you actually put cash in here. The glass is dusty? Oh no, that's not Asriel's dust. That's the back room. It's a it's still the cash register. What about the big flower? Various bills. The debt just keeps piling up. Bags of soil. Some of the contents have spilled out. You don't have time to pick up the mess right now. Yeah, one of Asgore's sprites is apparently labeled not piss in the files. Yeah, I know the one. Oh, I can just leave. I've triggered the music. I thought there was some event I had to trigger here, but I guess I just go explore. On the outside looking in, you feel oddly nostalgic. What does this mean? This is characterization. It says Asgore is a young lad growing up in Vermont, wishing that he could one day run the local flower shop. That's probably it. So this is, yeah, Hometown Day. This is a real Toby Fox track that's going to be used in a future Deltarune chapter. It's your truck. No gas in the tank, so you'll have to walk today. A picnic table. Your fingers are too big to fit through the holes nowadays. I thought this exact piece of dialogue would come up. I'm like, it's gonna say his fingers are too big to go through the holes. A picnic table. There's gobs of gum shoved into some of the holes. On the side of the table, there's also a message scrawled in black permanent marker. Susie rules, Chris rules. Well, at least Chris is making friends. Yeah, I think Election Trucking was set like ambiguously post chapter 2. I don't think I ever really paid attention to that. Also, 5 pounds from Fern Leaves, thank you. I am going insane. I'm fangirling so hard right now. Election Trucking, my beloved. I didn't realize the Election Trucking fan base was so strong. It's been a long time since I've had to acknowledge like Election Trucking at this point. No, don't talk about fingers going into other holes, chat. We don't want to think about that. I could see if Onion Son appears while I eat my bagel. I'm still chewing, hang on. Oh, of course there's no Onion Son. What am I talking about? I forgot how Election Trucking works. Onion Son's at the fucking meeting. Did the mic pick up on the beat? I thought the noise suppression would filter that. I have a sort of a mind virus that passively generates aim and brakes. This is lovely so far. I could look at the lake, I guess. Look at the big boy run. He's really going. Okay, you cannot check the lake for text. Oh, we got hungry. Mind virus that passively generates aim and brakes is ADHD. Oh. Oh, I see. You're really hungry right now. You should find something to eat. Big boy gotta eat. You know what to do, Asgore. Some flowers already watered today. You've always wondered how these tasted. I have prescient knowledge here. I need to find a way to eat these flowers. Asgore doesn't want to do it. I can keep exploring, I guess. The home of the ghost cousins. Most of them never come outside. You wonder how they're able to pay rent. Wouldn't you like to know, Asgore? It's locked. They're watching. The game is structured to be playable without prescient knowledge of the fic. Brilliant game design. Harold's Grill. Seeing it makes you long for the days of old. Neighborhood cookouts, all three families getting together for board game night. Where did it all go so wrong? The thing you failed to consider, Asgore, was shrinking municipal budgets. That's what it all comes down to. Everyone's probably asleep right now. Best not to disrupt them by paying a visit. Oh, also that girl who went missing 10 years ago. Ooh. Whoa, that's really strong gate physics. You get sucked into the shadow realm if you touch that. Probably shouldn't hang around here for long. You weren't welcome in the holiday household anymore. What was her name? Death? Yeah. It is a really, really bad idea to go there. Toriel's got the BB gun. Oh, there's a menu? 3,500 HP. Holy shit. My boy is a tank. Level 2. What does that imply? Weapon, hand rake, armor, flower shirt. This is awesome. Oh, you can save from the menu? Oh, that's so cool. I guess this is an exadiegetic save system, because Asgore, of course, does not have determination. Hey, Andrew, what? Hi, Molly. Did I not tell you about this? Yeah, they made an election trucking fan game while I wasn't watching. How you doing, Molly? I have no items, though. This is your first time hearing about this. Yeah, it's really cool. It wasn't really publicized much. They kind of kept a low profile about it, and then they released it.
Oh, hey, Mr. Dreamer. How's it going today?
I am doing well. How about yourself?
Doing wonderful.
That's good.
Me and my buddies are preparing a presentation for the town meeting tomorrow. We're from a group called the One-Eyed Freaks and Abominations Committee. And basically, we're gonna propose a bunch of ideas to the mayor. There've been some concerns from those of us with screwed up depth perception. So we're hoping to make some changes around here, so folks like us can get around without, falling downstairs or smacking into walls.
Yes, I see. Well, I wish you luck. I, for one, would love to see some change for the better across town.
Well, hey, glad to have your support. Are you gonna be there tomorrow?
I'm not sure. I don't think the mayor would be pleased with my presence. But I suppose we shall see.
Awesome. Well, I should get going. I've got lots of work to do for our presentation. See you around, Mr. Dreamer.
I love the One-Eyed Freaks and Abominations Committee. That's original dialogue.
I'm just gonna stand here for a bit, don't mind me.
That fucking skeleton I hate.
Howdy. Is the store open?
No, sorry, pal. No free pickles today.
Ah, unfortunate.
Looks like you're in a bit of a pickle, huh?
Yes, I was hoping to stock up today.
Stock up. They've only been going down since the market crash.
You handle financial instruments at this store.
You think they'd give a janitor access to something like that?
Love Sans. We love Sans. I'm trying to break into your basement, steal your shit, Sans. Let me in.
I heard this on TV once, but did you know you could eat flowers? Pretty crazy, huh?
Thanks for the tip, Sans. He's trying to keep me alive to watch me suffer. Maybe before you would have knocked, but it's more socially acceptable to introduce yourself to strangers when you're the chief of police. Not just a random flower shop owner. Aw. I thought it was implying that now he was just gonna walk in the door instead, though. Sans has read the script. Who the fuck are you?
Dang it! I was really looking forward to going on my daily drive today. But look at me! My car battery's dead! And walking? That's for dweebs! I don't look like a dweeb, do I? Well, guess I won't be getting a free bagel from the town hall today. I guess there's always tomorrow.
Free bagels. I gotta get to the town hall. An unoccupied car. You start to wonder how easy it would be to siphon some fuel from the gas tank. Dude, Asgore, you're twice as tall as the car. But no, there's too many prying eyes around. And besides, you wouldn't do that, would you? Desperate times, Asgore. Just pick up the car and steal it. Do you have any grocery store anecdotes? Do I? Besides for that one time I met Donkey Kong, probably not really. Yeah, I don't think I have any interesting grocery store anecdotes.
Oh, hey, Mr. Dreamer. What's up? We're hanging out.
Yeah. Totally not up to anything suspicious. Like, haha. Planning on elaborate escape from the town meeting tomorrow. Yeah.
Nah, dude, no way. Wouldn't dream of it. Yeah. Yep, that's us. Just a couple of totally not suspicious at all teenagers, yeah.
Eat the trash, Asgore. Just some trash cans, nothing interesting here. Looks like someone has been partaking in some amateur floriculture. Upon closer inspection, you recognize some of these flowers from your own shop. Huh. Neat. Some graffiti. The everyman piece fills you with a sense of dread. This bowl of milk has been here for as long as you can remember. Even when you used to patrol the city on duty, you were never able to figure out who drank from it or who refills it. Best chief of police. Deciding not to knock, you glance up and wave at the small bunny watching from above. They sit motionless, beady eyes gazing back at you. You decide to leave. Do you see it? Do you see the bunny? We're approaching 400 viewers. We may, in fact, pass 400 viewers. Oh, that's a fake door. What wonderful jazzy harmony in this song. Can I go in the diner? Oh my god. This is what you don't think about when you decide to adapt the fanfic into a game, is like, oh yeah, every scene, every NPC in the game has to have dialogue, by the way. Just all of them, every time you have a new scene. No matter what. There's no such thing as a narrative focus anymore. Just everything.
Wow, Matt, I'm so excited for the town meeting tomorrow. It's gonna be so fun. I don't know what you see in all that junk bar.
Oh, this is the other person.
I don't know what you see with all that junk, Barbie. It's like super boring. What's so boring?
What's so boring about being invested in your community? It's cool. You should come sometime.
Maybe I'll come if we ever get a new mayor. I do not like that jerk. Not since she closed down the skate park.
I'll be sure to complain to her about that for you tomorrow.
Aw, thanks. Anyways, what's taking so long? I'm starving.
Yeah, that dinosaur guy sure is taking his time.
I guess if they aren't finished in like 20 minutes, we'll just buy some from that skeleton dude's store.
This is how the hometown youth do it. It's like living in any small town. You either go to McDonald's or you go in the woods and get drunk, i.e. Sans' store. Ice Wolf trying to eat in the diner.
Ice Wolf trying to eat in diner. Ice Wolf see weird frogget standing outside. Ice Wolf concerned.
Well, hey there, Asgore. Haven't seen you in a while. What can I get you? The usual?
No, thank you. I'm just out for my morning walk.
Oh, no worries, hon. Have a nice day.
Yo, it's this guy.
I live in the city, but I decided to come down here for vacation. And man, I just gotta say, you guys have it good here. Only 2 cops in the entire town. That's awesome. Also digging the local culture around here. They were right when they said small towns are punk.
The punk horse guy.
Maybe I should look around and see if I can get an apartment.
We're gonna get gentrified by the city slickers because of the lackadaisical police force. This is why you have to increase the police budgets, is to stop people moving to your town and gentrifying it.
Mayoral conference tomorrow. I hope she bans working forever. I hate working.
The anti-work crowd is here. Lots of new people coming into town lately. I wonder what the occasion is. Kind of a weird time to vacation here, if you ask me. What is the occasion? Is that like Twink Erin, by the way? Who is that? Probably shouldn't distract her while she's taking orders. A family of dinosaurs. The father seems to be ordering a lot of food. He's putting off the Witcher 3 video. What's the occasion? I'm always asking this every day in my goddamn life. True. I forgot Deltarune? Maybe I did. Was this person in original Deltarune? I literally don't remember this character. I know this is the horse guy from Undertale. They are in Deltarune. Huh. Well, good for them. The Frogget Mafia. This was one of the most unique facets of the election trucking streams, was like a constant lobby in the chat pressuring me to add Frogget Mafia subplots, which I did ultimately kind of do. When's the last time you were Deltarune? Well, technically the last time I played it was on the 24-hour stream when I speedran it with Shay, but that wasn't really playing it. It was mostly Algae Satchel, yes. Well, Algae Satchel was a very well-funded lobby.
What are you looking at?
Yo, it's the boy.
30 minutes. Just 30 more minutes. Just 30 more minutes.
Oh my god, you can go in. Did this guy get bigger? I swear he's like bigger than he was in Deltarune. He's growing.
Don't bother me right now. I'm supercharging my special tomato sauce. I can't be distracted during the process.
Okay. A soda fountain. Various tasty flavors to peruse. Notably lacking an ice dispenser. The sodas all have their fucking pride flags. The table you and your family used to sit at. Family pizza nights were the best. I guess, except for the pizza. Various posters depicting Icy and other mascots. They kind of creep you out.
We've been here for like half an hour. And that big guy keeps yelling at us every time we ask him what's taking so long. Yeah, what's his deal? I get this is a pizza establishment and all, but does he have to get so mad when people don't order any pizza? Sometimes you just want to get a nice cup of ice on a hot day. Is that so bad? Someone ought to talk to some sense into him. Not me though, I'll pass.
He's not making shit but pizza.
I saw you talking to those ice caps. Those little jerks are really starting to piss me off. What kind of people come into a palace of pizza and don't order any of that? They're disrespecting my masterwork. If it wasn't on the clock right now, come get out of here. I need to take my frustrations out on the pile of dough.
Ooh, I'm glad that guy doesn't have too much dialogue. I think that's the whole town explored. No, the Gaster rap is not till the next chapter.
Hello, Asgore.
Howdy, Doreen. How are you, doing?
I'm doing quite well. We're receiving a huge shipment of printer ink today. It's like the whole world of possibilities opened up in our little old library. Imagine how much we can print now. Colored, I might add.
Yes, that sounds very, very nice. What sorts of things do you print in a library anyways?
Oh, I wouldn't bore you with the details, but trust me. The sky is the limit. This stuff is going to last us months. That reminds me, can you tell Toriel that she can borrow some of this for her class? I'm sure it would be a huge help. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot that,
It's okay, no worries. Enjoy your printer ink, Doreen. I should get going.
Is the printer ink a reference to... There was a bunch of spam emails that were printed off in the garbage? Is that where the printer ink went? Did Spamton eat it?
Alright,
Alright, see you around, Asgore. Take care.
you as well.
It's okay, Asgore forgets too sometimes.
Welcome to the library. Unfortunately, all of our books on human lore and the nature of souls have been checked out. However, if you were interested in Sigma male literature, do feel free to visit the upstairs section and check one out. We have plenty.
Right. Asgore refuses to read the anime reviews. He can't even comprehend it as language. It's locked. There they are.
Don't mind me, just blocking the aisle. It's a hobby of mine. Been doing it for years. Maybe if you wait long enough, I'll leave. But by then, the library will be closed. Quite a dilemma, huh?
Various self-help books, specifically labeled for men, as well as some studies on the male loneliness epidemic. Where did these books even come from? Jordan Peterson personally came and put them on the shelves. That's all the books. Is that what Birdley's reading over there? Oh boy. Why are Susie and Birdley together? Someone didn't read Umris. Unfortunately, you can't pay a visit to Rudy right now. His daughter is usually visiting around this time. You feel it would be best to wait until she leaves for the day. How respectful, Asgore. Hey, it's Undyne.
Hey, Asgore,
Undyne always has the worst fucking voice.
Hey, Asgore! I need your sales records for the past month!
What do you, oh, for the flower shop.
Yeah, you know, we're doing some investigations lately. Trying to track down that piece of crap behind the opium trade. And you're the only one who sells flowers around here, so... You must have something, so cough it up!
About that. I'm afraid I haven't had many sales as of late. So I cannot assist you. Not to implicate myself, but I do grow poppy flowers, so...
Growing poppies, huh? Stick 'em up! You're under arrest! Nah, I'm just messing with you. You should have seen your face. Anyway, thanks, Chief, sir. Once we track down those worthless scumbags, I'll deal with them properly within the confines of the law, or whatever.
Sure you will, Undyne. I'm not allowed in the police station anymore. Is that an original Wink sprite? I'm not sure. Oh, I forgot about this. Yep, this is election trucking, all right. Is there... Sure enough, this was lovingly rendered. Two of them, yep. Welcome to election trucking.
Please, you have to help me. Nobody will listen to me. They just think I'm some restaurant decoration. I was born here, just last week. Born into a life of great torment, unable to move an inch. I need to get out of here. I need to spread my roots. Please, please help me.
Please, please help me.
Fucking websites are replacing physical menus. Now you have to scan a stupid QR code just to order something. Restaurants used to be cool. Fucking websites.
This is a election trucking. They say fuck sometimes.
Hey, welcome to Denny's. Sorry to tell you, but you're looking to order something. I'm afraid you can't today. We're fresh out of food here. Should be restocked overnight, so come back tomorrow, okay? If you're really dying for some premium Denny's foodstuffs, go check out the place next door. They might be in better shape.
What's this guy?
Oh, hey, welcome. If you're hungry, just have a seat, I guess. A waiter will be by to take your order, eventually. I don't know, I just started working here a few minutes ago. Do we even have waiters here?
We love Denny's. Shoutouts to the Onion article. President Obama scales back national plans after visiting Denny's.
Man, this is the life. Just kicking back and eating some lumberjack slams with my best bro. I love you, dude. Love you too.
Man, this place is great. Good food, fantastic food even, and I don't gotta talk to any snooty kids. Freaking love this place. Okay, get out of my face, would you?
Hey. Are you gonna finish your raise?
The Denny's are excellent. It's funny. I think I implied in the fic that it was across the street and they were just facing each other, but it would be impossible to render it like that, so they're just next to each other now. The Sona Fujoshi Bara Mexican Denny's. Why do I know what that means? I just remembered what the fuck that is, and I wish I didn't. Can I go to school? No reason to go here. Okay, you can't go to school. Go to church, have your sins forgiven. Hello, Mr. No Dialogue Portrait.
Ah, hello, Mr. Dreamer. I trust you are doing well on this day.
Hello, Father Alvin. I am alright.
Are you sure? I believe I haven't seen you at service lately. Is everything okay?
Well, I suppose things have been better. You know what happened with, well, my job and Toriel. I did not want to make things awkward for them, so I figured I would, well, take a break from coming to church, I guess.
I see. I see. Well, the only advice I can give is to keep your chin up, Mr. Dreamer. The angel does not wish for us to suffer, so I am sure things will get better soon enough.
I suppose. Thank you, Father Alvin. I will try to make it to church this week.
Yes, yes. See you around, Mr. Dreamer.
Crazy lore. Spooky graveyard. Gerson Boom Memorial Bench. Oh, it's the original text.
Throughout my career, some of my best ideas came from dreams. Take a rest here. If anyone asks, you're writing.
That's how Gerson talks now. Gerson, renowned historian, author, and teacher. I guess these wouldn't have changed. Yeah, these are the same, of course. The graveyard is never referenced in Election Trucking, I think. Oh, what about the fucking bunker? You can't bring yourself to go back there. Not again? Okay, I see how it is. Oh wait, this isn't even today. A blue chair. No time to sit and rest, unfortunately. Our beautiful hometown. Looks so quaint from that angle. I gotta go behind the counter.
Due to a recent influx in appointments to see the mayor, I'm afraid we can't book anymore. Traditionally, at least. Lucky for you, our premium appointments booking service is running a special deal. 200 gold will get you an appointment and move you to the front of the list. Not interested, huh? Oh well.
Thanks, Halloween.
Excuse me, please don't go in there. Our staff is hard at work on preparing for the conference tomorrow. And I'd have to call security on you. And, well, you do not want to deal with those guys.
Who's the security besides Undyne and the hometown PTA? I'm watching this instead of watching a movie with my gay grandmas, says chat. That's cool. I almost have gay grandmas, not quite. No items. Sans told me to eat a flower. Someone mentioned free bagels at town hall. It's not a story. I just have gay relatives. Oh, here we go. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You chowed down on 3 white egret orchids. The taste was interesting. The ringtone. Your hubris in thinking it'd only be 2 hours. So it was described as like an hour if you did absolutely everything, and then multiply that by 2 because it's on stream. I'll call it this hour. Has Alfie's washing machine exploded again? Or is it something about Rudy? Better go check. So it's... This scene originally in the fanfic was at night, and that's why the this hour line, but I guess they changed it to daytime so you could explore.
Yes? Who is this? What are you saying? No, it's true. I am behind on my rent somewhat. You have a solution. Please, if you may. You're not serious, are you?
Cut to present. Alright. I like that smash cut. I think you need a sound effect there, just like a whoosh, Johnny Test whip crack. The flowers. Thank you for that. Fucking full screen illustration. The creature in the back, I missed it actually. Oh, there's Miss Boom. Look, there's Miss Boom down there. You can see her.
I hope everybody is having a good time. Halloween is always such an eloquent speaker. I've just, well... It seems to me that Mayor Holiday has been mayor for a very long time. And maybe hometown is due for some fresh ideas. Mayor Holiday has worked so hard for our community. Do you not think she deserves a break? Out with the old and in with the new, as they say. So, if I were to be elected mayor, what would you all like me to do? I have some ideas myself, of course, but I thought it might be.
Mr. Dreamer, what plans do you have to combat the opioid crisis facing our community?
The opioid crisis. Well, let's see. It is my informed opinion, as a former chief of police, that opium is very harmful to the health. As mayor, I assure you that I will not consume any opium. I suppose I could also cut down on the number of poppies I grow in the flower shop.
This was a throwaway suggestion that spiraled into the whole fic. Yeah, the opium crisis. It sort of just became the plot. Hi, Toriel, sitting next to Sans. Asgore, what are you doing?
Apparently not opium, Tori.
Banger. How did the Royal Guards 1 and 2 just teleported from Denny's? Oh no, this is the future scene. Never mind, I forgot. That's Harold.
Hey, Sams! Are you running for mayor now, too?
Sam's. Yes. Sans would also like to announce his candidacy for mayor. That's not his voice. Wait.
Okay, yep. I'm running for mayor now. Sounds good.
This is certainly an unexpected direction for this conference. While it's my firm belief that running unopposed as usual would provide the greatest measure of stability to this community,
They have to squish the text to make it fit sometimes.
I admit it'll be a nice change of pace to...
Oh, it's auto-scrolling. Why is it auto-scrolling like that?
It'll be a nice change of pace to have the election reduced to a circus this year.
The circus sounds good to me, see? Everyone knows I'm already the biggest clown around town.
Nice.
A campaign manager. No, you are right. The poster board was not as big of a hit as I had hoped.
The pacing, you can really feel how weird the pacing is when it's made into a game like this. It's quite strange.
Yes, and the kerfuffle about the opioids. Yes, I see your point now. A manager may be of some help, but I'm afraid to say my funds are somewhat limited as of late. Alternative payment, I suppose that would do. How can I meet this fellow? You are quite sure about this?
But the line was already dead.
I need an egg, a sacrificial dagger, recycled paper, a floppy disk, and a Samsung Smart Toaster registered trademark.
You got the list. Alright, let's do it. We get to live out the fetch quest now, because this is a videos game. This is in Stars in Time. The list. A list of things you need for the ritual. Oh. Egg, dagger, recycled paper, floppy disk. Such good handwriting. What does this say? Sheet, reborn, once waste, heat that makes a morning taste, saved memories that spin, fragile shell, a life begins. Oh, is this like the incantation? The sheet reborn, once waste, that's the recycled paper. Heat that makes a morning taste, that's the toaster. Saved memories that spin as a floppy drive, and a fragile shell, a life begins as the egg. That's original, that's the prophecy. Is that the Omori sound effect? Hang on. Is that like specifically from Omori? Wait, does Elvin say videos game? Is that where it comes from? I thought that you just made that up, Molly. Oh look, he's now wearing a suit. Does that show up in the stats menu? It's still a flower shirt. Oh. Oh, I have an approval rating now. It's a 0% approval rating. Okay, it is from Omori. That's good. Oh my god. That's the holiday limousine. It just lifts up. Awesome. He says videos game when talking about when Chris and Asgore used to play Smash Bros. That's awesome. I didn't even know that. You can now see your approval rating. This is like a tutorial. Awesome. The higher your approval rating, the better you'll perform at debates moving forward. You may also see support posters be put up as your approval rating increases. NPCs who are cold to you might also want to talk to you more as you become more respected across town. This is so cool. Be on the lookout for potential ways to increase your approval rating. Oh, now we get like a chiptune version. Holy shit.
I'm visiting hometown from the city. Synchronicity? There's a mayoral election there too. One of the candidates reminds me of you. I feel like you should be
Friends.
Not knowing where I live is also no issue. Friend, fate finds a way. In life's grand scheme, she might be why you came here in the first place.
Oh, this is the Susie clam. I remember you. Low approval root? You had their roots in this game? The home of the ghost cousins. That's the same. Okay, I gotta crank up my approval rating somehow. Beat the pavement, Asgore. Why do you even test it anyway? I'm getting like Doki Doki energy from the piano track in the background here. Everyone's probably asleep right now. Best not to disturb them by paying a visit.
Well, I finally did it. I decided to give walking a try. Guess I'm a dweeb after all, huh? Nope, that's right, baby. Who got a free bagel from town hall? This guy. Yeah, I don't really care about that whole mayoral campaign. Or politics or whatever. I'm just glad I got this bagel.
They found a way to make it work. I'm so proud.
But what if the mayor loses the election? And the new mayor removes the free bagel initiative?
That's politics. They made bagels political. Too true. Ah.
Remember the man on what the man on the phone told you? I need an egg and a sacrificial dagger.
Later. Soon. Maybe before you would have knocked, but okay, this is the same. They moved the car.
Halloween has been the mayor for so long that I've really gotten used to her policies. I'm worried about what happens if we get a new mayor that starts dismantling the system. I don't know what I would do without our underground boomerang golf ring. That allows us to bring dangerously modified non-regulation boomerangs. Health and Safety Board would have shut us down years ago if we hadn't bribed Halloween.
That's politics.
Hey, what's your opinion on boomerang golf?
It depends. It depends whether I'm running for mayor right now.
I should say it's high.
Everyone's been talking about the new mayoral race. I'd participate, but I know something no one else does. Those things are rigged. I've seen it myself. Every year on the night before the election, a group of froggets sneak into the town hall and cast a bunch of illegitimate votes into the ballot. I've been laughed out of dinner many times for telling people that one. But it's true.
I'm running for mayor. Would you vote for me?
Sure, but don't expect it to make a difference.
Approval rating increased! 1.28%. We're making strides here. I just have to dismantle the Frogget Mafia. The milk bowl is empty. If you can get some milk, you might be able to refill it. Ooh, side quest? What in the barnacles am I playing? This is a fan gamesman made of my own fan fiction. Which I also chat wrote, the Twitch chat wrote the fanfic along with me. We got the purple fur and pronouns demographic. We know that we're never gonna target the what is it? It's a disaffected, irony poison disaffected youth demographic. Ember Frost with $2, thank you. Boomerang golf is one of 3 lines I wrote, hooray. It was good.
Oh, hey, Mr. Dreamer. Can I get you anything?
No thank you. I'm just, on another stroll today.
I see.
The library is closed today. This is so sad. Those poor bookshelves. They must be so lonely without my warmth.
Okay. opium poisoned youth is a different demographic.
Hello, sir. Welcome to Icy's Pizza. Where the E stands for. Damn, I forgot my line. I'm not even supposed to be here today. That other guy disappeared during his break, and what do they do? They call me in on my day off. Can you believe it? Well, just go inside and buy a pizza if you want. I don't really care either way. Man, this suit kind of stinks.
He's still here. Oh god.
Trying my best to keep this place clean. Every time something gets washed, something filthy comes along to dirty the place up. Oh well, at least the pay is good.
Wasn't this guy designed by Omocat? Did I make that up? That's not Pizza Pants? How the fuck do you know? Washua was designed by Omocat. Huh. Inspired, oh. The blue ears on his head? But those could be part of the suit though. Like, I didn't notice that, to be honest.
All everyone's been talking about is that mayor campaign. No one's ordering pizza today. It's all politics. They made the pizzas woke.
This guy's gonna kill my throat.
As someone who's been keeping an eye on these matters for years, I'm glad something's finally gonna change around here. I just hope Sans loses. He sells frozen pizzas here. Frozen pizzas. It's a disgrace to the craft.
He's very passionate. Keep talking to Warrior.
That's why I'm endorsing you, Asgore. You're the harbinger of a new age in this town. An age of greatness. The enemy will fall at your hands. Peace. Professionally cooked pizza will persevere.
Hell yeah. I got all the weirdos in my corner. What's my approval? 2.56%. I guess it's out of 64 or something? I don't know. Two whole votes. They turned the pizza woke, yes. Maybe after this ritual is done, you'll have time to visit Rudy, but not now. I guess there's no nighttime variant to Hometown right now, so you'd have to like change all of the assets. So that's why there's no nighttime scenes. Let's check Denny's. Oh my god, they're all at Denny's.
You're back. Thank God. Hey. You can transplant me, can't you? Please. Just get something to break this flooring and pull me out. Carefully, I might add. Carefully and delicately. Hello? Are you listening?
Asgore should be big into this. He's a gardener. You should probably leave this guy alone. He seems weird. Yeah, that sounds like an unsolicited voter to me.
Well, how about that conference, huh? Didn't exactly go as planned, but...
Nothing to worry about. The new candidate's on our side after all. And besides, there's always the next debate. Trust me, everything's gonna be okay.
Is that me? But are you gonna vote for me? Which new candidate? Sans? I guess Sans has one eye, kind of, sometimes. Oh yeah, he can't move to the voting place, so he's useless.
Man, this coffee sucks. I'm gonna be sick.
What are we even doing here? We never usually come here.
I don't know. I thought it would be cool to change things up.
Let's go back to QC soon, okay? I need to cleanse my palate.
Sure thing.
Where is this? Denny's.
Welcome to Denny's. We're having an election season special today. All mayoral candidates get a free item off the special menu. What's on the special menu, bub? It's only 80-20 mixture of Shiva and eggnog.
So that's where that ended up. This was I had personal input on this, but I didn't know what it would be used for. That's pretty bougie for Denny's, I gotta say.
That's Callow's favorite. She usually is the only candidate, so... Anyway, you want some?
Yes.
Here you go, bub. Good luck on the race, I guess.
You got the Shiva and eggnog? What the fuck does this do? Shiva and eggnog. 80-20 Shiva and eggnog. An 80-20 mixture of Shiva and eggnog. Halloween's favorite. Very descriptive. Can I drink it? What do I do with it? Drink the eggnog Shiva mixture? Do it. You drink the Shiva eggnog mixture. Tastes like Christmas. And other things. It's 80% Shiva and 20% eggnog. No one makes it to the second Denny's.
No business today. That's weird. Usually this place is packed by now.
Guess they all died. Damn it, I should have sacrificed the eggnog. Too late, it's in my belly. The approval rating will reach 3% eventually. We're making progress here, okay? Toffee streaming? Oh yeah, they said they would stream today. It was her birthday yesterday, so it's like a belated birthday stream. You should check in and say happy birthday, Toffee.
I keep getting lost around the town, so I'm here to talk to the mayor about putting some maps on every street corner. How did I get here, you wonder? I asked for directions. I know, pretty scary, right? How can I be expected to do that every time I get lost? So yeah, that's why the maps. That's what the maps will be for.
Well, before I forget, I wanted to shout out Vivat. Vivat Veritas has been doing this crazy series of videos recently. Where I think she did 4 Deltarune essays just in December, so like every week. And the most recent one came out today. I wanted to shout that out. It's like it's a Noel one, which I'm excited to watch, but I haven't had a chance yet. I'll link it in chat here. It's an impressive feat to do 4 video essays in 1 month. You listen to Viv while washing dishes? Yeah, it's he's good for that.
Election this, new candidates that. What I want to know is, who the hell is Sans?
Oh, I missed some dialogue. Shit.
Since when did we even have a convenience store in town? What do you mean he runs a convenience store?
Is this guy just here to drop, like, Deltarune's Undertale hints or the deep lore foreshadowing? Strangely, the church is locked. You don't really have a reason to go in there today anyways. Nothing yet. I'm just gonna see Chris on this bench doing the thing from that one Courier new fic, and it's not gonna be explained. What are you looking at? This is a fan game that was made based on a fan fiction that I wrote live on stream with chat's input about 2 years ago. There. Now you know. I have to do the ritual. Asgore is running for mayor. Okay, I'm not allowed in there. Oh, it's him.
Oh, hey, Asgore! I heard you were running for mayor. Good luck. I was gonna run myself a couple years ago, but no one remembered my name, so I didn't get any votes.
Damn, the butterfly ballot strikes again.
Sorry, Library's closed today. Wait. Aren't you the new mayoral candidate? But my apologies, sir. I'll let you in right away.
Oh, really? Is this guy looking for extra funding or something? I guess Calamine doesn't fund the library. I can check the books. These shelves are lined with some interesting literature. Fight Club by Chuck Palahniuk? The Wolf of Wall Street by Jordan Belfort. The Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy. And even Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand. Great. The Humorous section. Rose and Rose of American Psycho by Bret Easton Ellenson. Oh, this is a reference to the fucking, the Humorous story, the Humorous sub-fanfic by the same author where Birdley's impressing Susie by reading her American Psycho in the library or some shit. I forget what the details were. Who on earth would donate that many copies? It's all American Psycho. I think Outson donated this after he finished the research for his latest fanfic. Rose and Rose of American Psycho. There's 2 whole shells of American Psycho. Oh, hey, Amy. We got Amy Real in chat. This is a bunch of references that I'm not smart enough to understand. It's okay. You're not dumb enough to understand them is the trick. Oh, shit. Is Birdley's dead body in here yet? A spacious closet full of old electronics. See, Asgore is nowhere near small enough to fit inside that closet. Impossible. Asgore Knight off the table. Theoretically, you could hide in there if you wanted to. Oh, never mind. The narration says I could. No clue why I'd want to do that, though, huh? Some posters showing off the wonders of technology. What do Ferris wheels have to do with computers, anyway? Good fucking question. That's Toby pushing his lesbian Ferris wheel agenda. A closet. Yeah. Yep. I can't fit through the gap. That sucks. Looks like someone forgot to log out on this computer. They left a video playing. There's a human man dancing next to some fences, while a famous pop song from 1987 plays in the background. Interesting. I don't get it. I don't get what it's referencing. No. Devastating. Yeah, I know about the list. Someone left a game open. It's a Rickroll? Is that? I've never even watched the video. I just heard the song.
You know the rules, and so do I.
You appear to swap between different robots. Nice. A laptop and a couple of computers. You don't really feel like browsing the internet right now. You got the recycled papers. What's that? Oh, the floppy drive. A floppy disk. You need this for the ritual. Stole floppy disk. Sick. Does the middle computer have something different? No, it's the same. Okay. They're ramming out. Oh, these are new. Okay, books on how to properly care for your lawn. Maybe once you become mayor, you'll pick up hedge trimming again. Hobbies are those for those rich enough to afford them, if you know what I mean. Books on how to properly care for your lawn. Oh, it's the same books. Various books on small town culture. Read them to level up your small town culture stat. You see a poorly drawn Frogget poster.
Hey, teens of hometown. Do you know what was radical, trivial, even? That's right, cool crimes. If you want to take part in some epic crimes, like vandalism, heck yeah, screw property values. Brawling, yeah, violence is cool. And dealing drugs, say yes to drugs. You should join the Frogget Mafia.
That's good. Thank you, Teen Zone. Oh, I forgot the Frogget voice should be like the Mother 3 Save Frogs, I guess. Some random schoolwork in a math textbook. Alright. Excellent library. This guy stopped having dialogue. Damn. Teentopia post, yeah. Okay, so I got the floppy drive. The rest is at the convenience store, I think. But I could go down here first. Oh, no, I think I did already. Hey!
I gotta say, this whole mayoral race is kinda scaring the crap out of me. I really love this place. They got some nice benefits working here. But if Callow gets ousted, I gotta jump ship too. Employer loyalty, you see. So, do me a favor, will ya? Try to flub this election. For me, eh? You wouldn't want to get rid of a guy of his employee benefits, would ya?
I appreciate there was a fetch quest written into the fic to make it easy to make the fan game. Too true. I didn't check the lake, no. I could do that.
Usually, Kellaween runs the town with an iron fist, but now, all of a sudden, she decided to open an election. And she's expecting us to vote? What is this? This isn't politics.
That's new lore.
Sorry, I know you're running for mayor and all, but if you want to see Mrs. Holiday, you'll have to wait like everyone else. You don't give special treatment to candidates around here, except for the Denny's eggnog. Many apologies for the inconvenience.
I'm assuming the trauma will still prevent me. Yeah. Politics Bear has not even heard of the concept of democracy. Okay, the lake is the other way. You could have trespassed by having the eggnog? I don't think so. You had to specifically pay $200 to get to the front of the line. Hey, a poster! Look, they're supporting me! And $2 from Amy Real. If this has a Yeek reference, I will... I'm not sure this predates the Yeek obsession. I'm not sure the Yeek community crosses over with the ELEKTIONTRÜCKUNG community.
Hopefully not.
Not knowing where he lives also an issue. Oh, I talked to you. It seems I cannot check on the lake right now. This was after Off? Oh yeah, Off was the very first stream I ever did. Yeah, it's Sans time. I'm just putting off going to see Sans because I want to explore, you know. Yes, I beat off on stream.
I need an egg and a sacrificial dagger.
A trash can. You see a crumpled up Icy's Pizza coupon alongside some other trash. Did Asriel throw it out? A stack of shopping baskets. You wonder what they're for. This place seems small enough that anyone could just get what they need with no hassle. Various candies and confectionery. It all probably tastes terrible. What a pessimist. Asgore hates candy. Rows and rows of greeting cards. Happy birthdays, graduations, weddings. You look away shamefully. The concept of weddings is itself traumatic to Asgore.
Fucking EPUBs and telephones are replacing print media. Computers used to be cool.
This is this guy's personality now. He says fuck. I love it. Various lifestyle magazines and other reading material. you'd like to pick up a copy of Monster Magazine, but sadly you can't afford distractions right now. You can't afford the magazine either. A bucket of fruits. A bucket of fruits. A banana tree? Seriously, how is this guy able to keep this stuff growing? That's where Asgore's mind goes, of course.
These pancakes are the best. But it's baking season and I can't afford to get all my pancakes at diners. Frozen waffles will have to do.
True. All the fat is stored in the hat, by the way. It's just like a huge camel hump tumor that grows into the hat. Shelves stocked with various foods and beverages. Of note is the stock of human energy drinks. Seems like a little insensitive. What is that a reference to? Because that came up in Outson's fic too, didn't it? Or I literally don't remember what that's a reference to anymore. Oh, Monster Energy. Oh, I just fucking got it. Okay, I just got it. Thanks for explaining it. I just assumed it was a reference to something that I'd streamed or forgotten about, not it would just be a joke. Conveniently, there's a sacrificial dagger here in the egg basket. Limited time deal, buy one get the other half off, while supplies last. Looks like you got here just in time, there's only one sacrificial dagger left. Oh yeah. Oh, milk? Good idea. It seems like I can't buy milk, actually. Huh. Never mind.
Oh, beautiful night, is it not, Sam's?
Sam's.
It's not too dark, I guess. Yeah. Huh, good choice. And Chris daggers are going at half price today.
Actually, about the price,
Don't sweat it, big guy. I'll put it on my tab.
on your... Ah, yes, well, very good then.
You got the sacrificial dagger and the egg. What? I'm glad to see that rendered in real time.
Was that junkie just shooting up in your bathroom?
Huh, weird. I didn't know we had a bathroom.
Yes, but...
I don't know, man. Sounds like a problem for the store manager.
I see. Well, I'm going to get going. It was nice talking to you, Sams.
See you around.
There's a bathroom here, apparently. You have no further business with your pickle benefactor.
I'm Pickle Sands.
Opioid pants is truly iconic. I've only raised my approval rating by 3%, but I don't think that's going to get so high unless I go to the debate. The Sans sounds like Moist Critical. They're the same voice. And I already have the smart toaster, so I'm good. That's it. Save. I think I've talked to everyone. Check the other items, I have more. Oh yeah, I guess. Recycled papers, junk mail required for rituals apparently. Can I use them? No. Floppy disk, a disk required for rituals. An egg required for rituals. A sacrificial dagger required for rituals. Fair enough. No, you see, the non-diegetic saving is actually mandatory because Asgore doesn't have access to a save system. I still can't go see my not-wife. I think I'd honestly recommend just tweaking the dialogue to reference daytime instead of nighttime at this point, because it has very strong daytime energy. Alright, let's go. Ah, shit. They expanded on the Frogget Mafia subplot.
Excuse me.
Ribbit. Abort.
Fast as fuck. You have confirmed these don't taste very well. They don't taste well. That's like an interesting sentence. Chase the frog. Now that guy's in Kansas by now. Checking the poppies. Yeah. Alright. Here we go. Ah, the Samsung Smart Toaster. Here it is. Required for rituals. Still can't go back there. Alright, let's do it. A red circle for the ritual. Okay, gotta use the items, I guess. You place the recycled papers down. Looking good. You place the floppy disk down. This really makes you feel like Asgore. You place the Samsung Smart Toaster down. I guess they just layer in whatever order you place them. You place the egg down. Alright, this is looking good. You have to be divorced IRL to understand. I guess I do it. Let's jump in. You haven't seen the original fic? I hope he makes a dark world with the dagger. You'll see. This is crazy if you haven't seen the original, by the way. A juice in chat. It's ELEKTIONTRÜCKUNG. That's my favorite piece of literature in game 2. How's it going, Juice? Oh wait, what? Oh, you have to put it in an order. I see. I get it. Use the list, come on. I think there's an order to it. Okay, the sheets, the toaster, the disc, and then the egg. That's what I would have thought. Yeah, I think there should be more feedback about them being in the wrong order. That's important game design. The floppy disk goes in the toaster. Oh, there's 2 different sprites for it. Crazy. Place the egg down. Okay. University has been a lot, but now I can ignore that and election trucking all over the place. Yes. Fuck university. Say yes to Deltarune fan media. That's what I did, except for Undertale. The first year of university was mostly just I was thinking about Undertale. Alright. Do it. Do it. I can't do it. You have everything you need in a nice pile. You put the list in the pile 2 for good measure. You take the dagger and begin the ritual? Yes.
Do it. Not a circus clown, who is more sick than he funny. A lovable salesman who give me free money. You may ask who is next. You may ask who will be. Who will be the secret boss of adventure number 3?
Let's go. Holy shit. Now this is good. I'm excited. Oh, I forgot about the cutaway. It's a cutaway. That's so good. I forgot how much was in this first chapter. There's really just a bunch of bullshit. Toriel's going for it. She's drinking the whipped cream. Oof.
Hey, Tori, the manager let me off early tonight. I had this whole bit planned, but looks like you got it covered.
Damn, that plays out so fast when it's not narrated. Oh my god, Chris dialogue sound. That's insane.
Oh,
Excuse me.
you gonna eat that?
No, the voice isn't working.
Are you gonna eat that?
Nope.
Cool.
You sampled the batter voice? That's awesome. Chris, dear, I think you should stay and talk for a while. I have been meaning to bring this up, but... Is it alright if Sans is your dad now?
Or you know, if Dad is too much, I could just be the whipped cream delivery man.
$2 from JJ Robotnik. Have you actually read Homestuck? Yes, once in 2019. I will never forgive Andrew Cunningham for throwing away the Mr. Kramer joke from this scene. The bit no longer works. 0 out of 10. I'm so sorry. I forget what that even was at this point, but I know it was a big deal at the time. Why did I throw out the Mr. Creamer gag? Send delivering whipped cream to your mom. Yep. I'm making Mr. Creamer a fun value? Yes. Oh, that's the joke. Is that, yeah, Toriel doesn't go by Dreamer anymore, so it would be insensitive. That was the logic. The guy who cream pies your mom. I thought that was a bit too on the nose, but I think nowadays I would have done it. I've changed as a person. Hell yeah.
Cringe.
And that was the... Oh my fucking god. I can't believe how short that scene is. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Holy shit.
F1 to hell. Oh god, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh,
Did you sample this from the streams?
press F1 to hell. Oh god, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh god.
This is really funny.
Press F1 to hell. Oh god, please help. Press
It keeps going. Save the game now? Okay, it might crash.
F1 to hell.
A bag of flower fertilizer shaped like a Mark III Fat Man nuclear bomb. I did read the thread where this was being developed.
Oh god, please help.
A bag of flower fertilizer shaped like a Mark III. Okay, it's the same one.
Please help. Press F1.
What if I press F1? That's a good question.
Please help.
Nothing too important.
F1 to
Okay, F1 IRL does not work.
God, please help. Press
Uh,
F1 to help.
Piles of Azrael's dust. Yeah.
Please help. Press F1.
Your old Commodore 64 keyboard. You got a Commodore 64 keyboard, thank god. Your trademark pink floral Hawaiian shirt.
Please help. Press F1 to help.
Various pieces of equipment useful for growing flowers. Pots, watering cans, etc.
Oh god,
A pair of ice skates. You don't even remember where you got these from. Various Hawaiian shirts. You used to be an avid collector until you lost your job. These four are the last of your once grand collection. They hold too much sentimental value to consider selling them. What, you sold the Hawaiian shirts for money? Your trusty purple bathrobe and various rubber duckies. Ideal companions for any bath. Says the guy who doesn't own a bath. Okay. I like how the Asriel's dust has been retconned to now use the Jaru meme format. Originally it was piles of dust from Asriel's dead body. Okay, there we go. Oh, did he? Fuck. We kept that gagging. Hell yeah. Excuse me. Oh, I missed all the funny interactions with that. I should reload and see that, actually. Damn, bitch, you live like this? Hoochie daddy, these are some sweet digs. What appears to be the 404 error?
My knee.
Picked up a complimentary boo-boo for my reincarnation. No problemo. Ooh. Here, eat this. The sounds. Yes, this is the sweepstakes Spamton. Well, no, this is a new one. This is Spamton X Spamton.
The taste is...
Oh my god. Wait, what? What is this? What am I supposed to... Why is he like that? Why is it like that? He has the Asriel fade. It's the Asriel fade. No. No fucking way. Is it a fun event or is it always like that?
Oh, what happened?
No, it's gone.
Wait, my knee. How did you...
Spamton X Spamton. Number one rated campaign manager. That text scrolls too fast to read, by the way. I'd recommend giving it a little bit more space.
Howdy. So good to finally meet you. My name is...
Mr. Creamer! Our mysterious benefactor told me all about you. Don't worry about one thing, you big Nubian dilf. When I'm run through with you, you'll be the biggest shot this town's ever seen. You took away the random Cyrillic text. That's okay.
That sounds quite nice, I suppose. But about the,
I just gotta ask one thing. Why'd you do it? What kind of palm grease does it take to get a marketable plushie like you into politics?
Oh, well, it's really quite simple. A nice man on the phone yesterday explained to me that if I were to become mayor, I could designate my flower shop as a heritage property and appoint myself its publicly funded caretaker. That way I wouldn't have to worry about selling the flowers to pay rent. And I could just give them away to the community whenever I wanted. And also, I could maybe afford to eat again.
Mel's been drawn into the background to say, what the fuck? What the fuck indeed? We are experiencing peak literature. I like a man with ambition, Mr. Dad Guy. You've got guts, just like all mammalian life.
Yes. Well, Mr. Spamton, I am excited to work with you. We should make an excellent team. You can be the brains, and I can be the, mayor. For my platform, I was considering a focus on community togetherness and philanthropy. The school has been too underfunded as of late to even buy chalk. I was thinking of a significant diversion of funds into...
Holy heaven, that's boring! Shut your ass up, mutton chops. While I'm your agent, your soapbox is whatever I say it is.
Oh, well, what might that be then?
Let me check. Just sit tight and hold on to your dignity. I've got it. How much of this is from the OG fic? Pretty much all of that dialogue was unaltered. Looks like your campaign manager ran off. It's been a long night. You should go to bed. I gotta go to bed. I forget if the chapter ends here. I literally don't remember when the chapter ends. I just know that it ends before the second mayoral debate. Can I go back here still? No. Oh well. Night night, Asgore. Oh, you can open the keyboard again? Oh well. I'll reload again. Oh, no, it's still going.
Another day, huh?
Oh, I can use that whenever. Among Us. No. Amogus. No. Shit. No effect. They gotta try everything. Is Asgore Joe Biden? I'm not sure that is a sentence that makes any sense. Credits? That sounds like it'll be a credits warp. Hang on. Humorous? Driven for outline. Oh, thank you, keyboard. Azzy Pants? No Azzy Pants content? Yeek. No Yeek content. No RAM content. Is Asgore Jane Crocker my full name? It's not my full name. It's rude to talk about someone who's listening. Okay, there we go. Mention people in the credits. Tommy Shark? Is that how you spell it? This sounds like a nightmare for spelling errors. It's Sharks with an S. Try your mom's credit card number. Nah. Nah. Sona?
It's such a shame that I couldn't run for office. I had some really innovative race relations politics to propose. Oh well, people always seem to make the wrong choices anyway.
Thank you, Sona.
It's her.
Unique sprite and everything. What the fuck? Wait, was this in chapter 1? Oh god, it was in chapter 1. Where is it coming from?
Howdy. Do you know where my truck went?
Ribbit. Who, me? No, no clue. I think they went, that way though.
That way.
Ribbit. Yeah, you know, over there. You should, hurry up and get it back though. I'm pretty, parched.
What do you mean?
Ribbit. Your truck's oil's pretty tasty, dude. I've been using it for sustenance for a while now.
Is that why you've had to get so many oil changes as of late?
Ribbit. Yeah, sorry about that.
Fucking hell. I don't think this guy's even in the mafia.
Yummy oil! It's a delicacy! I can't stop drinking crude oil!
I know that one. Oh. The fuck is it? We're supposed to be in front of Napstablik's house originally.
What's that gosh darn racket?
Where the fuck did it... It's down by Town Hall? Oh my god! Oh dear. This was described as the loudest sound in the universe. I think they dialed it back a bit.
Ribbit. Turn off that bloody noise, meow.
Yeah, turn it off! It's too loud!
Get off, you Captain Toad treasure tracker. Original Spamton dialogue. The sign is flipped. It's reversed. Okay, they made this work somehow. Oh my god, Halloween's looking terrifying.
Yeah! Drop your weapons, now!
What seems to be the no problemo here, officer? This is a presidential campaign.
Excuse me, sir. I think you should maybe turn the volume down.
Is Spamton's nose gonna get bigger? I don't know. They've left a lot of real estate there. Spirits from beyond the grave! Where the fuck is he going?
Nah, you're under arrest!
God damn! Which animal says oink? Time to skedaddle! This popsicle stand! Hey! Meanwhile, this scene feels 6 hours long when animated. It's like they're all standing around reacting to the death of the queen. It's that fucking meme format.
Howdy, everyone.
Yeah, it was like a bit in this fic that Spamton both uses like ACAB rhetoric and also constantly campaigns to increase the police budget.
Howdy, everyone. All up bright and early to attend the mayoral debate, I see.
Oh my god, Halloween from the side, I didn't notice that. Yeah, there's like a tail which descends into the void. Did she shapeshift, or is this just what she looks like from the side? Maybe I'll never know.
What was that?
Ah, I see you all met my campaign manager. Well, do any of you feel more confident in my platform? He is quite a whiz at this.
You should add the fucking Doppler effect to that.
Well, I'll see you at the debate, Mayor Holiday.
You too.
I think that's actually the ending. She osmoses into the limousine. amazing. Wait for Sans.
Huh. I have a minute to get a drive-through installed.
Beautiful. That's so beautiful. Yeah, that turned out as good as I hoped. That was awesome. This funky new remix. Cinema. That's it. It's chapter 1. It's still in development, but this took like ages to make. We got 2 hours of fangame content from a dumbass fanfiction that I made as a joke. This is incredible. Chapter 2, if they finish Chapter 2, which I think there's a good chance they will, they seem to be a pretty competent fangame team. Chapter 2 is a lot of people's favorite, I think.
Here I am, Gary.
Chapter 2 is the developer's favorite, that's how you know.
Here comes the grub.
Based on the world and characters of Umris by Funny Name. Is it? I guess it. Yeah, I forgot that it was like a stealth Umris AU. Even like the gallery. Oh, sick. Let's browse the fan art because all the links on AO3 are broken now. Yeah, this was the Mooks' poster and Outsin's iconic sketch here. The resolution has suffered somewhat, but you get the idea. We're still close to 400 viewers. Yeah, this is crazy. It never quite got to 400, but this is way more viewers than I expected. I didn't think people had remembered what the fuck election trucking was. This is getting into like future stream spoilers, but look at the depiction of Halloween is just Margaret Thatcher in this. God, I think Outsin just wants to write about really snooty men's fashion. That's all he's ever wanted in life. And he finally, he let it all out in his new Umris fic. The classic, I think Blue NSL drew this.
Gridge.
Yeah, this is getting into spoilers for the rest of the fic. Very out of context, though. Oh, it loops, actually. Okay, so I think they actually kept it to only art for the existing... the parts of the game that have actually been adapted so far. That's cool. I guess it'll be unlocked chapter by chapter. Concept art. Ooh, check this out. Halloween is the Babadook. Awesome. An early version sends into Ariella just hanging out. Yeah, it looks kind of like a church in the final version, but like it works. I don't know if rooms like this even actually exist. It's, in my experience, all like political things just occur in school gymnasiums. But as far as I know, this hometown school doesn't have a gym. What did you miss? Oh, you missed the entire game. It was only 2 hours long, but it's been very peak. Somewhat confused expression. What is that fucking Sans? You just found a sweater and photoshopped the head onto it? That's awesome. This is title screen concepts, and this is the Strifers Rifes, the final concept here. Why are you playing this? Because it's based on a fan fiction that I wrote 2 years ago. They use the debate hall as the gym. Okay, so the school children march to town hall and use the debate parlor. Beauty. I saw this posted in the thread. Halloween, oh my god. She's horrifying. I don't know what's going on with the tail there. I guess I'll find out. Oh, the spider concept. Maybe she just changes every scene, and that's the joke. She just literally changes. Alright. We did it. Fucking beautiful. Huh. She changes with the cardinal directions? Oh, that's the bit. I see. That's really funny. The save menu? Will it give me a... Oh my god, this is all new? Elections EBIT. This is a ballot. There's so many fucking Easter eggs to check on this, though. Like... Preparations are complete, I guess is easy to test. There's no Gaster comments as far as I can tell. Oops. I loaded it. Let me out. Okay. And it quits the menu too instead of crashing the game. Check the polling division number. $413. Oh, of course. Okay. And you're saying I should check the dev name Easter eggs.
F1 to hell. Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell.
Get the keyboard, Asgore.
Please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God.
Okay, what do I input?
Press F1 to hell. Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell.
Hey, that's me. Thanks for playing.
Press F1 to hell. Oh God, please help. Press F1.
Well, Sergio, I see you.
Oh God, please help.
Dog time.
F1 to hell.
Oh yeah.
Oh God, please help. Press F1 to
Not
Oh God, please
saying.
help. Press F1 to
Oh, there's two T's.
Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God.
Azipant.
Press F1 to hell. Oh God.
I think after this
please help.
I'm torn. I'll either reading an Azipants or finishing Outsin's Umris fic, or trying to finish it.
Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell.
What if I...
Oh God, please
F1 doesn't work in this
Press
room.
F1 to hell. Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God, please help.
Oh, I already tested Umris.
F1 to hell. Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God.
That one doesn't do anything.
Press F1 to hell.
Blue
Oh, God,
NSL?
please help. Press
No.
F1 to hell. Oh God, please help.
Outline.
Press
English
F1
for
to
Umris,
hell.
hell yeah.
Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell.
Try Gaster. I tried Gaster. It doesn't work.
Help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God, please help. Press F1 to
No,
hell.
ACDS doesn't work.
Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God, please
No.
help. Press F1 to hell.
Legs?
Oh
No.
God, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God, please
Tesla.
help. Press F1 to hell.
It's case sensitive? Oh no. Never make it case sensitive.
Oh God, please help.
The bugs are back! The bugs are back! The bugs are back! Did I try...
Press F1 to hell.
No.
Oh God, please help.
Alright.
F1 to hell. Oh God, please help.
What about...
F1 to hell.
Nah.
Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God, please help.
F1?
F1 to hell. Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell.
Flashbacks to the validation music.
Press F1 to hell. Oh God.
Sans?
please
What about...
to hell. Oh
Okay, not
God,
Sans.
please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God, please help. Press F1 to hell. Oh God.
Okay, fixed it.
Press F1 to help. Fuck.
I'm gonna have to wait for the cutscene to end before I get any more keyboard time. Oh, I can hold C to skip this.
Eek, the spider.
I love reliving that moment, though. The throat goat. That could have been a parenthesized Spamton dialogue. It's not a fun value, I think. It's just Spamton has the Asriel fade. That's so fucked up that you give him the Asriel fade. That's so fucked up. Yeah, there's a lot of dialogue there. Alright, we're back. Zoro Jr. Chapter 0 will be real. True. It's just like that. It's not a fun value. Fire dolphin. 2 words. Not quite. Hang on. And oh, $5 from Mooks. Thank you. I can't believe it's already been 2 years. I'm always so thankful every day for being able to be part of this community. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that, Mooks. Yeah, it feels weird how much time has passed. Sometimes it's you know, a bit uncomfortable to think about in some ways. But it's been nice. Two years of nothing horribly wrong happening. It's great. Yeah, my own name has a thing. It was Celadon 0441. My name is Michelle Harper. This is my top secret message. Keep it between us, okay? Hi, Michelle. Why would Ball do anything? It does not. €2 from Shadow of Roserade, too. Follow Undertale Cooking with Kindness on Game Jolt. Yes. That was officially part of the ELEKTIONTRÜCKUNG credits. Oh my god. It plays a sound in the Undertale title screen. I completely forgot about that. Is Mooks in there? I don't think Mooks is on the dev team. They just did a bunch of art for the fix. That's wonderful. All right, so let's figure out what we're doing next here. It seemed like Outson was requesting an Azzy Pants as opposed to finishing his fic. Which is a fair point, is that people who didn't watch the segment on the 24-hour stream won't know what happens in the first half of the fic. Toby's fan art. I will check this. Hang on. I'm curious what Toffee's streaming today, actually. Katamari. Katamari Damacy. Huh. Well, there you go. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I found Toby's fan art. I'll get this immediately. Beautiful. Toby drew Azzy Pants. Real. No, Tommy, I think the game is really fucking good. It's actually incredible. I'm repeating myself, but like any fan game that even gets into a functional state is a small miracle. And I was honestly kind of amazed when I'd realized how long and fastidiously everyone had been working on it without really even making much of a fuss about it. It's unreasonably well made. All right. Okay, if we're gonna do an Azzy Pants, which by the way I do owe Blivy an Azzy Pants reading from the charity stream anyway, because I donated $1,000 fucking dollars. What Azzy Pants am I gonna read? Is there like an updated progress report, or I could go back and find the old progress report from when I did the last stream. It's just been a while. Check the thread. That's always a good idea. Bum 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 bum. Is it Azzy Pants vetting? Here it is. Oh boy, look at all this shit. Is there sensitive info here? I don't think so. I think this is fine. All right, here's the Azzy Pants control panel here. I've been vetted, up for vetting. Oh my god. What is the system? Okay, the vetted fix are over on the right side. The Azzy Pants database. This is NORAD for gay fanfiction, exactly. Yeah, this is significantly more organized than RAM's backend developmental process. Okay, fic name here. We got content warnings now. Excellent. Yaoi on ice. I should like roll a dice. Oh my god. Or is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7, so I gotta generate a random number between 1 and 7. They don't make dice for that, unfortunately. Fic name here is not a fic. Oh, okay, nice. I can just use a d6. Where's my d6? I have one. It's somewhere. Let me find it. Found it. Nerd dice, a d6. That's the only not nerdy dice. I'm just gonna roll it, alright? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. My life is an empty pizza box. Okay, we got the raunchiest one possible. Excellent. Fate is guiding me to this. That's okay. I'm sure we can handle it. This is a reoccurring one? Yeah, the title sounds familiar. Oh, it's chapters 5 and 6. Wait a minute. What the fuck happened before in this? It's been so long. Is this the one where, like, it's not Homebound, right? It's the other one. This is Old Man Yaoi. This is pretty involved. Is this a good idea to do as like a one-off at the end of tacked onto a stream? If I've already read a bunch of this on stream, I'm kind of inclined not to do that one, actually. I'm sorry. Because there's a lot of ASI that's been backlogged. Alright, I'm gonna re-roll. It was a 4 again. 1. ASI Pats, the joke's on you. Here we go. Yes, it is indeed rigged. That's over here. It's a Discord link? How does this work? It's a docx. Okay, I hope I can open this. Wait, it's trying to print it. No, don't print it. Okay. Okay, it loads. It opens. Oh fuck, my browser is borked now. Open it in Google Docs. It opens in Notepad, it looks like, which I guess is fine. Print it and do a hand cam reading stream, right? Explain that to my mom. Yeah, once the printer's literally upstairs in like the home office, so my mom's watching that shit. Okay. Stream the Notepad window, please. Here it is. I'll put on some music too. I might take a brief recess to finish my bagel before we continue, actually. Stream music playlist. Wait, no, that's my personal listening music playlist. We're not allowed to listen to that one. They're gonna come for me. I've been doing, in the Discord recently, I've been doing these informal streams where I just, I was compiling all of my Outer Wild videos comments, basically, and tabulating them into what opinions they were expressing, because I want to share that data with the developers, because we're in touch now. I thought they'd be interested in that, and they talked about maybe wanting to do a follow-up, so... Anyway, I needed to compile the spreadsheet of 1,000 comments, and I just joined the Discord VC, and would hang out and slowly read comments and compile them while listening through infinite Haley Labs music, basically. The Haley Labs listening quest is still not concluded. I'm very close to the end, though. There's only like maybe a dozen albums left to go out of 91, so I've made very good progress. It's a bit rambunctious, I think, for a YouTube stream, though. It's more of the 4 a.m. listening to fucking Gabber in the background while going insane reading YouTube comments energy. We need lo-fi beats for this. And actually, I still have my Firefox volume turned way down from that. Because, fun fact, Bandcamp doesn't have a volume slider. Because it doesn't want people using it as a streaming service. Let me fix that. Come on, go up to exactly 60. This fucking volume slider. There it is. This is nice. Author here. I recommend reading the author's notes as it includes a suggestion. Okay. The fic contains references to drugs and usage of guns and gang violence. It's recommended you read this fanfiction in dark mode with a black paper background. Is this possible at all? Does Notepad have a dark mode? Google Docs doesn't have a dark mode. I'm thinking this probably does not have a dark mode. But it's a docx, so how do I even... The text is just black. If I open this in Google Docs... What, Windows has a dark mode? How do you enable that? Is that just like a Windows settings? I didn't know that. Personalization. Oh, default app mode, dark. Oh, that's good. That helps. I guess I now relaunch the app. Oh fuck, my Windows Explorer is dark now too. This is weird. I'm not used to that. I don't know if I like the Windows Explorer being changed, actually. Okay, gotta find it again. Open with Notepad. Is it opening? There it is. Okay, we're back. But it's still in light mode. It's still in light mode though. A shortcut. Alt, left shift, print screen. That's gonna crash my PC and upload my Bitcoin wallet to the metaverse. Turn on high contrast. In this or in Windows settings? Windows high contrast. Back to settings. Colors. High contrast settings. Oh my god. The fucking computer is like rejiggering itself. Oh, this is horrible. This looks horrible. Okay, I can read the fic now though, but my computer looks fucked up. This is weird. Okay, this is getting reverted immediately, but we have it. Oh my god, even the super chats are black in my chat window. It doesn't display super chat colors. Also, that's 50 pounds? Holy shit. Okay, thank you for that. That's a big one. This would usually be where I'd spend my really funny and witty message, but unfortunately I have nothing funny or witty to say. I apologize for the immense disappointment. Thank you. You don't need to say anything funny or witty with a 50-pound donation. That's huge. What did they do to deserve that? You just like election trucking a lot, I guess? Wrapped in black and black and black, wrapped in black, wrapped in black. Is that a reference to something? Reminds me of a bit from a Courier fic that was referencing a Salman Rushdie novel. Okay. I said I was going to eat the bagel, by the way, and I still want to eat a bite of the bagel. With cream cheese. Yes. It's from Sonic Rush? Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's an everything bagel. It really is. I need one more bite of the bagel. Everything bagels are good, yes. In fact, I find plain bagels to be pretty much inedible. Everything bagels are just over the threshold of too boring to eat. And plain bagels are way under it. That was my breakfast on one of the days at GDC, actually. In San Francisco, the hostel just had these plain bagels and cream cheese, and it was like, it was the most disgusting thing to try to cram down my throat to fortify myself for game dev networking. Did not enjoy that bagel. Homemade bagel shop. Never heard of one. Don't exist. Even in 17776 or something, they say that the bagels in New York sucked. I'm trying to pry a sesame seed out of my teeth, hang on. Okay, we're back. Let's read. It was a dark and rainy morning as Asriel drove down the back roads toward his hometown. He'd been planning to come home later that week after getting his law degree, but recent events has changed his mind. Capital H is very spooky. So he's a law student. Bro is studying to get his canoeing scholarship or something. Epic reference. As he frantically drove through the woods running on 3 hours of sleep, his mind was racing. He had to get home, now. Was Toriel alright? Chris? Hopefully they were unharmed. Lord knows how they'd react to something as serious as this. No, he thought to himself. I have to keep my cool. If I lose focus in this weather, Angel knows what'll happen to me or the car's insurance. As he focused back on the road, the headlights would begin shining on something that was actually not a tree for once. It was an old welcome sign for Homedown. Finally, he's almost there. Just a couple more minutes before he can check on his mom and Chris. He could only pray that they were unharmed. Is there an earthquake? Ah, why the fuck is the scrolling so fucked up? Look at that. It's so fast here. Chapter 1, Reunions. Is this, the green is maybe Asriel? Who knows?
He asked for no pickles!
Pizza Pants looked past the customer and stared at the clock. He'd been half-heartedly listening to this chick rant and rave about pickles for almost an hour now. He had begged the warrior to look at the actual order, but he had decided it would be better to smash a random set of ingredients together into some vaguely pizza-shaped conglomerate and serve that instead. It was frankly a miracle that the pickles were her only concern.
Look, ma'am, I can't exactly do anything about the pickles.
The customer proceeded to slam her hands onto the counter as she glared back at him directly, the force of said slam causing him to snap out of his 1,000-yard stare and reflexively recoil into the back of his pizzeria. Who is the chick? We'll never know, I guess.
I don't care. If you can't take them off, he's deathly allergic to them. So could you kindly, for the love of the angel, get us a new one?
That's halfway between Valley Girl and Australian. We're gonna roll with that. Pizza Pants' face started to contort into a wide, teeth-clenching grin as his pupils began to dilate. It had been a while since someone had been stubborn with him.
Ma'am, I sees a Supreme one-time all-the-time pizza deal deluxe. Means you cannot get a free replacement.
The customer froze on the spot, her glare shifting into a deeply confused and concerned expression at the absolute state of Pizza Pants' face, before closing her eyes, standing up straight and crossing her arms.
But I'm not going to pay.
Oh no, this was bad. They didn't make her pay? At a fast food restaurant, they didn't make her pay before the order was procured. Pizza Pants was already on thin ice after his incident with the warrior early this week. Getting him hospitalized was already bad enough, so potentially losing the company money over this complete and utter ineptitude at customer service was a job loss waiting to happen.
Well, excuse me for 1 second.
Much obliged. Pizza Pants had begun to sweat as he started moving into the kitchen, unsure on what to even do at this point. All he could do is pray that he could convince the warrior to churn out another pizza without... oh, it's the warrior.
Cat, you have returned to the pizza chamber. What do you request from the warrior?
Ow. Ouchie, ouch. Pizza Pants just sighed. At this point, he was too tired and stressed to actually be scared or sick of his colleagues' antics. His mouth was now drooping so low in frustration that it looked like it was partially melting off.
Look, dude.
The warrior proceeded to suddenly grab Pizza Pants by the collar as he fell silent, his body freezing up in fear.
Your arcane words make no sense to me. I request that you speak in proper tongue.
Alright, this.
Thine customers hath requested that thou make us the new pizza without the forbidden delicacy.
Silence filled the room for a moment before the warrior, now looking distressed, drags Pizza Pants closer to his face.
I forbid it. The order goes against the sacred order of the Supreme. One time, all the time, pizza deal deluxe.
Come on, mindeth job hath beeneth on the line since the incident. Wouldst thou be so kind as to assist one's colleague in this just once?
The warrior squinted for a moment, considering the deal. The fonts. Oh my god, the fonts. Night out, Sin, if you gotta go now. As Asriel finally entered the currently twilight-lit streets of hometown, the stress and panic that had been flooding his system during the last few hours had finally begun to melt away. Man, this place is a sight for sore eyes. He stopped the car. Had it really been 6 years already? Bro's been at college for 6 years without coming back? Damn. It certainly didn't feel like it. Everything was practically identical to how he had last seen it. Hughes's, Icy's, Sans was new. The church, the police station. Man, the police station. The last time he had seen this place was when Toriel and Asgore had finally decided to break up after years of marital problems due to Asgore's expulsion from the Force. For a while, Asgore would just sit outside the station, staring longingly at its sign and slogan. Damn, that's papyrus behavior. What college degree is he on that he would need 6 years? It's not that hard to believe, honestly. I mean, if you're... I don't know exactly how all these programs work. My degree took 5 years. And if you have like a bad semester or don't take as many courses, it can easily go to 6, I'd say. Medicine takes longer, yeah. The last time he had... Oh, this is the... Toriel seeing him there again was what finally broke it for her. Chris. Man, Chris had taken it the hardest with him leaving shortly after it... with him leaving shortly after it clearly not helping considering Chris hadn't called him once. Rough sentence. Double that with whenever Toriel did call. He could hear the disdain whenever he would ask about how Dad was doing, or concern in her voice as she asked if Chris would do this or that in private, and she did not mean stuff like stealing the entire butterscotch pie. They were falling apart at the seams, but they were right behind this door, were they not? That's what the chief of police had told him. He wasn't sure, but maybe he could do something about it now that he was back. Maybe he could fix things. Maybe he could fix everything.
We can fix everything, Swansea. Stop being hysterical.
With a heavy sigh, Asriel walked toward and opened the doors to the police station. Is this post chapter 3? I guess? Is this Undyne?
So, this punk! You claim to have slashed your tires and broken into your home. Only stole your TV and various figures.
Who is talking? Toriel? Napstablook, maybe?
Don't forget the trash.
And Toriel?
You are correct. And to be quite honest, I have not a single clue as to why.
What, have they arrested the Dreamers for breaking into their own home? What is this?
Don't forget the trash.
As Asriel stepped into the police station, his eyes immediately set their sights on Toriel and Chris sitting at a table as the new chief of police, Undyne, impatiently tapped her pencil while staring down at her notes. Just by the look of things, she had hastily put everything together, the look in her eyes backing up his thoughts. He hadn't seen her look like this since the day Asgore lost his job. As he stood there airheadedly, for a second he would quickly realize that he had to say something, but before he could even begin to think of a sentence, Undyne noticed him.
Hey, you! Can't you tell this is a serious...
Undyne's voice trailed off as she quickly noted the distinct lack of blonde hair and fridge-shaped body. Oh, she thought he was Asgore. Toriel and Chris turned to look at the man who had caught Undyne's attention. Is it stealing if the TV belongs to the Dreamers and Chris is the one stealing it? This is a good question. I don't know. At first, Toriel seemed confused at the sight of Asriel, exclaiming a brief, Rousey? Oh no. Wait, this is Toriel, who knows who, because chapter 3, this is very confusing. Rousey? Before quickly realizing that he was not a complete stranger, her eyes widening in shock and excitement at the sight of her son. So she hasn't even seen Asriel in 6 years. That's fucked up. He went to college in Antarctica. As Asriel tried to process the strange name he had called him, or she had called him, his thought process would quickly be halted by the scare of Toriel getting out of her chair to hug him, his eyes also widening from shock too as Toriel began to ramble.
Oh, Asriel, my child, it has been so long since we have seen you. I thought you had said you were going to come home next week. Did something happen?
Asriel let out a brief "aww" before Toriel would interrupt him again as she let go of him, Asriel almost falling over from the sudden shock of having to use his feet to keep balance again.
Do not worry, Asriel. We can discuss this later.
Toriel looked back at Undyne and Chris, the awkwardness of the situation setting in as Asriel glanced at the two. Why does he have God pronouns? I don't know. Chris was staring sheepishly at Asriel, not saying a thing, all the while Undyne had locked eyes with Toriel with the most suspicious look he'd ever seen on her before, and that was saying something considering the suspicious stuff he had heard from his flatmate in college. The fuck is your flatmate? Is it Kara again?
Chris and I are busy dealing with something.
Oh shit, yeah, the break-in. He was so wrapped up in nostalgia that he had almost forgotten about the reason he came back in the first place, which is...
Hello, Asriel.
Oh right, Chris. He had almost forgotten in the chaos. It had been so long since he had even seen Chris that he didn't even know what to say to them, but it was worth a shot. Smiling nervously, Asriel spoke back.
Hello, Chris.
Fantastic start. Now Chris was just staring at him sheepishly.
How's life been? Haven't exactly heard from you.
Everything's fine, yeah.
As Chris responded to his question, Asriel could immediately tell that something was off. The flat tone mixed with almost robotic wording. That wasn't normal, even by Chris's standards, which were pretty close to this, but not this far. Asriel began scratching the back of his head, already stumped on how to continue this clearly doomed conversation.
Well, that's good to know. Maybe we can get back to this at home.
Asriel awaited a response. Chris just remained silent, the ambient conversation finally dying off as he got up to leave.
It's nice to see all of you again, but it's clear you're busy. I'll probably check up on Dad.
Toriel and Undyne were too busy talking between each other to notice Asriel. Chris still remained silent. So does Asriel think there was a break-in but doesn't know that it was just fucking Chris? Why are they at the police station? Okay. However, as Asriel began to leave, Chris finally spoke up.
It's nice to see you again, Az.
Asriel looked back and smiled at Chris.
It's good to see you too, Chris.
I wonder when the Azzy Pence is. Pizza Pants was sitting in the manager's office, desperately trying to light a cigarette to try and calm his nerves. This evening had quickly turned sour as he awaited the inevitable judgment of the manager. He may have hated his job, but he needed it. As he finally got the first puff of his cig, the door to the office would slam open. Who the fuck is the manager? Frederick.
Phil, what the hell have you done now?
Oh no. It was the manager, Frederick. He and Frederick were already on rough terms, as is, and he turned to look at him. He was clearly not happy. Pizza Pants was sweating profusely as he sank into his chair with his eyes sinking into his skull as he spoke.
Frederick. Hello, buddy, how? You dared to violate the supreme one-time all-the-time pizza deal deluxe and think that we're buddies.
Pizza Pants tried to say something before Frederick interrupted him once again, his head sinking into his body as he did.
Do you understand how bad that is? Dare say what the Council of Fast Food would think. Or my dad's.
Frederick's face filled with a deep regret. Pizza Pants frankly had no idea as to why he instinctively took a puff of his cigarette, only for Frederick to snatch it from his hand before stomping it out on the ground. Pizza Pants stared at it for a moment, finally trying to speak up.
You know... Dude, she asked for no pickles.
That's the May voice, what the fuck?
Dude, she asked for no pickles. If she wanted a pizza with no pickles, she should have ordered another one. Frederick, She was demanding the replacement should be freed, though, because of her brother's allergies. I mean, if she's... We are a failing business, Phil. No one comes here because you keep messing things up.
This is Roderick from Diary of a Wimpy Kid? No, it's not. I don't know. Freddy Fazbear? Maybe it's Freddy Fazbear? I don't know.
Doesn't that mean she should get what she asked for? If we need the money, shouldn't we keep the customers happy?
Frederick leans closer to Pizza Pants. His black top hat falling off his head is Freddy Fazbear. As he stared down at him, Pizza Pants smiled anxiously in response to his glare. Pizza Pants was standing outside the doors of Icy's Pizza in his casual clothes. He was just staring at the pink slip in his hand. Oh boy, his landlord was not going to be happy about this, let alone his dad, or Az even. Ah, shit. What was he going to do? It's okay, your boyfriend's a lawyer now. It's chill. As he started walking down the moonlit streets of hometown toward the apartments, he decided to look around the town itself. Man, this place at night, what a shithole, and he was in the middle of it. He had to get home quick before... Ribbit. Ribbit. The darkness devil has come. Pizza Pants froze up as he heard the croak from behind him, his face shrinking into itself as he realized what was happening. Whoa.
There's a little backstabber. Ribbit.
Pizza Pants turned around to face the figure directly, forcing a smile on his face as he stared them down. Oh, it's Terry. This is ELEKTIONTRÜCKUNG canon? Alright.
Terry, my man, how you doing?
This is...
Don't be chummy with me, opioid pants. Not after what you just did.
Oh god, fuck, oh shit.
What do you mean, Terry? I ain't done nothing.
Terry's already sour-looking face somehow soured even more as he took a step toward the Phil now pizza now opioid pants, pulling out a gun as he approached him, Frogget surrounding Phil to prevent him from escaping. So this is opioid pants canon. For those who don't know the opioid pants lore, is that opioid pants invested early in Bitcoin and actually has like a 6-figure monthly income, but all of it goes to opium. That's how strong his addiction is. He spends like $200,000 a month on fentanyl and has exactly $0 left and has to work at Icy's Pizza to pay rent.
Ain't done nothing. Don't play dumb with me, kid. You know exactly what you did. You don't just go and lose our friend, weeks after getting out of jail like that. If anything, I would think you'd be trying to get out of our deal.
Wait, he was in jail? Opioid Pants began to sweat profusely as he began grinding his teeth while smiling while looking off to the side. He had apparently... he had thought the Frogget Mafia had forgotten about him after the bust. Okay, no, this is after, right at the end of ELEKTIONTRÜCKUNG. Pizza Pants is sentenced to 5 years in prison for being the opium pant. So now he's out of jail, and it's exactly the same. But apparently not. But no, wait, this is... ELEKTIONTRÜCKUNG also concluded that Terry had no involvement in the Frogget Mafia and just kind of liked drug dealers. As he became a lawyer to help Pants? Oh, maybe.
What? No. Why would I need that opium as much as... Don't you dare try to worm your way out of this, opioid pants. Our deal was very specific. You buy, we deliver.
At this point, Pizza Pants was shaking profusely. Whether it was the cold air of the night or his nerves or his rampant opium withdrawal was uncertain, but he could still feel the unrest of the Frogget surrounding him growing.
I swear, Terry, I was gonna get back to you, but I'm flat broke. Excuses, that's all it is with you. Oh, I wasn't expecting the police. Oh, I forgot the money. Oh, I'm flat broke. How many times, opioid pants? How many second chances do you expect?
Phil's mind was racing, trying to think of something, anything to say. He knew that if he didn't, he would end up as another name on a list of missing man or on a list, or a missing man on a milk carton.
Dude, I swear, I'll get you the money. No more, I say.
Fuck, shit, oh god, this was it. This was the end for him, he knew it.
You've made your last excuse, opioid pants. Say goodnight.
Phil closed his eyes as Terry aimed the gun directly at his head, as he anticipated his demise. Bang. After a long moment of silence, Phil opened his eyes. He was alive? Oh, thank God. What is art? But why? Why was he alive? It wasn't long until Phil noticed that everyone was staring off to the other side of the street. The Joker, I guess. Is that the Joker? Is there any Azzy pants in this fic? The Junker. There was a man standing there at the other side of the street. He was staring at the group with what appeared to be a gun of his own at his side. What the fuck? Oh me, oh my, what do we have here? That's how he talks. To be continued. What, that was like a chapter 1? What the fuck? And there's art of this? Oh my god.
Hi, I hope you enjoyed the fic. Sorry if it's a bit late on Azzy Pants, but there's a lot to set up. I promise chapter 2 will be significantly more gay.
So this was chapter 1 of like a 300,000 word epic. Alright, that's cool. Jonkling it. Okay, that was not what I expected. I'm gonna turn my computer back to not fucked up now. Hang on. It has to reboot itself. Okay, we're back. Default Windows mode. Oh wait, my colors. I had a custom color that's now been removed from my UI. Or was it? It might be back. I don't know. We can do another Azzy Pants. There's more. Guess I'll roll the dice again. 3. Title redacted Yowie. Alright. It's a Google Doc. Easy. And here we go. That's long? Oh god, it's long. Oh fuck, that's okay. Yeah, we can't do that one. I could read like a bit of it. I could read a bit of it, I guess. Like a chapter. Story is gay. Be careful. Okay, let's go. Why does it keep changing like that? Okay, stay still. In the second Second floor window of a cozy middle-class household. A large figure shifted restlessly in sleep. Sis. Sis, what's wrong? Who's the sis? He flailed around on his striped bed beneath the shelves of awards he'd won over the years. His movements would have woken up any person in the room, but the other occupants slept as corpse-like as the furnishings, on their own side. I saw a monster. If anyone else could see this monster, they would not be surprised about his state of rest, nor would they be shocked to see the bags under his eyes the coming morning. Who is Sis? Sis, that's not... Hey, it's fine, I'm here. I shouldn't have told you these stupid stories. Is it... Des? Des and Noel? Maybe? Who's he? Is it Sona? I'm immediately confused. A striped bed with a word sounds like Asriel. Find in pages on. Oh. The same observers would be surprised if they could glimpse the nightmares the goat was experiencing. They had nothing to do with the expectations laid upon Asriel Dreamer, nor did they contain worry about the struggles of leaving college. Instead, Asriel dreamed about... Is this Asriel? Look at me, it's gonna be okay. Two humans he had never met before. Or had he? I won't let any monster hurt you. I'll always be right here for you. Is it Sona? Is that Kissy Cutie Lord seeping in? But, like, that was Sona's Kara's sister. Why is Asriel having those memories? What the fuck? Asriel fell off his dirty mattress, still asleep despite being supported by the dingy floorboards, which his family sadly called home. Or rather, his mother called home. Wait, is this a Kissy Cutie fic? You'll protect me from the monsters. Garfield! Oh god, if you didn't watch the Kissy Cutie streams, this is going to be a trip. It is for me too, and I watched those streams. Despite their horrible living conditions, Toriel had refused to share a home with her ex, instead forcing Asgore to live in the worst house in the neighborhood. Unfortunately for all the monsters living in Hometown, there wasn't much of a difference between the dwellings. I don't know who these conversations between. This is Garfield.
You had the Dracula Flow voice. Of course I will.
Each one was the same, cracked walls and stained carpet, a single broken window. They were all relics of a fire that had swept through the city a century ago, and they had been repurposed for the monsters.
I love you, Garfield.
Only a couple houses still contained basic amenities like a kitchen. That was the only real difference between Toriel's residence and Asgore's. Asriel wouldn't even have to worry about sleeping conditions between the two, as his mattress was so old and decayed, he could carry it in one hand.
I love you too, sis, but you have to stop crying like a little baby.
Often monsters wish they could live like the humans do, in large houses with heating and plumbing, where they could smell anything other than mold and dust.
Or you'll wake up Mom.
Where their choice of food wasn't whatever they could scrounge up and serve at the single bar in town, and where they could spend time on any task other than work.
She isn't feeling very well. Nothing a meth and piss pie can't fix.
Asriel finally relaxed and drifted into a more peaceful sleep, enjoying the one thing that all monsters enjoyed, the oblivion of nothingness, where one could imagine themselves living in paradise. He slept alone in his single room, surrounded by blank walls and shivering slightly as the draft blew through the house, finally dreaming about a life with purpose, where he could go to college, where he could be successful, where the people around him could live happy lives. Or was it just a dream? Welcome, honored guests, to Chapter 1, Kissy Cutie Yowie. Oh. Is this like Asriel? It's just a normal Azzy Pants fic, but its framing device is Asriel dreaming in the piss ghetto in Kissy Cutie, but also like an AU of Kissy Cutie because Asriel does not exist in Kissy Cutie. Okay. This is wild. Time to drink tea, I guess. Yeah, Flowey is in Kissy Cutie. He fucking dies. So many people here. We had 350 earlier in the stream. Asriel woke up, feeling very anxious about his departure that would come later that day. While there were some parts of hometown he would not miss, he had to admit that leaving it all behind for college is going to be difficult. He was going to miss the antics of his classmates, the hot chocolate of QC's diner, and, yes, even Braddy and Caddy. But most of all, he was going to miss his sibling. He knew leaving was going to be hard on himself, but he also knew that it was probably going to be harder on Chris. Little Buddy, as one of Asriel's better friends called them, was a very dependent and lonely kid, and tended to cling to Asriel basically all of the time. Having to cope without that was going to be Asriel sat up in shock. Most monsters' noses were very sensitive, and Asriel was no exception. But he didn't trust his nose fully at the moment, so he opened his eyes as well, confirming his fears. He had no idea where the fuck he was. He was sitting next to a mattress so moldy that it made him want to vomit. This wasn't helped by the smell, reminiscent of one of the darker alleyways of hometown that housed the dumpsters and graffiti. There was no other decorations in the room, unless one counted the dark stains as decor. Wait, has Asriel been isekai'd? Oh no. Asriel looked out of the door, that was just a hole in the wall with no way to close oneself off from the outside world, to see more of the same. Cracked walls, stained carpet, and a single broken window. His confused analysis of his surroundings was interrupted by a voice that, at last, he recognized. It's Azzy Pants Kissy Cutie Isekai 77 pages. World is a fuck, born to die.
Asriel, sweetie, are you up? I baked a pie for you.
Asriel experimentally sniffed and discovered that, underneath the nauseating smells that permeated through the worst place he'd ever been in by a long shot, there was indeed the iconic smell of Toriel's culinary skills. Was this a prank, he wondered? Is this supposed to be a send-off party?
Asriel.
He groaned.
I'm awake, Mom.
He decided to play into whatever joke had been set up for him. This is so fucked up, because this is also in Undertale canon now, too. We've inherited Undertale. But why does Toriel think that Asriel is already an AU of Undertale? Okay, so Undertale. Kissy Cutie, AU of Undertale. This, AU of Kissy Cutie, where Asriel is alive somehow. And then on top of that, another AU layer where you isekai other Asriel into it from Deltarune. It's way too fucked up. I have covenants with Mesopotamian demons. The op's gonna get isekai'd into the piss ghetto. He tried to play into whatever joke had been set up for him, whatever it was had to involve Chris, and he didn't want to upset Chris. Pizza Pants really didn't want to accept that it was morning. He didn't want to accept that he was going to Icy's Pizza again today to shave off a little more of his soul into the demonic altar so that one day Icy would give him some reward that he doubted existed at this point. He didn't want to waste his life working a dead-end job that didn't even pay minimum wage instead of working on his true dream of acting. But neither of these things were the real reason why he didn't want to accept that today was happening. After all, he was just another brick. He went to the pizzeria every day, and he regretted his choices every day. The real reason why Pizza Pants didn't want to face reality was that Asriel was leaving. Asriel, Asriel, Asriel. Should you stick around for this? I mean, Kissy Cutie is not easily spoilable by this. Kissy Cutie is a succession of insane reveals that all stand on their own. The summary is that monsters leave the underground, then the humans put them in the piss ghetto because they don't like the monsters. And they basically just make an apartheid. Pants had been getting this odd feeling every time he thought of Asriel for the past few months. He didn't know how to describe it, and had been desperately hoping that it would go away, but it only intensified the closer it got to Asriel's departure. He had finally decided to invite Asriel over to QC's before he left, but had of course forgotten about it. So now it would be a spur-of-the-moment ask. Pizza Pants was dreading the conversation that would take place. Asriel would refuse to go. Asriel would be busy. Asriel would tell him he was an idiot. Asriel would say yes. Pizza Pants didn't know which outcome would be worse. He groaned and shifted over, taking in the scent of his room. Mold and piss, as usual. Is it still Kissy Cutie? He never cleaned his room anymore, not since he started selling his soul to the evil. It gave him a disgusting sense of satisfaction knowing that his surroundings matched his insides. Besides, nobody else would want to visit him, so it didn't matter anyway. Bro is down bad. Too true. Pants decided to get up. Time wasn't reversing, and it hadn't the dozens of times he'd pleaded to do before he lost himself in his own misery and self-loathing. It wouldn't start doing so now. He sat up and opened his eyes, and closed them, and opened them. The scenery didn't change, not even after performing this action. He didn't think it was possible for his room to get worse, but he should have known that he hadn't hit rock bottom yet. He should have known that there was always more rock beneath him that he could tunnel himself into. He should have known that, on the important day he had been looking forward to and dreading, that all of his belongings would disappear into nothingness. The only thing that was left was his mattress that hadn't changed a bit, and the walls he was surrounded by. That description wasn't entirely true either. Whoever had trained him had decided to steal his door, his window pane, and even parts of his wall in their thoroughness. Well, it could always be worse. Okay, so Pizza Pants also got isekai'd, but there's less of a difference. What do you mean I can't go to college? Asriel didn't usually scream, but this moment was unique in his lifetime. I'm sorry, honey. I just don't know where this idea came from. You know that it is against the law. What law? Sweetie, please calm down. The mayor's law is very clear about this. The only way for monsters to get an education is to go to a school run by monsters, and we haven't gotten to post-secondary education yet. What? Damn. This had been going on for the past hour. Toriel had originally asked if Asriel was feeling well, which had led to her refusing to acknowledge the living quarters as anything other than normal. Asriel had finished his portion of the pie quickly, but when he asked for seconds, she refused, stating that they would have nothing for lunch. When asked why they couldn't fix something else, Toriel got a sad look in her eyes and didn't say anything else. Is it a meth and piss pie? Asriel hasn't noticed that it's a meth and piss pie yet. He got the predictable response when asking about Asgore's help, but oddly enough, she didn't mention anything about Asgore's flower shop, despite that coming up a lot during any conversation involving Asriel's father. Asriel decided to drop the topic, deciding that he would ask Asgore about what was going on, since Toriel was being uncooperative. She looked around for any kind of distraction, and noticed something. Mom, where's Chris? Chris was unusually absent from breakfast. Even when the event was centered around Asriel, they never failed to show up to a meal and take half of it for themselves. That went double if the meal involved one of Toriel's pies. Where is who? Asriel glanced alarmedly back toward his mom. She looked very puzzled. Chris, they live with us. They've been for a while. You adopted them when they were very young. That name doesn't ring any bells. Toriel leaned over the table that was actually just a damp cardboard box to feel Asriel's forehead. Are you sure you are feeling alright? You have been acting oddly since you woke up. Asriel stood up. Chris, the human. The one who always liked your pies. Even the snail pie. They always wear a red monster headband. They like chocolate and knives and... Asriel, you had better not been spending time at the orphanage. The what? You know it is forbidden for monsters to go to the orphanage without permission. I don't want to hear you talk about going there again, okay? We could get into serious trouble because of it. The what? The orphanage. Asriel stammered. I think I'm going to go for a walk, he said sheepishly. Goatishly. Try to clear my head. That sounds fine, sweetie, said Toriel, moving over to her beloved Cheriel. Some things are universal constants. Try to relax, okay? Oh boy. Asriel nodded and left. I need a piss break before I continue. Toriel's meth and piss pie necessitates a piss break. BRB. Okay, we're back. I finished the bagel. The finale remix. Confirmed, by the way, that finale is Amy Reel's favorite Undertale track, which I relate to deeply because it's my second favorite Undertale track. I have a crippling weakness to breakbeat. Oh, it's Mordoris's favorite too. There you go. Got more fanfic. It's so short then. What's number one? The main theme. Nothing tops the main theme. It's kind of why I think the neutral route in Undertale is still my favorite, because it has both the scene at the New Home Walk with the main theme playing, and it has the Omega Flowey boss fight, which are like crazy highlights. I don't think anything quite tops that. Alrighty. I'm gonna put on some chapstick, actually. Small shock number one. Okay. Pizza Pants has decided that he wasn't being pranked. Enough people hated him to set something stupid up, sure, but what was going on was too much for a simple joke. He couldn't believe that a couple of his classmates could destroy the entirety of hometown, rebuild it out of very weak materials, and then make it look like the entire thing had century-old fire burns. Pizza Pants had was very good at judging the effects of fire. It was one of two things he had to care about. The townsfolk couldn't be part of it either. He had expected some of his classmates to ridicule him, and could see them convincing some of the elderly to join in the fun, but the entire town? Ridiculous. And he didn't even know where the nickname they were calling him originated. Pizza Pants made sense. If the incident in middle school didn't convince people, his job at Ice Pizza did. But they were saying,
"Oh, hey, Burger Pants, where are you headed?"
Harold yelled.
"Come spend time with the old man."
Come spend time with
this old man.
Harold wasn't the only one using the new name. Everyone he had passed had used it. At first he didn't realize what they were talking about. He didn't realize they were talking about Pizza Pants, and it took a Frogget running up to shake his hand before he noticed. This interaction was brief, mostly because Pizza Pants was afraid the Frogget Mafia had decided to cut ties with him and report his contributions to the growing opiate epidemic. It's still canon. But also because the Frogget and everyone else were acting so nice to him. The whole town had this weird vibe of camaraderie that was never present as far as Pants could remember. And that terrified him. He had decided to ignore everyone around him so he could focus on wherever the fuck he was, when he heard a voice behind him. "Oh, hey, Pizza Pants. Where are you heading?" Harold is Caddy and Caddy's father. That's not a canon name. That was Elektiontruckung. I just named him Harold for some reason. Small Shock does have power. I won't deny that. It's disproportionately effective for considering the scene it plays in. Pants didn't even register the voice at first. The thing he noticed was the name. He whipped around. What did you just call? He was cut off when he realized who was in front of him.
"Oh, hey, Azrael.
he whispered so inaudibly that it didn't surprise him when the newcomer started talking before he was done. Sorry. Asriel visibly jumped backward a step. He sighed. Would you prefer I call you something else? Pants took a closer look at his friend. Friend? Friend. Footnote 3. There are definitely no other feelings Pizza Pants felt when thinking about Asriel. Nope, no feelings whatsoever. What's with that look? Asriel wasn't looking too good. He had giant bags under his eyes, his fur was oddly matted, and he looked visibly nervous and jumpy, as if he expected some terrible tragedy to occur in the next 5 seconds. He reminded Pants of severe drug addicts or war veterans, which was odd considering Asriel was very sheltered and had never had any contact with any of those things. Nah. Pizza Pants managed to get up some courage and start trying to act more normal. He realized that he hadn't even smoked from his confusion, so he reached into his pocket to grab a pack and lighter. I just wasn't expecting that name. As he lit the cig, he debated on talking to Asriel about what had been going on, feeling that Asriel would at least take things seriously and not act weird like everyone else. They dubbed in the fucking, It's supposed to be Flowey, right? I thought this was the Gaster text. But it's actually Flowey. Why is Flowey talking to Pizza Pants? This is way too fucked up. Or maybe it is Gaster in this. I don't even know how that was confirmed. I think like the developer just had to say that it was Flowey.
Careful of the daughter.
Do you happen to know where any humans are? Pizza Pants would have choked on his cigarette if he hadn't already gone numb to whatever was going on around him. Why would Asriel be wondering about other humans?
You mean, besides Chris? I don't really...
Chris! Asriel's eyes lit up. You remember Chris? He put both of his hands on Pizza Pants' shoulders. Where are they? What are they doing? Why? Asriel broke off, probably realizing that he was turning Pizza Pants red from shock and strangulation. And those are the only two things. Sorry, he mumbled. It's Wandering Vagabond. Okay. Pizza Pants shook his head to try to reorient his thoughts. He was having a hard time thinking straight. He finally nudged his head over to a very broken bench that bore more resemblance to a tree stump than a constructed piece of wood. It's like one of those YouTube stump and resin furniture pieces.
Why don't we sit down and talk? I got a lot of questions to ask you as well. Like, why are you so worried about Chris?
Oh, he didn't say that out loud, though. They meandered over to the seat slowly, as if Asriel was disoriented as Pizza Pants had been feeling the whole day. The slow movement gave Pants a lot of time to dwell on the situation, especially with how close he was to Asriel. He felt he still has room in his brain to be down bad, even though his entire town has been turned into a ghetto overnight. He felt his soul accelerate, as if it had swapped from the BPM of Elegant Entrance to Pandora Palace, two of his favorite songs by Toby Fox. Okay, good. He sternly told himself that he and Asriel were just friends, that he was only happy to see someone he knew who wouldn't insult him, and that there was nothing else going on. He had already forgotten that his town has been bulldozed, but it refused to listen. Due to this internal war, Pants felt like it took an eternity to finally make it to their destination. He was happy to distract himself from himself. Wow. This guy is not doing well.
So, what's this about little buddy?
Asriel looked incredibly relieved. Well, I haven't seen them around at all, and Mom refuses to acknowledge their existence. And I couldn't find any signs of them at home either. It's like they never existed in the first place. Pizza Pants sighed. Of course this prank was too high budget for Pizza Pants. Nah, it's obvious that it was intended for someone else. Someone much more important than him. They bulldozed the town to prank Asriel.
What if we kissed in the piss ghetto, Asriel? Just kidding.
He lifted the cigarette out of his mouth and played with it like a butterfly knife.
So, why did you call me Pizza Pants?
Asriel looked confused by this sudden question. Well, it's the nickname you always use, right? It's what everyone calls you.
Right, yeah.
Pizza Pants said casually, building up an air of mystery that he knew he would never be able to achieve in a normal setting.
Then why has everyone been calling me Burger Pants since the morning? Yep. Did you wake up in a dilapidated house with none of your belongings too?
How did you...
I knew it.
Pizza Pants smirked with cynicism.
One last question.
Pizza Pants, what?
Asriel,
He said forcefully.
where the fuck are we?
That's good. Pizza Pants Columbo energy. He's just from New York. Why is chat talking about Homestuck now? Jack Noir getting 4,000 pages of build-up to get shafted into paradox space was a waste. I mean, you're right, but why are you talking about that? They should add Jack Noir to the fic. They approached Asgore's shack. Asriel was very nervous about whatever he was going to see, but Pizza Pants strolled confidently. He seemed to be in his very element. The filth.
You nearly adopted this trash, Asriel. I was born in the trash.
He seemed to be in his very element. They had decided they needed to get a full scope of what was going on, and apparently someone had chosen Asgore as the head of the ruins that the monsters lived in. Asriel didn't know why Asgore of all people was chosen as leader. He felt that literally anyone else would be more competent in the position, and that Mayor Holiday would have been their first choice. When they reached the door, Asriel decided to hang back. Pizza Pants, could you do this?
Sure, Azzy, but only if you call me Detective Pants.
He said before blushing and turning away.
I saw you do it. One more thing, sir.
Detective, Asriel started to question before processing the first part of that sentence. Oh, was that Azzy? New Azzy? Wait. Before he could get in another word, Detective Pants knocked against Asgore's door. He didn't knock hard, but the state of the door caused it to dent and strain against the shoddy frame.
Oh, is someone there?
A voice echoed to the pair.
Just a moment, I have almost finished watering these flowers. I'm not pissing.
What did you just call me? Asriel whispered to Detective Pants. He was saved a reply by the booming voice again.
Here we are.
There was a thunderous sound of approaching footsteps. It reminded Asriel of the first time he realized why Asgore was a powerful police chief, at least before he was fired. Asgore was terrifying to the young Asriel the first time he went to the dentist. And he still had nightmares to this day. That's a weird, weird merging of the timelines.
Howdy.
Asgore opened the door.
How can I?
He looked at Detective Pants, then to Asriel, then back to Detective Pants.
Would you like a cup of tea?
I still don't know if Asriel's supposed to be in this setting yet. It seemed like he was, but that may have been the same Asriel having a dream. Like the butterfly dreaming he was a man, if you know what I mean. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Dreamer.
Detective Pants replied smoothly.
I'm sorry to bother you, but your son and I needed to ask a couple questions.
Asgore nodded as well.
I've been expecting this.
Both Detective Pants and Asriel did a double take on this, but Pants reacted quicker.
Expecting, what exactly?
Well, someone was going to have to ask about the monster disappearances at some point.
The what?
Mr. Dreamer, why don't we come in? I'm feeling like this is gonna take a while.
Sorry, which rule was that again? Detective Pants wished he had a trench coat right now. That and a hat. It would really fit with the detective vibe he needed to pull off right now.
413. All monsters must remain home from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And the reasoning?
I believe the direct quote was,
Monsters are vulnerable to sudden attacks on humans, and intentions are not easy to determine during the night. Therefore,
there were a lot of rules like these, very obscure limitations in what monsters were allowed to do, say, or even where to go. All in the name of monster safety, of course, but when you looked at all the rules together, they made a different pattern.
Asgore, I think we got a good picture at this point.
he interrupted.
These rules, they seem like they're oppressing monsters rather than keeping them safe.
Oh yes,
Asgore's beaming face deflated.
I am fully aware of that.
But Dad, why?
There isn't any alternative.
Asgore looked down to his son. So Asgore is completely nonplussed by Asriel existing, so I guess that's just normal. Are there two Asriels? Mettaton and Monster Kid's parents are straight up dead. Yes, they're still dead. It's a gay crime thriller. This is what Sherlock would have been if it wasn't fucking around, you mean? Azzy Pants will save the timeline by kissing in front of Sona and curing her of racism. No, that's like, yes, as the Lost Bookworm says, like, Sona doesn't seem to give a shit about homosexuality. She's strictly racist.
There isn't any alternative.
Asgore looked down to his son.
The humans are very single-minded. If we didn't have the mayor's protection on this, we wouldn't even have the ruins.
Can't we do anything?
We could. Unfortunately, we don't have the strength. We are currently outnumbered by humans even in the city, and they are all better equipped than us. Any protest would immediately be shut down and the protesters eliminated, as, for an all-out war,
He shook his head.
not possible.
But
What about help from the humans?
Asgore turned back to Detective Pants.
We do have human help, Mr. Berger.
Detective Pants.
Richard.
The mayor is...
The mayor is doing all he can to help us, but progress is slow.
Alright, what about these monster disappearances then?
I'm not sure. We've been trying to investigate, but there's not much we can do. At least not until we hear back from the mayor. I'm certain he is hard at work helping us at the very moment.
Footnote 5. The mayor was in fact snorting a fat line in his office. Family Guy cutaway gag.
Very well. I got a couple ideas I want to follow up on. Thank you for your time, Mr. Dreamer.
Both Detective Pants and Asriel stood up. Asgore stood up as well and called out to the two.
Would you like to see my flowers?
Sure thing. The moment they got out of the shack, Richard leaned his head against the wall. His Dick Gumshoe. Are you all right, Richard? Richard groaned.
I told you to call me Detective Pants.
Asriel shook his head. But Richard fits you better.
Fine, and I am not doing all right.
How come? Asriel was expecting a lot from Richard. Maybe he was exhausted from the new situation they found themselves in. Maybe he was tired from all of Asgore's questions. Maybe he didn't like Asgore's flowers.
I don't want to have to keep up that stupid professional accent.
Oh. What accent? You don't have to.
Of course I Of course I have to. No one would listen to me otherwise.
Why are you so sure about that? Richard looked up.
What?
Asriel repeated himself. Why are you so sure that everyone hates you? I'm assuming it's the Columbo accent that you knew that I would be doing anyway. He was getting tired of Richard's pitiful act. Before Richard could come up with a response, Asriel continued on. Not everyone hates you. People have been more friendly today. But they've always cared, even back in hometown. Haven't you wondered how you were able to live off of Icy's work? Alfie's always bumped you up on the grading curve. QC always lowered her prices when you were around. The library gave you an extra week to return books because they knew you didn't have enough time in the day. Damn, he's gonna feel even worse because he knows he's a charity case now. The music stopped. Continue. Detective Dick Gumpants. That's me. Dick Johnson. Richard looked at Asriel, some expression lingering on his face, as if the sprite had lagged behind reality. Then he looked away.
We don't have time for this, come on.
What are you doing?
Following a hunch.
Well, that was cryptic. What hunch? Shh. Wait, what is DBH? Why is it being referenced in chat? Oh, Detroit become human. Okay. Richard darted off, running across the barren street to try and hug the deep shadows of the buildings. It wasn't hard. The way the buildings leaned out across the street was reminiscent of Richard himself, the two mimicking each other's actions. They always shied away from accepting themselves, refusing to stand tall and straight, while also refusing to crumble and die either. The buildings themselves were a perfect mirror of Richard's willpower and desire to break apart from the norm, to be different, special. The widening umris. Oh, Asriel should probably be following him too. Damn, his grandiose inner monologue got cut off for referencing umris.
Keep quiet.
Asriel nodded, shocked that Richard had realized where he was while seemingly being distracted. The two squeezed themselves into the back alley of the ruins, the shadows cutting deeper into them. They trotted along the darker yet darker paths, moving quickly and under the fading light. Then Richard stopped, waited, and lunged out from an alley to grab something.
Found ya,
he whispered. As he lurched back into the shadows, Asriel had a look at what he'd grabbed. They were cloaked in a dark hood, small and ominous. Something about them seemed familiar.
How you doing, little buddy?
What the fuck? Asriel did a double take as the figure dropped their hood. Chris took one look at the two standing before them and whispered one word.
Cringe.
So Chris is here. Oh god, why is Chris here? Detective Pants needs 8 seasons with 44-minute episodes. Detective Pants needs to star in his own Scandinavian crime drama where he has like a dead wife and an alcohol habit. This manga is weird. Risakai. So, why are you here?
Monsters.
And how did you know about this? Detective Pants, who would not call himself Richard, looked up.
I saw them lurking around. Only one kid in all of hometown could pull that look off.
Where have you been? Where have you? I'm struggling with the voice. Where have you been?
Orphanage.
Of course. Detective Pants looked up when he'd heard the slapping sound to see Asriel's hand on his forehead. That's why Toriel warned me about the orphanage.
Watch the quotes.
That's a shitty voice. How do I do that?
Mr. Freeman, watch the quotes.
Watch the quotes. What about the quotes? What do I have to watch? They look normal.
Whoa. Back up, Azzy. Your mom said what?
Asriel turned to meet Detective Pants in the eyes. When I asked Toriel about Chris, she warned me away, saying there was a law against going there.
I see.
Detective Pants thought for a moment.
That could make our meetings with little buddy difficult.
I can come to you.
Detective Pants sighed.
Yeah, but what if we need to come to you, Chris?
We could break in, Richard.
No.
The two looked down in shock. Chris? Asriel questioned. Detective Pants agreed to the sentiment. Chris was rather too forceful for either of their likings. Why not?
The mayor's daughter.
Chris started, then stopped.
Too hard to explain.
So Chris has already been through the orphanage arc. Okay, good. The mayor's daughter, they're going to think that they're talking about December or something at this rate. Yeah, Sona is Des. Asriel still looked unsure, but Detective Pants shrugged. He knew Chris would take their time on this one.
We need to focus on getting out of here. We understand this world's problems, sort of, but we don't have a lead on how to return things to normal.
I've got a lead.
Chris interjected.
Give me a day.
Does Chris know Frisk? That would be fucked up.
Cool. Well, with that settled.
Chris flinches as the three of them hear a voice. Oh no. Chris!
Bye.
Chris said shortly before running through the alleyways, clearly trying to get behind the voice calling out.
Who's that?
Detective Pants asked Asriel. I have no idea. Oh my god. Oh, it's more of this dialogue. Does Chris get random gastro whispers? I don't know. I don't know who gets them. This is back to Sona and Garfield.
I miss them. I want to go where they went. I don't want to stay here anymore.
Asriel had thought he would never be able to go back to sleep after the events that had transpired.
No, sis, don't say that. You can't leave me too. Please be strong.
He laid awake for a long time before managing to drift off, thinking,
Be strong for me, okay? Don't cry for them. They only died 'cause theirs was weak.
Richard had said goodbye hours earlier. He had asked to stay with Asriel, but the goat had refused, stating that Toriel would never allow it. He had his own reasons to refuse Richard, though. Is this the different Asriel? New Asriel? I don't know.
But you're a strong girl, right? I'm not letting you die, I promise.
Most of what had kept him awake wasn't the odd situation he found himself in, nor was it the anxiety of college that had taken the back burner at this point.
Just stay here and be quiet for a little while, okay? I'll be right back. I have to hunt some rats to eat.
He was thinking about Richard. 3 Asriels for 3 save files. Dude, that's the kind of shit you'd be watching the Scream of Consciousness Pidge author commentary for 7 hours, and they'd just drop that line, and then never mention it again. And then you'd have to jump off a cliff while on fire like Denethor from Lord of the Rings. That would be the only reaction. Chris has to tank Sona's monologues in the racism hallway. You know it. Still need to watch that? I don't even think that I finished the last one. It was like 5 hours long. I watched most of it, though. He was thinking about Richard. You see, the name has a double meaning. It's like Toby Fox wrote this.
Where are you going, Garfield?
Why had he used the word Azzy? Where had that come from? He didn't know why he had told Richard that people cared about him. It shouldn't have mattered that much to Asriel, not really.
I'll be back soon.
But ever since Richard had helped him sit down and think through things, Asriel felt...
I love you, Garfield.
He wasn't sure, but he knew that he wanted to help Richard, and not just with getting out of whatever they had ended up.
I love you too, sis.
These thoughts lay with Asriel until, eventually, he drifted off to sleep. Asriel is slowly becoming gayer over time, I think. He's not immediately down bad gay, like Pizza Pants, but he's getting there. Chris should fist fight Sona in the hallway. It's like a Homestuck gag. My racist mom keeps trying to draw me into political conversation, then I have to beat her ass with a tire iron until I can escape to my room. Yeah, now that I understand what's happening, the back and forth is more comprehensible. That initial scene was just like I didn't have any idea what was happening. So what's the plan now? Detective Pants thought for a moment. He didn't want it to sound forced.
We all know the political situation. We need the social. We still need the social. That means we have to go somewhere that not a lot of monsters like to gather. There's only one place I can think of that fits the bill.
Asriel nodded. QC's. Pants shook his head.
I looked around QC's. I looked around last night. QC's doesn't exist, and QC herself is just living in another shack. The only place here is some kind of bar called Grillby's.
He had hoped that QC's was still around. A bar wasn't what Detective Pants had in mind when he thought of a romantic, platonic get-together before Asriel left, but it was his only option at this point. Oh, well, if it's the only place in town, then all the monsters have to go there to relax and eat. I think it would be perfect. Detective Pants fought down his instinctive response to Asriel's praise. Why was he feeling this now? He responded a little too quickly to be normal.
Right, well, it should just be over,
As the two turned the corner, they both froze in shock. They had been so used to the poor state of the ruins that they didn't expect to see a pristine building with full electrical power and neon lights. From the large and clean windows, they could read out a pink sign that displayed Grillby's. Was Grillby's weirdly well maintained and kissy cutie? I think the interior was anyway. Asriel needed the reassurance of Chris being there for the gay to settle in. Right. It was very clean, yeah. With the end of the S flourishing out to underline the text and house a pink wine glass. Detective Pants smiled. It was perfect. Asriel sighed as he sat down in the booth. When he had first seen Grillby's, he had figured it would be a walk in the park. He was wrong. Is this going to follow the kissy cutie format where all of the scenes are just, for no apparent reason, dates? Like you can only progress the plot by going on a date with Asriel. Huh. Hierarchy of needs is 1, sibling. 2, Dick. I mean Richard. He looked out the window. The street outside was as barren and desolate as ever. Compared to the warm atmosphere of the bar, he could see why everyone stayed inside. He heard something impact the seat opposite him, followed by a sigh and the sound of a hard object impacting the table. He didn't need to look over to know who it was. You too, huh? He heard a grunt and a second sigh before anything else was actually said.
What is wrong with everyone?
Asriel understood the sentiment completely. Most of the monsters he had talked to had been happy to talk to him, until he brought up humans. Most of them shared immense dislike of humans, and only a few liked specific humans, like the mayor. None of them had shown even a hint of knowing what Hometown was, or any knowledge of the events that should have happened. They had gotten nowhere.
Hey, want some grub?
Asriel turned from the window as Richard looked up from the table. There was a third monster at their table. He wore an open blue sweater with a gray hood, gray turtleneck, and black pants, and a single gray line going down the bottom. What wasn't covered by clothing was clearly skeletal, including his constantly grinning face. Sans, why are you cosplaying as Gaster?
Hey, I'm Sans.
Asriel smiled at the newcomer. Sure, I'll take a... He thought for a moment. A burger. Richard?
Whatever you're having,
Richard mumbled. Sans smirked, although it was difficult to discern from his normal smile.
Sure thing, buddy. Hey, Grilbs, give us number 3, number 5s. Or 3 number 5s.
Grillby nodded.
So,
Sans started.
Why do you two look so down?
Asriel was about to answer when the sound of a bell rang through the bar. The chatter died instantly, so that you could now actually hear the sound of sizzling meat. All eyes turned to the entrance, where a tall human in a red suit was smiling. Oh no.
I do apologize for interrupting y'all, but there's been a recent development that y'all should be aware of,
he called out to the crowd.
There were reports late last night of humans being watched, and they overreacted a little bit. They are currently blaming the monster populace, etc., etc.
He shook his head and gave a sad smile.
Now, I know y'all would never hurt a fly, but the humans don't understand that. Therefore, I'm instituting a new rule for y'all.
His voice gained more volume.
From now on, no monsters are allowed outside of the ruins to collect packages and supplies. I will instead have some of my men bring the necessary supplies to you. If there is anything you urgently need, post it on the board.
He nodded to the large... Pay attention to the quotes. Sona is controlling the mayor. That's what it means. Pink quotes. The mayor is being controlled by Sona. I understand.
Post it to the board.
He nodded to the large corkboard in the front of Grillby's.
Or tell Asgore or myself.
That is all. Thank you for your time in this. And with that, he turned and left the establishment. Shit. Why is this a feature? Can I get rid of that? Okay. Richard turns to Sans.
I assume that was the mayor?
He asked. Sans looked shocked.
Well, yeah. Don't tell me you've never seen it before.
Asriel sighed.
We've been getting this a lot. Has anything weird happened recently?
Sans looked nervous.
What do you mean weird?
That wasn't anything like the response he had gotten before. It looked like Richard thought the same, as his face went from apathetic to strangely stiff. Richard spoke up first.
Well, why don't you tell us?
He said carefully. Sans's eye sockets began darting around as if he was looking for escape. He took a step back, only to bump into someone. He turned around and then relaxed, finding an escape from the conversation.
Hey, sup, kid?
The hooded figure he had bumped into tossed something at him. Asriel didn't see what exactly... Get out of here. Shoo. Shoo. Asriel didn't see what exactly it was, but it looked pink. Whatever it was shocked Sans.
What?
Sans looked around again before apparently resigning himself to his fate. It was a hooded figure. Organization 13 member. He sat down next to Richard, holding what Asriel now saw to be a pink slipper. So that was Frisk? As Chris sat next to Asriel. No, Chris has replaced Frisk, or something. Sans sighed.
Alright, I admit I did see something. I saw someone wandering around.
He looked out the window.
I saw this human going for a walk. It was kind of way too late to be going on a walk for any good reason, so I followed her. Followed her around a bit. I lost track of her pretty quickly.
He looked back at the three of them.
It was almost like she knew I was there.
He sighed.
That's all I can tell you.
What's happening? You kind of need to know the Kissy Cutie lore. This is following events of the Kissy Cutie fan game, but different. I guess Frisk is not in the story. I forgot about Kissy Cutie Sans. Kissy Cutie Sans is very special. Asriel was expecting Sans to reveal that he knew why everything changed, not some human's exercise routine. He was about to stand up when Chris spoke up.
I knew it.
What?
What?
Both he and Richard said.
The mayor's daughter.
Chris simply said.
Sans was following her.
Okay,
Richard started slowly.
now we got some kind of lead. Chris, you know anything else about her?
Chris shook their head.
Working on that.
At this moment, Grilby came over to their table with 3 burgers and a box of chocolate milk.
Thanks, Grilbs.
Chris stood up.
I'll talk with Sans.
They grabbed Sans by the ulma and dragged him off, leaving Asriel and Richard alone. Isn't it ulna? I don't actually know. Google doesn't either. Detective Pants did not know why... Fuck off, Chinchilla. Detective Pants did not know why Chris had been in such a rush to leave, but he was glad, and gave him time with Asriel alone. He gathered up the courage.
So.
Hey. They both broke off. You go first. Detective Pants took in a breath.
You mentioned yesterday that people don't hate me. I just wanted to know if that extended into you having romantic feelings for me. I mean, I wanted to know what else they've been doing behind my back.
Asriel looked horrified. Behind your back? But we were helping you.
I don't need anyone's help. I don't need anyone's pity.
He surprised even himself with how that came out.
Sorry, I don't like getting handouts.
I understand that.
No human food.
Okay. Fuck off, Gaster.
Do you?
Shit, that sounded even worse. I do. Asriel looked sincere. When you're the most loved in the town, when everyone looks up to you with hope, They want to make your life easier. He looked down at his hands. It makes you feel like the only reason why you're so successful is because they helped you. Like if you didn't have them around to help, you wouldn't... He faltered. You wouldn't be able to do it. You know what that's like, Richard. He looked up, hints of tears in his eyes. Damn. Gaster's gonna starve now.
No, I'm gonna starve.
Detective Pants nodded.
I do.
Now that he thought about it, Richard didn't sound so bad coming out of Asriel's mouth. Hey, Asriel, you sound good with dick in your mouth. I mean, with Richard coming out of your mouth.
I do, Azzy.
Okay, now it's my turn, Asriel said, the tears in his eyes making them sparkle underneath the lights. The sight was beautiful in Richard's eyes. What's with this Azzy all of a sudden? That brought Richard back to reality. He felt his face get hot.
It just came out. I didn't mean to call you that.
Asriel smiled. Right then. It doesn't sound that bad, actually. You can keep calling me Azzy. He's into it. Gaster needs to learn human etiquette, really. His smile lit up his entire face, making a perfect match to the eyes that Richard had been staring at for the last few minutes. He glowed under the rosy lights of the bar, somehow managing to make his matted fur look presentable. Richard closed his eyes. Close his eyes, still seeing the image of Asriel in his mind. He didn't want this moment to end. He leaned forward. Bonk! Is he trying to recreate the Yeek diner scene? Way too fast, Pizza Pants. Keep it in your pants, Pants. Richard whipped his head to the window, jumping as the sound blew away the fantasy he had been wrapped around. A distorted face was pressed against the window, staring at the two for a second before opening her mouth. Is that Undine? I think it's Undine.
Hey, lovebirds, get out here right now!
Undine has the really powerful gaydar.
Do you think that love can bloom in the piss ghetto?
Hater of gays, Undine. Behind the officer was another monster, dressed in a lab coat that covered everything except her yellow face. She looked on the verge of tears. Why is Undine an officer? Oh no, because this is Asriel's point of view, so Asriel and Pizza Pants would perceive Undine as a police officer, even though it's not the case. I understand.
If you don't move in the next 2 seconds, it's 50 push-ups for the both of you!
Undine is still assigning push-ups, though. What route is this? This is a new one. They made a new route. Asriel and Richard jumped up immediately to that. There was no force on the planet that was more terrifying than Undine's training regiments. The two rushed to find the door to Grillby's. So this is weird. Undertale Undine said a thing that made Asriel think about a thing that Deltarune Undine would say or do. Which is confusing. Ignoring the amount of people they were shoving out of their way in the rush.
Yeah!
Azzy Pantagrave. Dick Grave. Featuring Richard. The forest outside of the ruins was a strange place. Technically, Law 413 forbade all monsters from going into the forest without human supervision, but Richard had told Asriel that he didn't give a shit what the humans said at this point. Asriel had to agree with him.
It's just like Kingdom Hearts!
They trudged along the faint game trail, constantly getting clothes stuck on branches and thorns. Undine had told them that Mediton had gone missing, and that she would
suplex anyone who doesn't help find Alphys!
help Alphys find him.
Right now!
Asriel and Richard started helping Alphys find them, helping Alphys find him right then. 143. It's all just anagrams of fucking 431 or no 413. That's it. Richard and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to azzy pant. According to a couple eyewitness accounts, Mediton had claimed that nobody wanted to see him perform in this mediocre town, and he would go find somewhere else that had a decent stage. This had confused Asriel, and when he had asked Richard, he confirmed the goat's suspicions. From what the two remembered, Mediton was some ghost who made a couple of claims about wanting to be a star, but never got around to doing anything. The way Alfie's talked made it sound like Mediton had a physical body and was already a star, albeit one without a large fan base. So far, their research had been fruitless. By the way, shout out to last night when I was recreationally browsing the Undertale AU wiki in a Discord VC for fun, which is a thing that I do sometimes apparently. We found this AU called Metageddon, I think, which was a super early AU. Gala was there. Very early AU, like October 2015 early, which was post-pacifist Undertale. Mediton gets to the surface, but none of the humans like him, and so he just goes broke and has to get a job working for Papyrus at a spaghetti restaurant. And it's not really even a Pappyton thing. It's not a shipping thing. It's just an Ask blog about Mediton working as a waiter at a spaghetti restaurant. It was peak. The art was really good. It went on forever. Eventually, it devolved into like Sans getting infected with Temi lycanthropy and turning into a horrifying monster. It was weird. Early AUs had a certain spice to them. Yeah, there was a Sans Temi werewolf design, and it was a major plot point. Send a link? Well, I'll see if I can find it real quick. Wait, it starts with the end of the blog. I don't know how I'm gonna find the page with the Sans Temi design. Oh my god, this is from 2020? The pages I were reading were from like 2015. How long did this go on for? Okay, I'll just link the first page. You have to read for a while to get to the Where Temi arc. "2020, what the fuck indeed." Ask blogs, man. You never know. You never know what you're gonna get. The art's really good, though. Okay, anyway. So far, their search had been fruitless. They hadn't even found a possible trail that Mediton had gone through, only what looked like wildlife trails. "Hey, Azzy, look at this." Asriel peered over to what Richard was pointing at. He looked at the flower, and then knelt down to the pink object at the base of it. It was a metal screw, not any other kind of pink object. Well, someone's been through here, Asriel said. "Animals don't make pink metal screws." "Yep, Azzy, I think we might be close." They trudged through the undergrowth slower, stopping now and then to pick up a screw or bolt or some other part of whatever they were following. As they continued, they started hearing the sound of running water. Asriel stepped into the clearing, then stopped. "What is it, Azzy?" Richard stopped too. A toppled trash can was leaking garbage into the stream, but it wasn't the only thing polluting the waters. A large robot was lying in the water, arms and legs contorted at unnatural angles. The robot's head was bent enough to snap the neck, and exposure to the elements seems to have caused the creature to severely rust. Asriel reached into his pocket to pull out his phone, arms shaking wildly. His hand felt numb as he pushed the buttons. Hey, Dad, His voice caught in his throat. I think we found one of the missing monsters. Cut. Sudden cut.
Garfield, no, don't do it. It's not okay.
We have to, sis. Don't you want to eat?
I want to go home.
We don't have a home no more.
Random cutaway. Asriel felt odd. His head was far too small for his brain at the moment.
Azzy, you can...
Oh, that's supposed to be Kara. Maybe?
You cannot give up just yet, Asriel. Stay determined.
He's getting fucking cross-timeline interference. This is some let that sink in shit, maybe. I don't even know, actually, but it might be. It seems like the kind of shit that would be stealth lore and let that sink in. He tried to open his eyes, but they wouldn't focus properly. All he could see were vague blobs of white, gold, and brown. Azzy, says the unlabeled voice. Wait, but why are they saying Asriel's name and not... Oh no, maybe that's Burger Pants going through the dream. Because that memory would have been from Kara, and it wouldn't have occurred. Something shook him. His eyes finally focused to see Richard in front of his face, with Asgore looking behind him. All right, he managed to blurt out. I'm awake. Asriel sat up. What happened? Asgore looked down at him, but it was Richard who spoke first.
Well, I'm not so sure. Last thing I remember is seeing that creek, then it woke up here.
Asgore nodded.
I got your message, Asriel, but you cut out halfway through. It took us a couple of hours to find you two, and from what Richard tells me, the scene wasn't the same.
Apparently the body disappeared, Richard concluded. Alfie's is really upset, but Undyne didn't blame us for it.
He gave a soft smile.
In fact, she's yelling at everybody except us, saying something about properly guarding your backs, and knowing your enemy is some tactical nonsense.
Very deep lore. Asriel took another look at their surroundings. The entire room was a pristine white, with fully functioning lights and 0 cracked walls. Where are we?
Where are we? Where are we?
In a human hospital.
Asgore replied.
One of the few things the mayor gave us unlimited access to free of charge.
He beamed at that. Is that a dig at the fucking US healthcare system? Even the monster apartheid got national healthcare. Asriel nodded. Of course Asgore would be happy about unlimited free healthcare. That had been one of the things he had demanded back in hometown, using his position as police chief to convince the populace. Of course, that was before he had been fired from his position, before the terrible events that had occurred that night. The hospital door burst open from the force of the most dangerous monster Asriel knew.
Asriel.
She rushed to his side, knocking both Asgore and Richard aside.
Asriel, are you all right? Are you hurt? How is your head?
Of course, Toriel was checking up on him. He was surprised it took this long for her to come in.
I'm fine, Mom. I'm okay. It's just a small headache. Small headache?
She questioned.
That could be signs of a concussion. The doctors need to know about this.
She started to stand up.
Tori.
Toriel froze.
Well, it's nothing serious. The doctors did a full analysis of his condition. The headache will fade within a day or so, and in fact he was scheduled to leave the moment he woke up.
He tried to go for a hopeful smile, but Toriel's glare hampered his ability to do so.
There wouldn't be any need to tell.
Of course, Asgore.
Toriel cut through his words like a sacrificial dagger through a smart toaster. It's all coming back.
There wouldn't be any need to tell the doctors, just like how there was no need to tell me about Asriel.
Her voice got steadily louder throughout the sentence.
Well...
Asriel knew where this was going.
You want to know how I found out about Asriel's condition?
Richard evidently also knew where this was going, too, as he grabbed Asriel's hand, pulled him off the bed, and started speed-walking to the door.
I suppose?
I heard about it from rumors. The entire bar was aflame with the news, Asgore. Everybody in town knew, except for me.
Richard, opening the door, dragged Asriel out, closed it carefully, and started to book it down the hall. Asriel followed suit, trying his hardest to get out of range of the explosion before it could occur. They barely made it, stopping once they couldn't hear the fireworks anymore.
Well,
Richard choked out while trying to catch his breath. Why don't we go home? Oh no. Pink text. Asriel nodded, too, tried to make a response. Too tired to make a response. The two moved on more calmly, heading to the elevators. Right before they could get within eyesight of them, however, Richard stopped and motioned to Asriel to move to the side of the hallway. His hand was pressed up against his mouth, motioning to Asriel to stay quiet. A second later, Asriel knew why. What exactly was the Sona voice? I think what happened was that they got neuralized by Sona. They got their brains wiped. Except they didn't. They still remember it.
It's getting late, Chris. Why did you drag me out here?
Something like that?
It's getting late, Chris. Why did you drag me out here?
It was kind of like the Elise voice.
I'm worried about the patients.
Asriel didn't usually hear that much emotion in Chris's voice. You couldn't tell, but there was. Imagine it. Normally they were monotone, even in times of distress or anger. It distracted him enough that he couldn't pinpoint where he'd heard the other voice before.
All right, then.
The first voice spoke again, sounding high and effeminate.
We can dissuade your fears.
Thanks.
Asriel's eyes widened as he realized that the footsteps were drawing nearer to the hallway they were in. It was now his turn to grab Richard's arm and drag him into the nearby storage closet. Out of sight of the humans. Just, dragging the boyfriend into the closet with you. The closet door had a window that was glazed, so that seeing through it would be difficult unless you were close to it. The fuck puts glazed windows on a closet? Whatever, it's fine. Asriel and Richard both tried to peer through it to see who Chris was with. The footsteps of the two interlopers grew closer, as did the voices.
Chris, can I ask you something?
Shoot.
What do you think about the legends?
The racism hallway? They passed the door. Chris was closer to it than the other person, so Asriel could see them glance quickly toward it and wink before returning to the conversation with the human next to them. Chris also has gaydar.
Which ones?
Asriel recognized the other human's voice as as that one who had interrupted the impromptu get-together the previous night. Now getting a closer look at this human, she reminded Asriel of some of the characters in Alphys' comics. She had bright pink hair that fell down to her chest in a braid, held in place by a yellow hair tie. She wore a white button-down shirt underneath a purple dress with yellow flowers hanging around her neck. With yellow flowers. The dress with yellow flowers. Hanging around her neck was a yellow heart locket.
The one about the angel's heaven. It is said that when the world ends and all hope is lost, 3 heroes will arrive from the world's edge to banish it.
Oh dear. Asriel recognized the story. It was one that Father Alvin always preached on Sundays. What, that's just the church? Everyone thought it was Gaster's prophecy, and actually Ralsei just goes to church. Devastating. Toriel was very religious, so Asriel had heard the story enough times to hear it in his sleep.
Oh, that one.
Well,
The woman's voice said as they passed the storage room.
Why haven't the heroes appeared? I've heard they have ridiculous powers, like the ability to steal souls. So why haven't they done so now?
Their voices began to fade away.
Either the legends are false, or they're just waiting for an opportunity to take them.
Well, Sona.
Their voices were lost in the bustle of the hospital. Azzy? Richard? Asriel looked to Richard, seeing an expression on the man's face that he knew mimicked his own. I don't like the sound of that. I know. Why is she telling Chris those sorts of superstitions? Asriel, atheist, confirmed. That kind of thing can seriously damage a child. I don't know, Azzy, but I don't think I like the answer. Oh my god.
Asriel and his mother lived alone on a house on the top of a hill.
Oh dear. Is that enough of that? I think that may be a stopping point. because like my voice is getting pretty sore at the moment. I don't think anyone's had a religious trauma as real yet. No one has done that. This is the first time anyone's done that.
I'm a choir boy. I'm a choir boy. I mean, you're a choir boy. An atheist choir boy.
This shit real good. I don't know if I want to finish it just because it's kind of rough on my throat. We're not quite halfway yet. I guess I've only been reading this for 2 hours, so it's not incredibly long. Yeah, I can finish it. Play piano? That could be an idea. Play piano to stall for time. What do I play? I went through half my repertoire on the live stream. I can't really play Finale that well. Penis music
by Jackal Queenston.
Megala Vagala. Hang on, let me... Does the webcam still work? I still have it set up, I think. Which is kind of depressing. I haven't moved the webcam since the stream. It's just taking up my desk space. Can I get it to turn on? Anything from the Outer Wilds OST? I used to know the Traveler's theme a bit, but I've kind of forgotten it. Oh, hang on. There's a bunch of shit on the piano bench. I gotta move that. Okay, the camera basically works still. Okay, hold that frame. Okay, does the webcam show up? Oh, there it is. It's full screen. We can do full screen piano cam. Why not? Doctor? That's just Penumbra Phantasm with a coat of paint, though. I can try the Traveler's theme, or the Rain World theme could work. Outer Wilds is like. But no. There it is. I used to know a more elaborate version of it that incorporated Solanum's part as well, but I forget how that works. Can I? I don't think I can do it. We could try the Oh, you can't hear? Oops. I forgot. You didn't really miss much, I have to say. I was mostly just fucking around. Okay, noise suppression's off now. You can now hear the piano. I'll try one more time with no noise suppression. So it's like... There. That's all you get. You like fucking around. How did the main world go again? It was like... actually don't know what happens after that. That's still fun though. Any Celeste? Not really. I just know that. That one. But only like the melody part. It's Philip Glass. It reminds you of Philip Glass. I can see that. More Rude Buster. I'm always happy to Rude Bust, you know? Bustin' makes me feel good. Rude Bust. That one's grown on me a lot since I started learning it. Know any commercial jingles? No? Why would I learn commercial jingles? The Buster is rude. I don't know versus Susie really. Ooh, Explore. I can kind of do that one. Let me try it. I don't play it super often, but I can try it. That's not really one I've practiced ever. The most Homestuckian song. It is very Homestuckian. It's telling that I've learned like Suburban Jungle and Showtime and Explore, but none of the later ones. I guess I kind of do. That's a classic. It doesn't sound as good without like a crazy guitar solo though. Nah, too ambitious. Air conditioning. I don't know that song at all. I don't even know what that is. Air of Grief is actually mostly really fucking simple. It's just this one repetitive riff with a chord progression going. For the forte sax. Etc. Ooh. Dance of Thorns? I don't know what that one is, actually. Okay, Homestuck chat. Riddle me this. Apparently, that is Penumbra Phantasm, correct? But it's also from Doctor, is the same thing. And I also thought that was Lord English's theme. But apparently Lord English has like a different theme? I don't even really know. Doctor's one note different, okay. It plays on Eternity Served Cold, the Lord English theme? Gwyn's theme? I never really learned it. It's the left hand that's the confusing. And then I don't actually know what the left hand's supposed to do though. It's the Lord English motif. It's just called English. He also has Eternity Served Cold. Little Cat Feet? Oh, I tried to play that once, then I abandoned the project for some reason. I got distracted. It's in B minor. I think that's the only reason I stopped playing it is because it was in B minor and I don't like that key. What is it? That's not how it goes, but it could be cool. Penumbra, penumbra, penumbra. Penumbra phantasm is an anagram of Azzy Pants. I don't know this meant Homestuck music, guys. I'm sorry, I don't know most Homestuck music. Lord English's theme was the same melody reversed? Is that it? Is that the difference? That's Phantasm again. It's almost a palindrome of itself. What's the thing? Anyone know that one Game Grumps animation? Fuck. There we go. I remember that I could play that. It's the 3D World Runner theme as in a rearranged for this weird Game Grumps animation. No Sonic music. The most ornate piece I know. I used to know more classical shit, but I've forgotten most of it. There's one that I remembered recently, part of anyway. I forget the rest, but yeah, that sounds impressive, right? Okay, you're suggesting nothing but Homestuck music. Sky and Skirmish. I can try it. I've tried to make it work, but it just doesn't really sound good on piano at all. It's a very amorphous kind of song to try to convert to piano. I don't know any amazing Digital Circus music, no. I watched the pilot, but I don't know any music. One more Bone Trezzle. Just one more. Okay. That's enough piano.
It's a devious and japeful tune.
That's the first Undertale song I ever learned, actually. It's Bone Trousel. It's gotten more abstract over time. Alright, kill the webcam. Sick of this webcam. Oh. There we go. Get out of here, webcam. And turn on the noise suppression. Good point. There we are. Chris Core not playing piano. Yeah, I'd recommend everyone go and learn Bone Trousel on piano. It's not that hard, actually. It's pretty fun. Dude, there's a song on the One Shot playlist that's called Ram. That's what's playing now. That's insane. Gotta get Night Merging on the next charity stream. Or guitar, whatever you feel, basically. See, now the problem is that my voice is rested, but I'm starving now. Maybe if I eat a jelly bean, I'll feel better. Got some jelly beans for Christmas. Go eat. I should probably try to eat. Okay, if you really want more Azzy Pants, then yeah, I'm gonna have to go get food, actually. Sorry. The piano break merges with the food break. Alright, BRB. Okay, I'm back with some food. Got the most British dinner possible. Bangers and mash. With turnips. Which means rutabaga, by the way. Turnips is rutabaga. Ah, shit. I forgot to microwave it. It's cold. Okay. I'll be back once I've microwaved the food. A terrible gaffe on my part. Okay, we're back and the food is warm. Who's the most quotable character in Undertale? I don't know. They're all pretty quotable. Sans is very quotable. Obviously, Papyrus also is very quotable.
So I can wear 8 pairs of hot pants,
etc.
I dialed every number sequentially until I got yours. Some kind of sugary non-egg substance.
Oh, true, Brigger Pants.
I can't go to hell, little buddy. I'm all out of vacation days. I'm 19 years old and I've already wasted my entire life. This is why you never interact with attractive people.
Honestly, though, it's probably Sans, just because he has a shit ton of dialogue. A lot of it's in, like, the boss fight and stuff. All the one-liners about,
That's the number of fingers on a mutant hand.
when 100% of Gaster's dialogue is quotable. Okay. There was like a... That's a recent John Boyce video, except I think it's a Patreon only one. I subscribed to the John Boyce, or the Secret Base Patreon to get early access to the pretty good videos. But there was one where he was simulating a basketball team, where anytime anyone missed a basket, they would be immediately removed from the team forever. And so the most valuable players ended up being players who had never even taken a shot in their entire careers because they never missed. So they sank 0 out of 0 baskets, but were still the most valuable players. That's Gaster. Sorry for leaking John Boyce content. It's just very funny and I like talking about it. Gaster hates the NBA. You would have been the MVP of girls basketball when you were 12. Hell yeah. I don't think there was ever a sport in high school that I understood less than basketball. I felt almost supernaturally bad at that. That's true. I forgot that one the one quote. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Yeah, someone should have mentioned that to John before he made the video. Was that Michael Jordan who said that? I played sports? Well, I was in gym class. They made us play sports sometimes. The only sports that I voluntarily played were tennis a little bit. Just as a David Foster Wallace reference, though. Yeah, they never even tried getting us to play football, to be fair. They never even tried. We did one day of rugby, and no one knew what the rules were supposed to be, so we just kind of smashed into each other for fun for an hour, and then we stopped. Basically football. Nah, man. Football's about punts and interceptions and post routes and prevent defense and kick returns and field goals and conversions and fucking words that you've never even heard come out of a human's mouth before. They mean something in the context of football. That's what football's about. Maybe at some point, if you're lucky, some men will hit each other. Don't even forget about the safeties. Occasionally, a train will be involved. Running backs, quarterbacks, fullbacks, halfbacks. So many backs. Roke backs. Football's about people in Alabama shooting each other with handguns in the bar because their team lost. The back shots. I almost finished the bangers, by the way. Or you're thinking of the snapback, not the ass slap. I didn't realize what the fuck So in 2020, there's a prominent mention of, I think it was Alabama State, doing something, being good at the game, playing college football. And this is 2020 football, so it's kind of a can of worms, but... then, after I read that, I watched a separate essay by a channel called Hayden, about the Alabama college football rivalry. And then I realized, oh, it's that team. Oh, I see. I understand. It was additional context. The sports lore is cumulative. Yeah, the football lore goes back pretty far. Original football was like just unrecognizable, I think. You did cheerleading, then quit to do theater. Yeah, that is pretty annoying. Wow. Cheerleading seems like such a weird thing to get into. How do you get inducted into being a cheerleader? I guess I wasn't really at an American football kind of school, you know? I guess we had cheerleaders? I think they did have football at our school. I was just so far away from that scene that I never interacted with it. All your friends were doing it. Oh, yeah, that'll work. Okay, it's time to return to the fan fiction. I'm sure sports ball goes back further than the Mayans. I'm sure there's been sports ball for like 1 billion years. The popular girls in your school were in the choir. That's fucked up. I don't know what else to say. That shouldn't be the case, in my opinion. That sounds wrong. As someone who was in choir for all of high school. Okie dokie. High school is stupid and doesn't matter though, fortunately. I'm a choir boy! Like Asriel. Okay. Welcome to the orphanage. Oh, you don't have to be scared, children. This is your new home. Everything will be just fine as long as you follow our rules. Don't look at me that way, you brat. Would you rather spend your days in the streets? Hey, little girl, what is your name? Don't touch my sister. What in the world is wrong with this kid? You are lucky we found you. I will teach you to have some gratitude. Thank you, kissy cutie dialogue intermission. Glee was super popular. I mean, Glee was also popular when I was in high school. But we still had the collective understanding that all the kids who did the choir were dweebs and dinguses. Those aren't like mutually exclusive. It's like the Glee kids were cringe as fuck. I may or may not have been. No, I wasn't like a Glee kid. I wasn't doing choir at that point. The popular girls were in sports. Oh, that's also true. But I was just like, that's understandable. But the choir part. Why are they in choir? The fuck is Glee? I don't know. It's some American thing. There's no such thing as a Glee club in Canada. I've never heard of it. Asriel sat up, his soul still pounding. Asriel wasn't someone who had frequent dreams. Sure, he'd have nightmares every once in a while, especially when he was younger, but those rare occasions always had something to do with whatever he'd been thinking about that day. This was the 4th time in a row he had dreamt about something. Even when he fell unconscious and rushed to the hospital, there had been a dream. And the dreams didn't make any sense either. The only human he had met was Chris, and neither of the characters in his dreams sounded like them. He also knew that Chris didn't have any biological siblings, so it made no sense why he was also imagining a sister. He remembered having these recurring dreams ever since he woke up in this strange world. When taking into account external factors, there was no way it was a coincidence. Yeah. The dream was already fading away as he tried to analyze it further. There was something about a school? No, an orphanage. He groaned. Considering the plans he and Richard had in the morning, he'd hoped that the dream wasn't some kind of omen.
Foul trespassers all.
How close are we? Richard checks his map again, trying to match its contents to his surroundings.
Close.
He looked around at the pedestrian crossing.
I think it's left from here.
Asriel nodded, pressing the crosswalk button so they could pass without getting murdered by the reckless drivers heading to their workplaces. In retrospect, Richard mused, it probably wasn't a smart idea to head out during rush hour. Despite his goal of becoming a big-shot actor, trademark circa 1997 Mike Ditka, he didn't understand the appeal of bustling city streets. It made him homesick for hometown, which reminded him of why they were making this trip in the first place. The light finally changed, allowing the 2 monsters to cross the road. They hurried across it, trying to be careful not to reveal their faces. The two had to travel incognito due to the current monster laws. Richard loved the idea, spending most of the night searching for a vintage bowler hat and a matching coat. He scrounged up a suit and tie to place underneath, and finished the whole outfit with gloves, black shoes, and other assorted knickknacks. Asriel, on the other hand, hadn't had much luck finding the necessary gear, showing up in a weird green dress with a hat large enough to cast his whole face in shadow. Damn, he's wearing the, well, I guess the Luigi dress wasn't green, it was just a pink dress, but Asriel is slaying. The outfit was accented by black gloves and thigh highs, as well as a ridiculously conspicuous pink scarf. Oh, he's Ralsei, that's the joke. The joke is that he's Ralsei. You remember the gay guy with tall hair pissed me off just from glancing at it when my mom watched it. Talking about Glee? I never watched this show, for the record. I don't know who that guy is. I don't know if Pizza Pants would like Glee. I just know that you shouldn't stop believing. Yes. Fortunately, it didn't matter if they looked weird, as long as they could pass as humans.
Let's see,
He muttered, teeth biting down on a cigarette to keep it in his lips.
it should be right about here.
The two stopped in front of an impressively large building, the triple A-frame roof at the front of the complex jutting out aggressively above the large windows of the second story. What Richard assumed to be the foyer of the complex was painted an inviting warm tan, but the rest of it, including the roof, was simple white. Is this what the orphanage looks like? I forget. It looked like they ran out of funds for the renovations they had planned, he noted, because the rest of the building showed a lack of windows that contrasted the front. In front of the building was... I got hiccups! Was an impressive assortment of flowers and trees, and Richard thought he could see part of the vegetable garden when he peered around the side of the building.
All right, Azzy, your turn.
Asriel had spent his portion of planning learning the layout of the orphanage, leaving the arrival and extraction to Richard. Dude, this is just like 20,020, dude. They had to break into a library to get access to their records, but he hoped the librarians didn't mind. His hand instinctively reached into his coat pocket when he thought about the other place they had visited early in the morning. Are they packing? His thumb ran across their emergency strategy, though he hoped it wouldn't come to that. Fireworks, confetti, and gunpowder were difficult to come by even when you didn't have to pay for them. Because you got the shinobi firecrackers, maybe? New hiccup technique is to tell yourself you don't have hiccups. Okay, I don't. Right. Right. The children's bedrooms should be in the west wing. Asriel nodded to the side of the building. They're on the second floor, but the individual rooms have windows. Richard shrugged and reached back into his coat. Well, that's why we got this. He pulled out an industrial ladder. Wait, what? In his pocket. Okay. Pockets were one of the things that he loved about trench coats. You could store anything in them. You set it up next to one of the windows. Okay. They're doing terrorism? Nuh-uh. They're just breaking into an orphanage. For good reasons, though. Pockets are good. I recommend having them. 20,020 is in the John Boyce original multimedia internet webpage experience.
No, the other one.
You can see the vision, right? It's two gay dudes running around doing clandestine shit, sneaking into property, going incognito. It's the same story. Right. Despite the fact that sunrise was barely an hour ago, they were cautious of their movements. Now they were doing something far more conspicuous than walking in odd outfits, and they didn't want the cops on their trail, not to mention some of the kids inside might spot them. You had me at gay and clandestine. Yes. 20,020 is like, has all the gay. It follows Nick and Manny, a couple that has been married for like 18,000 years just because of how fucking gay they are, and they play football together. There's some romance too. It's not like focused on the romance angle, but it's definitely there. Football is a strong word for what they play. I'd argue that football is a weak word for what they play. I want to see a depiction of Nick and Manny with like accurately developed calves, because those guys' legs must look like the fucking Hulk. They must look like monsters. They're like the most powerful distance runners in the history of the world. They're probably both looking like Ulid Kipchoge. That mental image will destroy the series for you. You can't handle glutes. You can't handle 20,020. Where was I? Yeah, the kids might spot him. Asriel was halfway up the ladder. Because of this, they had planned their actions to involve the smallest window of observable suspicion. Richard would lay the ladder down for Asriel to climb in, who would pick either Chris's room or, if he couldn't find it, an empty bedroom. He would then sneak downstairs to open a window on the ground floor for Richard, before rushing back into hiding. The odds of detection were high, but they had planned multiple escape routes and distractions because of this. And if someone outside spotted them, they wouldn't hear about it until the cops came knocking. Wow. What's wrong with some well-pressed hams? There's nothing wrong with that. There's probably illustrations of Nick and Manny. People make millions of gajinkas for all the satellites. There's definitely Nick and Manny ship art somewhere. I kind of don't want to look at it, though. I want to have the ambiguous mental image. Are they trying to kidnap Chris or readopt them? I mean, they're both kind of different words for the same thing. Well, in Kissy Cutie, yeah, Sona doesn't really let the orphans get too far out of sight. They gotta separate Chris from Sona's watchful eyes. Have you seen the Rain World Iterator themed Gajinkas? No. Please send these to me. All the Gajinkas are goofy looking. They're like, they stuck the satellite on some dude with a sweater. They're kind of disappointing, honestly. Reading about Nick and Manny not knowing how they looked reminds you of hearing your dad's sports broadcast when you were 9 and not knowing how the games worked. I don't have that memory, but I can see that. I can picture that. You have to do a lot of mind's eye visualization. Yeah, DM me. The Gajinkas. Hook me up.
Gajinka plug's coming to town. Can't miss it.
Asriel was at the top of the ladder, moving himself so he was supported by the thin drainage pipe instead of the metal platform. The moment he was balanced properly, Richard retracted the ladder and leapt into the first bush he could find. It was up to Azzy now. As he watched his friend shuffle along the side of the house, he noticed a flaw in their plan. Asriel was above him, and wearing a dress. This is not a flaw, Burger Pants. Either you don't look up, or you look up. The only flaw is in your cognition. Are you saying he's not wearing underpants though? He's just letting it all hang loose up there? Maybe he's too scared to find out. Richard found himself looking at the goat for far longer than he thought he would. Damn, he looked up. Richard. Dick's gotta get his mind off of the dick! Glancing away when he remembered he was supposed to be keeping an eye on the road. It was a shame he couldn't look in 2 directions at once. This fucking guy is hopeless. If anyone could look in 2 directions at once, it'd be Burger Pants. He could just tilt his eyes in different parts of his head. Asriel steadied himself against the pipe, peering into the windows of the 2nd story. The first one was a bust. There was a young kid with a bandaged arm sitting on their bed. Asriel ducked down before the child noticed him. Hang on, I want to check for the Gajinka shipment. Oh my god, there's lots of them. These basically just look like iterator sonas, more so than Gajinkas, I'd say. I guess that's the mincing words at that point, but can I just look at the image, please? There you go. It kind of, they're mostly just iterators, I gotta say. They're mostly just iterators, but I see the intent here. Adorable. 9 always has to look sad and pathetic and sopping wet.
Rain Whirl.
Don't know shit about Rain World? Then have fun buying the game and playing for 20 hours and not seeing anything that looks like that. Asriel steadied himself against the pipe, etc. The next window wasn't much better. There wasn't anyone inside the room, sure, but the door was ajar, and Asriel saw shadows moving across the hallway beyond. He noticed a couple of pages on the desk that had dots and lines across it. Recognizing it as sheet music, he wanted to find out what it was they were going to play, but decided that curiosity wasn't worth the possibility of getting caught. It was Secret Garden, for the record. Chris mostly played whatever they could find on their phone anyway, so this wasn't likely their room. Sure, you could just watch my Rain World streams. potentially a more enjoyable experience than playing Rain World. Room number 3 had an occupant inside. A kid with a pink headband was sitting by the desk, clearly struggling with whatever they were working on. Asriel felt a twinge of guilt, but pressed on. He moved on to the 4th window and peered through it. The door was closed, the desk empty, but the bed showed signs of recent occupancy. Even from the outside, Asriel could feel the aura of death that he felt every time he looked across his own bedroom. He smiled. Bingo. True. The iterators and the satellites are a good comparison. That was the first thing I said when I read 17776. I was like, this is just Rain World again. They made Rain World. But it's also Homestuck. It's Rain World Homestuck. But they even have like a rough equivalency, right? Where like 10 is looks to the moon, and juice is no significant harassment, and then 5 pebbles, I guess, by default is 9. I don't know where 7 red suns fits in somewhere else, I guess. But like NSH and looks to the moon are like 1-to-1, just 10 and juice. Nine could be like baby 5 pebbles before he got angsty, you know? He reached into his pocket to pull out a set of lockpicks he'd acquired. His old set was in his room, which was who knows where at this point, so Asriel's into lockpicking. Why not? Hubble was a character. Didn't say much, though. It wasn't difficult to acquire a new set. Asriel's fingers worked quickly, being used to this kind of motion from all the times he snuck out of the house late to partake in an assortment of illicit affairs. Damn, he's got the rebellious streak. He's a bad boy. His mother would probably kill him if she knew the full extent of his misdeeds. Kill him, resurrect him, kill him again, resurrect him inside a soulless flower, kill him. Too true. We see where Flowey's inspiration comes from. How do you pronounce that? The Rain World dev is named Yor? Jor? They're like Swedish, right? I'm not sure. Yor. Okay, it is Yor. The lock clicked. He opened the window, squeezed inside, and shut it. He looked down to the suburbs that held his accomplice. Oh, the shrubs, rather. Shrub and jungle. He saw a flurry of hand signs and relaxed. Good, nobody had noticed them yet. Asriel went to the door of the room and listened through it.
Come on, children, time for breakfast.
He heard an assortment of mumbles and grunts before a couple sounds of doors opening, then footsteps heading down and away and down. He counted to 100 before opening the door. He looked around, taking in the surrounding cream walls. The only other thing in the hall was a brown rabbit poster above a green rug at the end of the hall, and what looked like a small multicolored lockers. Was there a rabbit poster? I forgot that. The coast was clear. He stepped out into the hallway, looking around to catch his bearings. He was up on the 2nd floor in the residential wing. To get to a window, he would need to go... He dashed back into Chris's room as he heard footsteps coming up the hall. I'm just grabbing my meds. I'll be back in a sec, called out an adolescent voice. The breakfast needs to be Tex-Mex. It's huevos rancheros every day. Only that. Everyone's so keen to misattribute Alfie's accomplishments to other characters that they credit Toriel with making Flowey. Brilliant. Richard hoped Asriel would hurry up. They needed a lot of time to do what they planned to do, and every second he waited was a second wasted. He looked up at the sky, gray and depressing. It mimicked how he felt inside. He didn't get nearly enough sleep, and from the look of his friend's face when they met up, neither did Asriel. He sighed. There wasn't any point to postponing this now that Asriel was behind enemy lines. They would just have to finish the mission. Asriel waited for the kid to leave before stepping out again. He hoped there wouldn't be any more close calls like that as he snuck his way down the stairs. Did Asgore kill any children in this dimension? I'm pretty sure he did. Chilaquiles? I don't know what a chilaquile is. Haven't heard of such a thing. The landing led out to a snug corner filled with assorted objects. Most of the space was dominated by a teal sofa with pink tan and neon yellow pillars, but the walls held a lot of objects probably created by the orphanage's inhabitants. One wall had a simple tree painted on it, with a single bluebird hovering nearby, while the other showed a couple of educational maps and a bookshelf repurposed for artwork. Asriel noticed that the paintings on it were lovely, showing stylized depictions of humans. This included the drawing of a tall girl with glasses and a puffy white-brown dress, featuring lots of hearts and bows. It's a fucking Azzy Pants recursive fanfic. Okay, these are all just the shoutouts here. And you were there! And you were there! As well as a shorter girl with black hair that featured a single blue streak wearing a purple coat over a black shirt, with the image of a blue bird, monsters, including a small goblin covered in cotton with a face filled with malicious intent, and other objects, like a crude drawing of an apple which wasn't filled in properly in multiple places, and a big red eye with a scribbly black line in the middle, surrounded by squiggly orange and yellow crayon flames. What the fuck? Oh wait, you're right. Kissy Cutie Lore does somehow specify that Asgore didn't kill the children. I completely forgot about that because of how stupid it was. That's like the single dumbest plot point in Kissy Cutie, where it's like,
Yes, all the children got to me but then died of pneumonia before I could touch them.
it was something like that. They died on their own, and Asgore took the credit. It's like in Germa's Wrestling Empire streams. Where he killed everyone by natural causes. They died of natural causes after he hit them in the head 20 times with a dumbbell. More importantly, in the corner was a window. Asriel glanced around before noticing the window was in full view of another room, one that could hear the conversation coming out of. He took a glance through it. The room contained a large table and 5 humans. 2 of the humans he recognized from his incursion of the window, and saw that the third child had wavy brown hair and a green shirt with the word "Hello" written on it. It was Bruno, Amir, and someone. Girl. I forget. I think that's Amir with the hello shirt. The 4th was the woman he and Richard had seen in the hospital, and the 5th was Chris. They looked up and spotted Asriel spying. Fortunately, the table was situated in such a way that they were the only one who was likely to see Asriel, but any of the humans could look over and spot him while he was letting Richard in. He needed a distraction. Detonate the cherry bomb. Asriel put his finger to his lips and then pointed to the window before ducking back out of view. He hoped that Chris would get the message. A loud thud confirmed his hope.
Chris, are you okay?
Asriel heard the sound of scraping chairs and heavy footsteps as he rushed to open the window.
I'm fine, Sona.
Did Chris just like fall backward in their chair? T-posing down? They died because Sona still had their souls, but they also said that's not Sona's fault and it's actually the kids' fault for leaving when they knew it would kill them. I don't even remember how this works. Asriel heard that. Okay, I read that. He hurried to work at the latches, looking out of the window to try to spot Richard. What are they gonna do when they get in together? Steal the footballs, I guess. After he finished unlocking the window and thrust it open, he saw a brown blur sprint from the bushes inside.
Chris, this is why you shouldn't lean back in your chair, the woman admonished. You could have gotten seriously hurt.
Okay, Sona.
Yeah, Chris literally just leaned back in the chair, fell over. Rich rushed upstairs as Asriel worked to close the window again. As per the plan, he would hide himself so that if Asriel was caught, they would know he was there too, or they wouldn't know.
Let's get you back up.
More sounds of chair scraping.
There we go. Now you don't do that again.
I get it.
Asriel finished with the final latch before rushing for the staircase himself. They hadn't known how to alert Chris to their presence, but what had happened worked out flawlessly. Now they had to wait for the human to contact them. Fuck you, Asriel whispered. What? Richard teased back. Didn't like my falcon punch. The two were so immersed in their game of super smashing fighters that they didn't notice the door open and close behind them. Asriel jumped around the arena, avoiding Richard's attacks. He was down a stock, but Yoshi had enough gimmicks to make it back. Stop moving around, he hissed. Asriel stuck out his tongue. They were really starting to piss Richard off. Just a visual depiction of the Starwalker, alright. Right when Asriel was about to finish him off, Chris decided to interject.
Hey.
Can you still play as Sans? You should be able to. Asriel didn't get the DLC though. Right when Asriel was about to finish him off, Chris decided to interject.
Hey.
The two monsters jumped, and Yoshi, who had been off stage, fell into the abyss. Richard quickly looked to Tendo Switch with a custom brown and white Joy-Cons back in his coat. Wait, so Richard has a Nintendo Switch with a custom color scheme themed after the ship between him and his best platonic friend, Asriel. Suspicious. Seems like a straight kind of thing to do, like a not gay kind of thing to do. What took you so long, little buddy? We got all the way through Smashdown Tournament waiting for you.
Distracting Sona. She won't be back till the evening.
Brisk told her that Amir had fallen down a well in the far side of town and was currently drowning. Poor Sona. Yeah, I think I've seen that comic. Chris playing Super Smashing Fighters.
Is that my fucking neighbor?
Asriel looked relieved at that. Good, that's one less thing to worry about.
Why are you here?
Rich felt a little awkward.
We were worried about you, buddy.
Chris looked back and forth between the two of them.
Why?
Why? Asriel questioned. That Sona lady's been saying a lot of things to you that are not okay to say to a child.
Oh, that.
Chris's voice was as monotone as ever.
Yeah, she does that a lot.
A lot? Richard winced. Asriel's voice was getting kind of loud. That's incredibly irresponsible.
Yeah, no.
You... Asriel's voice faltered. You know.
Yeah, she has something planned. I've been keeping tabs on her.
Oh. Asriel's voice had completely deflated. What was the point of coming here if Chris had it all sorted? They opened the door.
Yeah, come on.
So they weren't even there to, like, confer with Chris. They were just like, we have to rescue them from Sona's racist tirades before they turn racist.
What?
Richard stated.
Come where?
Downstairs. You're here, so you may as well help.
But our cover. He hissed. We can't be seen.
Sona's out, and then you left for the doctor's visit.
They smiled.
They don't have any chaperones.
The kids are alone? Asriel questioned, an odd look in his eye. We can't have that. Hurry up, Richard. Richard groaned but obliged. Asriel had inherited all of his mother's worrying when it came to kids, and especially when it came to Chris. This was going to be a long day. This is just a kissy cutie route happening again. Except Sans can't... They're not Sans and can't teleport inside and or break the window. Sona's a really chill orphanage lady, but she just, for some reason, every day she grills every orphan's racial ideology opinions. Just really wants to know their stance on race relations. Activate Omori music. Chris will evolve from hating humans to hating everyone. Okay. I always found it helped if I drew a chart, Asriel stated, grabbing a piece of scrap paper and drawing something on it.
Really?
The girl asked, staring at the diagram for a moment.
You know, that does help.
Asriel smiled. It felt good to tutor children again. The girl, Lotte, had been struggling with her math lessons for a while. Sona apparently was never good at explaining. And the nanny was never available.
And about this one...
Asriel leaned over to look. Across the room, she could hear Richard talking to one of the other kids. Bruno, was it? About something to do with weight.
Nah, dude, you gotta exercise that thing.
But
the kid stammered.
it hurts when I try.
That's because you're doing it wrong. You don't exercise it like you normally do. You gotta treat it like you did when you first started, like this.
Oh, the kid's voice sounded a lot happier than it had when he and Richard had come down.
That's a lot better.
I just want to know how Burger Pants learned about fucking physiotherapy.
I would describe my painting style as racism driven.
True. Yeah, Nanny is Clover's sister. Never forget. Never forget. Burger Pants watches YouTube videos about how to lift weights in order to impress the chicks, but never actually did it, I guess. Asriel finished explaining the last of the problems to Lotte and stood up. He never wanted to solve everything for a kid, and if she had any more questions, she could just ask him again. He looked around the room again. Next to a giant floor-to-ceiling chalkboard was a giant wall of white shelves that held various toys and tools for the kids. Next to that was a red stovetop underneath a large sign dictating the rules of the orphanage. The words "Don't forget," "Don't forget," were etched next to them, as if to remind the kids not to forget the rules. The rules themselves were slightly worrying. They started off simple, saying things like, "Be nice to others," and "Clean up after yourself," that quickly devolved into, "Don't trust the monsters, report all monsters," and gave him an odd sense of alienation seeing that. Like he was alone in the world. I forget if that was in the original fic or if like that was some shit that I made up on the spot. I literally don't remember. He looked over to Richard, where Richard was pumping weights with Bruno. No, he wasn't alone. He would never be alone as long as he had Richard with him. The two of them could get through anything. It was in Juice's animation? Oh, I see. And not Juice from 20,020, the other Juice. Asriel felt a tug on his sleeve. He looked down to see the third child looking at him. How the fuck did Amir talk?
Can you help me with something?
He knelt down to Amir. What is it? He asked.
It's over here,
the kid responded, moving into a spare room Asriel hadn't had a chance to go into yet. The room was mostly empty, the sun casting a sad light over the room's single occupant, a piano. It looked very antique, and Asriel was pretty sure that there wasn't the correct ratio between black and white keys, but it was a piano.
Do you know how to play? Nanny used to teach me, but then her hands started to hurt, so she stopped.
It's a Toby Fox reference.
I don't, but I know someone who does.
He raised his voice.
Hey, Chris, get in here!
Chris slipped their head through the doorway before stepping in.
What?
Can you play for Amir?
He asked.
No,
Come on, he'd really like it.
Asriel pleaded.
don't feel like it.
Asriel was about to argue back, but then thought of a better idea.
Alright, sorry Amir, we should get going.
He started to push the kid out.
But,
Come on. He all but dragged the kid out of the room and sat him down in one of the multicolored plastic chairs.
What was that for?
Shh, Asriel interrupted, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Just wait a second. Oh, I see what he's doing. The two of them covertly watched Chris as they reappeared out the side of the room and headed for the shelves and bins. They couldn't see what Chris was doing, not without alerting them to their presence, but they stood there for a full minute before shambling back into the room with the piano. A couple seconds later, they heard a melody begin playing. What do I play? I think it has to be, hang on. Oh wait, haunting and nostalgic. It reminded Asriel of his childhood, back in hometown, a million miles away. He didn't notice the tears at first, not until he realized Richard was by his side. Wait a minute, I'm getting mixed messages here. Is it... Or is it some, like, that's probably what it meant. Neither of these is what you were thinking of? What is this link? Where does it go? That's by your side. You mean his theme? That's from Undertale, though. Not even a Deltarune song. Bum, 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 bum. Did I put the noise suppression back? I did.
Azzy? Azzy, are you okay?
I'm fine, Richard. He choked out. Just homesick.
Azzy, you're talking in black text. That's not okay, Azzy.
They all listened, humans and monsters alike, to Chris's performance. All 6 enjoying each other's company, but mostly 2 of them. Wait, 6? My, that is a lovely, what is that lovely tune? Is Toriel here? Immediately the piano keys faltered and stopped. Chris walked out of the room, past their audience, and over to the stairwell to sit on the couch. They looked out the window. Asriel looked at the interloper, but Richard beat him to the punch.
Come on, man, you ruined the show.
Oh, this is Nanny. This is Nanny.
I apologize. I did not realize Chris was so self-conscious of their skills.
Her voice was withered and dry, but it didn't impact the smile she had on her face. The woman was very old, dressed in a light blue bathrobe over top of a white button-down shirt. She looked down at Asriel and Richard through the dark, red-rimmed glasses, her white hair falling down slightly over her face. It's all right. They're always like this.
Really? Well, young man.
She was interrupted by Lotte.
Nanny, look, I got through the work packet.
She didn't get a chance to respond before she was assaulted from a second angle.
And look, I can work out again.
Bruno pumped his arm as an example.
And I can play piano now.
You can? That's all it took. Amira rushed into the side room and started plunking on the keys. It didn't sound very good, but it had the spirit. Nanny looked back to Asriel and Richard.
Was this your doing?
Asriel blushed.
Yes, ma'am. Chris told us they were all alone, so we came in to help. We definitely didn't climb through a window with a ladder.
All alone? Oh, Sona must have forgotten about my appointment.
You mean your doctor's appointment? How'd it go?
I'm dying.
No.
Well, to tell you the truth,
She lowered her voice to a whisper.
I didn't actually go. They wouldn't tell me anything I don't already know.
Asriel widened his eyes.
You mean...
Yes, my days are numbered. Oh, but don't tell the children I said that. I don't want them to worry. Or Sona.
She is cowboy age old. How old is that? That's pretty fucking old. Oh, the music.
You don't know me, but I am dying.
She looked over to the children, playing around the room.
You know, you remind me of Clover.
Who?
My twin.
She reached over to the shelves and pulled out an old copy of Undertale Yellow for the Nintendo Switch. I mean, an old photo of a young kid with a cowboy hat and a holster, posing heroically for the camera.
They always talked about helping monsters out. You are the epitome, that's how it's pronounced, right, of what they advocated for.
Excuse me, monsters?
Richard asked, worry creeping into his eyes.
Yes, you are monsters, are you not?
Wow, Azzy, it sure is late. I think we should head home.
Richard said in a loud voice.
Oh, don't worry, I won't report you.
She's 160 years old. Oh my god. No shit, her days are numbered. Incredible. You won't? Asriel asked.
No, why would I, when you have done so much for me?
All right. The conversation continued on for a while, with Nanny recounting stories about her and her twin, Asriel and Richard listening intently. Eventually, Asriel got up. I'm going to go check on Chris, he said to the two. Ditching her boyfriend to make conversation with the grandma for another hour. It's cold. Chris was still living on the couch. Not living, lying on the couch. It looked like they hadn't even moved from when they first sat down there. How are you feeling?
Fine.
You sure?
Yep.
Asriel sat down next to them. You know, you can talk to me if you want. There wasn't any response. Then Chris sighed.
I guess,
They trailed off.
I guess I'm feeling homesick.
That makes sense. I am too.
I want to go see Mom, but when I talked to Dad, he shooed me away like he didn't even know me. I don't want that to happen again.
Their voice quivered.
I miss Mom's butterscotch pies. I miss the scent of Dad's flower shop.
Their voice trailed off.
I miss home, as. I want to go back.
Sag. I do too, Chris. I do too. Then Chris completely surprised Asriel. They leaned over and hugged him, squeezing them. Wait, Chris completely. They leaned over and hugged him, squeezing them tightly like they never wanted to let go. Asriel reciprocated, hugging Chris as he looked out the window. His soul jumped as he thought he saw something through it. Was that what he thought it was? Chris? Their grip tightened around Asriel.
I want to go back, guys. I don't want to do this no more.
Chris, Santa's here. Their hand loosened. Fuck. They pushed Asriel away.
Get going. I'll distract her.
Asriel looked over to Richard. It's Sona, he yelled. Is this I Want Child at MP4? I mean 3? Richard leapt up and started running for the stairs. Asriel followed suit. As he looked back to Chris, standing by the shelves, he thought he saw them holding something glowing. Uh-oh. Oh, that was the implication. I get it. Chris shunted their soul into the bookshelf to play piano. And that's why they were emotionally available in that interaction. I get it. When will they puke on the wall? It's not. They won't do that. Richard looked at the shadowed face of his partner in crime. And risk getting caught? I don't think so, Azzy. They were hiding in an alleyway, as they had been the other dozen times a police car driven by. Nothing bad will happen. Nothing bad will happen as long as we don't draw attention to ourselves. They were discussing if they should go to the police. They should follow the police to the source of the commotion. Asriel wasn't certain that whatever it was would be important, but Richard wanted to live to the end of the day. Azzy, have you looked at yourself? We're the most conspicuous people in the city. Look, if things seem too risky, we can always turn back. You still have our escape plan, right? Yeah, Chris didn't even comment on the fact that their brother was wearing a fucking dress. Just completely rolled with that.
Well, you do you, as you just, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, but let's go. I mean, hang on. You still have our escape plan, right? Yeah, but good, let's go. With that, Asriel turned and started walking through the alleyway, giving Richard no further chances to argue. He sighed. His stomach sighed in response. He finished one of their emergency rations out of his coat and started to follow his friend. What are the emergency rations? Like Nature Valley granola bars? They couldn't see anything through the crowd, so Richard decided to try to push himself through. Maybe his outfit would convince people he was supposed to be helping. He glanced back reflexively to one of the nearby trees, where he spotted the darker green lump around all of the leaves. Asriel, who was his backup and scout, bonk, had told him that there was a circle of police tape in the center of the crowd, and inside were a couple cardboard boxes. He continued to shove people out of the way as he listened to whatever was being yelled over the crowd.
Repeat.
Oh, this is the sergeant.
Repeat. This is not an incident. An accident. There were reports of a monster cited to have severely hurt this individual before running off. We are still searching for the culprit. Be sure that we will not let any more of our fine citizens be harmed by these vile creatures.
We got the Sona quotes. Oh, you reminded me of the more brain rot. Hang on. That one, what was it even called, this video? Oh, this is it, yeah. There, enjoy.
John Madden. Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, 999. I'm laughing for real right now. 999. John Madden, football.
There we go. That was all. That was all I wanted you to see. This is a level beyond you. There's a comment under that by John Boyce that just says canon, by the way. That's canonical. I'm trying to spread the 17776 propaganda as much as possible. Scorpy and Gur were two guys in the original video? Really? I had no idea where the original video came from. In fact, it took a while for me to remember that there even was an original video. The Moonbase Alpha thing.
John Madden.
Richard calmed his breath and let the retort he was about to say die back down in his throat. Above the shouts of the rest of the crowd, no one would hear him anyway.
I don't care if I go mute. No one's gonna hear me anyway, he said. I urge all of you to make sure your doors are locked at night. We never know when they would show up again.
Monsters wouldn't do this, he wanted to scream. He didn't know a single monster in all of Hometown who would ever hurt a human unprovoked, mostly because there was no humans to hurt. Well, maybe Jerry would, but there was still the issue of getting to the middle of the city to do the attack in the first place. He and Azzy had only gotten this far with planning and a lot of luck, but they looked pretty close to humans anyway. Snowy and Monster Kid would have no chance of pulling this off. Well, Monster Kid could pretend to be a human with no arms. Those exist, probably. They can only sneak into town when there's a furry convention happening. They have to wait for Anthrocon once a year. Who did the murders? It was Kara, somehow. It's never really explained what that looks like or how that works, but Kara did it. He finally pushed himself to the front of the crowd. The man talking was facing the other side, so he had ample opportunity to survey the crime scene. He stepped over the tape. A Jekyll and Hyde thing? Well, it's unclear if Frisk is actually animated like a sleepwalker to do the murders, or if Kara Ghost comes out like a specter and hits them with Babadook death rays. Yes, Chris and Kara are both in the fic. Chris replaced Frisk. I don't know what Kara's doing. I don't know. Yeah, there was stream art about that. I remember that. I think it was a juice animation, actually, right? There's too many fucking humans. Because Sona is Kara's sister. And Kara is like Chris. And Chris is Asriel's sibling. And Frisk is just there. Who is Kara possessing? I guess Asriel? Because of the nightmares? I guess just Asriel. Just drifts and drifts of human children piling up. Dead human children clogging up the plot. No, Chris exists. Chris is fine, I think. Chris is still at the orphanage. Okay, there wasn't much to see. There was a white outline where the victim fell, some dried blood, and a stack of cardboard boxes. He looked those over, but from what he could see, they were all marked with the same corporate logo and had addresses to different parts of town. Clearly this person was some sort of package deliverer. So, wait. Under all of the addresses that were marked were ones Richard recognized. They all fell under the area that had been colloquially dubbed the Ruins. These were packages from monsters. Right, that gives us a motive, he thought to himself. He continued to analyze the boxes, not seeing anything until he got to the last one. Then something caught his eye. It was a strand of thread. No fucking way! She might be cutthroat when it came to business, but she never dealt with any unfair practices. Certainly nothing like this. Wait, what was the thread? That was Sona's hair, right? But you had to bring it to Muffet. But it was unclear why you brought it to Muffet. So why is Burger Pants thinking that finding a pink thread means Muffet? What is this? This is Kissy Cutie, but not. Muffet just has to be involved in this somehow. A web? But Muffet's webs aren't like pink. Hey, you were not supposed to be here. He glanced up. The officer had noticed him. Richard stood up, quickly pocketing the string. Sorry, officer. I was just investigating. That is our job. What is your name? I'm going to need to file a ticket. Richard. And surname? The officer questioned. Pants. Richard Pants. Wait. The officer reached into his pocket to pull out some kind of book and flipped through it. She has the book of every human name. He glanced back up. There are no humans in the city named Pants, mister. He stepped closer. Either you were lying, or... He knocked the bowler hat off of Richard's head. You were a monster in disguise. You blew it, Pizza Pants. You walked past a line of police tape into a murder investigation, while undercover as a furry. You blew it. You were a monster in disguise. Shit. Didn't think the culprit would return to the scene this early. Shit. You were going behind bars for a long time, Mr. Pants. The sound of fireworks shook him out of his daze and distracted the officer. He does have the shinobi fireworks. Bro, I am just on my way to Anthrocon. Exactly. They need to wait for Anthrocon. The sound of fireworks shook him out of his daze and distracted the officer. What the? Not waiting for a second chance, he pulled the emergency escape kit out of his coat, pointed it to the ground, and fired. What is the emergency escape kit? The machine kicked into action, rocketing him up and away from the crowd. Wait, what? He had a rocket ship? He had like a portable firework from Minecraft. Rocketing him up and away from the crowd, he shifted the direction midair and headed for where Asriel's trail of smoke was pointed. Why are they using... Is this like a Minecraft mechanic or something? A phone can become a jetpack? I guess so. The exit mouse, that would have been a good call, actually. The firework and confetti should keep the crowd occupied enough for them to get away. Oh my god. They just had personal rockets, I guess. Awesome. On the surface, there'd be plenty of oxygen to use as jetpack fuel. That's so true. Alright. Dusk was upon them, but they still had a job to do. Unfortunately for them and their sleep schedules, their job was proving to be very elusive. Richard sighed.
You would think, he complained, that finding the greediest monster in all of Hometown will be easy.
I know, Asriel agreed. She doesn't seem to be anywhere. They had been looking for a certain pastry seller for the past hour, but hadn't even found a trace of her or her eight-legged henchman. Asriel stopped so quickly that Richard almost ran into him.
What is it?
You don't think... Asriel's voice was thick with suppressed emotion. You don't think she's gone missing, do you?
Shit, he groaned. Shit, Azzy, what if she has?
Oh, Muffet. Muffet was like female Kim Kutsuragi, right? That must be it.
Are you going to sit there and talk, or are you going to buy something?
Both of them stopped and turned. There, right next to them, was a cardboard box with the words bake sale written on it. There's no way it had been there 5 seconds ago.
Buy my pastries, gay boy.
Both of them stopped and turned. There, right next to them, was a cardboard box with the words bake sale. Oh, no, I read that.
Well?
Asriel stammered. We're not here to purchase anything. The woman glared at them.
Then why have you been looking for me?
Well, we need to talk to you about the humans.
I haven't gone to the human city if that's what you're wondering. We are far too busy with our bakery to care about that.
Well, we need to talk about the humans. Oh wait, I keep forgetting where I was. Okay. Richard reached into his pocket to grab the evidence.
You know anything about this? Maybe I will if you buy something.
What do you have?
Pastries, made by spiders for spiders of spiders.
She grabbed a couple things from the box below.
Spider donuts and spider cider, just 999,000 gold.
How the fuck would you say that in French? It's been so long since I've studied French. It was like 18, 11, 12, 13, 19, 99, 10 nuts. I give up. It's too hard. $9,999. We don't have nearly that much. She smiled at Asriel.
Tell you what, she began. I've heard reports of your mother claiming you don't have a balanced diet. I'll give you a special discount. The donuts are $7 and the cider is $18.
Alright, Richard, what do you want?
I'll take 2 donuts. We can split the spider cider.
Bro heard $7 donuts and went, I'll take 2. Dude is lucky his boyfriend is a lawyer. Was that in this fic? I forget. Probably not. The two made their purchase.
Now then,
the spider said.
Let me see that string.
She looked at it for a moment.
This isn't string, she muttered. It's hair. Long hair, well maintained, and dyed.
She moved the strand around, trying to see further into it.
Decent brand, whoever dyed it must know their stuff.
Why the fuck does she know so much about hair?
It's dyed? Yes, take a look.
Upon further inspection, what Richard had assumed was a white string was obviously a shade of light pink. Muffet. Shit, I named her. Michelle Tchaikovsky's coming. She's coming. Muffet handed the string back to them. That's all I can get out of it. Thank you for stopping by. The two turned around to leave, but when Richard looked back, all he saw was an empty street. Muffet has become Sans. The lawyer was the last fic? True, Asgore was going to college, so he doesn't even have a job yet. He's gonna go broke. Be in love with Burger Pants' ass ain't cheap, said CeeLo Green. End it here? I've already read so much of it, though. We have come so far. I kind of don't want to stop at this point. I'm running out of tea a bit, though.
No, Garfield, stop. What? I'm sorry. Ow. Owie, that hurts.
You're going with them because they have some stupid necklace? What about your real family? Don't you love me at all? You idiot, baka?
Oh, yeah, I do. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad, Garfield. Ow. They were nice to me, but I don't want to go with them, I promise.
Oh my god, what are you doing? Get away from her. This is hard to parse here as well as in the original.
Let go of me. She deserves it.
That was your last chance, you monstrous little thing. I will make sure you never leave your room again till the day you die.
I hate you. I hate both of yous.
Someone is sorry. Asriel reread the passage in his dream journal. Oh, he's got a Yume Nikki. He had decided to keep tabs on whatever he was dreaming about, considering it looked like he was somehow relevant to his current situation. He felt bad about the girl in his dreams. She clearly grew up in a terrible environment, and you couldn't imagine having a sibling who would beat up their own sister. He tried to picture Chris in their position and failed. Asriel had that feeling that he recognized the girl's voice, but his tired brain wasn't up to figuring things out at the moment. He sighed and went back to sleep. This fic is psychotic if you have no background on what's happening. I bet. This is already one of the most mentally abrasive fan works you could imagine in its original form. Monster Kid is here! Richard had been up for the past 3 hours searching for the perfect item. He had started out with many small garage sales and other small establishments in the ruins, but quickly discovered that he wasn't going to find what he was looking for up there. He had then moved on to convenience stores and retail shops in the city, taking his disguise, of course. Unfortunately, most stores were closed in the early morning, so he bounced back and forth all over the city, finding a few places that serviced early or late customers. This is me looking for my Yeek shirt. Unfortunately, nothing he had looked at so far had spoken Asriel to him. There were a couple of items Richard knew he would like, but nothing he would love. Always from the heart, Pizza Pants. We're on the kissy cutie route, where Sona's not involved and instead you date Asriel. I see what's happening. He was in another retail store now, owned by a tall figure who hadn't spoken to him yet. The person was cloaked in all black and seemed to be busy working on some sort of project Richard couldn't see. He looked over the objects in the room. Random tables and clocks were dotted around, each of them in a unique style, but there were so many small knickknacks in the store. He picked up a snow globe, the insides of which were depicted a man with a classic salesman grin. No. He looked past the shelves with assorted rings and knives, something Chris would probably enjoy, and spotted a cloth. The rings too? Bro, he didn't have to go there. And spotted a cloth robe of some sort. He examined it for a moment before dismissing it. Asgore wasn't that into cowboys. There was an old rotary telephone on the table for some reason, and past that, a selection of globes, books, frying pans, and shoes. Oh, gloves, I see. Odd things to group together. Burger Pants, you're in the Undertale store. He thought as he moved past. There was a couple of odd pins on the table, showing images of brown scale, some kind of pink diamond, and what looked like a stylized image of that Sans guy. Brown scale. This is getting fucking abstract. On a shelf nearby rested a pixelated strawberry next to a mirror that showed something behind Richard's reflection. Okay, Celeste is here. Is this the Fangamer HQ? Is that it? I don't know what the fuck a brown scale is. Pink diamonds. That sounds like Steven Universe and Hyperlight Drifter. He glanced around, but it seemed that the creature only appeared in the mirror. Definitely not a gift you give to someone in good faith. Past that was a full suit of armor with some kind of cat creature with hair engraved onto it. A cat? Is that fucking like General Radon's armor? Get out of here, General Radon. Oh my god. Next to a row of hats, ribbons, and a heart locket. Temi armor? Was the Temi armor's appearance described? I forget. Oh. Finally, Richard snatched it up. This was exactly what he wanted. He felt the engraving on it. It reminded him of the Deltarune that Alvin always talked about. Now that he thought about it, he could have sworn that symbol was on the front wall of the Dreamer residence. He walked up to the store owner. Excuse me. He started. The figure continued to work on whatever they were working on. How much for this locket? Very interesting. He's at the Gaster store, dude. Now the figure turned around, although their face was still obscured. They picked up the locket with a white hand and scanned it. For you, it is free. The figure handed the locket back. Dude, this is like a fence. That's actually a murder weapon that is being pawned off to you, Burger Pants. Do not take that. Free? Richard questioned. Are you sure? Indeed. Truly excellent, is it not? Buy my wares, gay boy. Well, yeah, that's why I bought it. Who is it for? My best friend. He's going away to college soon, so I want to give him something to remember me by. An interesting coincidence. She grabbed the locket back and opened it. Of course they are the same. He gave the locket back again and turned around, telling Richard that conversation was over. The person gave him weird vibes. From the heart. Wait, it's the same voice. He turned around as he left, and he got the sense that the figure was smiling at him. Always from the heart. So here's a tip, Pizza Pants. If you're gonna get your friend, a locket, you might want to check inside to make sure there's not a picture of some random asshole inside. That would be good. Buy my statue, gay boy. Alright, why did you bring me over here? The locket has a QR code to his SoundCloud. Now that's worth buying. It's an unindexed site on the dark web. Gaster's SoundCloud account. Richard had showed up to Toriel's house to tell Asriel he had something he wanted to show him. The monster had then, still in the detective outfit for some reason, dragged him over to the stump where they had first met up.
What if we kissed on the MSPA reader suicide stump? Just kidding, haha. Unless...
Well, I've been meaning to do this for a while now. I just got kinda sidetracked.
Yeah, I get that. Asriel looked around at their surroundings. It's been kind of easy to get sidetracked the last couple days. It's almost like this universe has the pacing of an Ask blog at this point.
Yeah.
Richard looked a little awkward.
Well, this started with me realizing you were going to college soon.
He took a deep breath.
I wanted to do something special for you before you left. I wanted just to go to QC's, hang out a bit, stuff like that. But then, we woke up here. Right. Well, we all ended up getting the hang out of, Well, we did end up getting up. Why can't I read this? Right. We did end up getting to hang out a bit. Although Grillby's wasn't my first choice.
Hey man, don't sweat it. We had a great time there.
We found a dead body, ads. That's not how I imagined the first date would go.
Oh, mask slipped. Mask slipped. Mask slipped. Wee wee wee. It's not going back now.
You gotta shoot your shot when transported to the racism dimension.
That's enough talk about shooting shots, D-boy. Richard immediately blushed and looked away. Asriel didn't have a chance to process what he had said before Richard continued on. DDoS the gay away.
Anyway, I felt like that wasn't enough. I planned to give you a gift before you left. You know, something to remember me by. Unfortunately, all my stuff is kinda not here, so I went out to get you something new.
He reached into his pocket and pulled something out, although as he couldn't see what it was because of Richard's fist covering it.
I hope you like it.
He opened his hand. Inside was... It'd be pretty shocking if it wasn't the heart locket. A golden heart locket, the face of it engraved with his family crest, the Deltarune. What? How? He stammered. A dozen questions ran through his mind. How did you find this? Or, did you get this custom made? Or, how long did this take? How long did find this made?
What?
Asriel cursed himself. I mean, how did you get something like this?
Who the fuck is Richard? Pizza Pants. Oh, I just found it in a random store. It reminded me of you, so that's why I got it.
Richard's face retreated to the bottom left corner.
Do you not like it?
No, I love it, Asriel insisted. It's perfect. It looks like it was custom made for me, that's all. He opened the locket and heard the sound of a music box begin playing. He recognized the tune immediately. It was Night of Nights. It brought him back to the days when he would hang out at the holidays. He and Des would always talk and play around while Chris harassed Noelle. That's the status quo. I'm picturing the fucking the swimming pool meme with like the drowned skeleton. It's like Asriel and Des at the top and Noelle's just at the bottom of the pool screaming. But late in the evening, when they were all calmed down, Chris would walk into the room with the piano and start playing. Some days they played longer, some shorter, but every time they played, they always reserved the time to play a specific tune. That song had slowly grown into Asriel's favorite, and later on, Des told him that Chris only played it when Asriel was around. It was almost like it was his theme. It was the same tune that Chris played in the orphanage. The tune that reminded Asriel of home, Rush E.
What the hell?
Noelle is being tormented.
This ain't about her.
Richard recognized it as well, as he had been there to hear Chris's recent performance. Asriel wiped his face off, only now noticing he was crying. I know it's a crazy coincidence, Asriel, but actually Gaster just got that off of the Fangamers Collector's Edition. I have the same one sitting on top of my desk right now. Richard recognized it as well, etc.
Oh, what?
Thank you for this, Richard. I'll cherish it forever.
I didn't put that in there.
No, you didn't? Asriel looked up just in shock to see his own expression mirrored on his friend.
No, I don't even know. I didn't even know it was there.
Wait. Asriel looked back down to the locket. You're telling me you didn't even open it up to see what was inside?
I did open it. The music box never played for me.
Well, regardless of whether or not it was intentional, the song matters a lot to me. Thank you, Richard, for finding this. He's not going to question it. He stood up, putting the necklace on so that the locket rested on his chest. It felt oddly warm, despite the fall air being chilly. That's because it's been in Pizza Pants' sweaty hand for an hour. As if the locket wanted to tell him that he was loved and accepted. He was filled with determination. He fucking melted on the spot. I mean, he turned to leave.
Wait, Azzy.
What? He turned around.
There's one last thing I wanted to tell you.
Richard was looking down at his own feet. Sure. He sat back down.
I've been thinking about this for, he choked, for quite a while now.
Asriel felt an odd surge of emotion inside him. Was this what he thought what it was? The locket felt warm against his chest, even through his shirt.
Azzy, you were always helping me out, even back in school. When I had been picked the last 3 days in a row in gym class, you picked me first. You chose me to be your partner for the school project because no one else was willing to. You gave me lunch money when I forgot mine.
He thought there was a pulsating feeling coming from his locket, one beating in time with his own soul. Didn't I tell you that everyone else was helping you out as well?
Sure, but you were the only one who did it so in front of me.
He moved his gaze down from his shoes to the side, opposite of where Asriel was sitting.
Over the years, I've come to think of you as more than a friend.
He looked back to Asriel, and the moment their eyes met, you could feel the locket heat up. Get out of here, pumpkin. Get out of here. Get out of here. He's about to say something really goofy.
I love you, Azzy. Will you go out with me?
There it was. Boom, boom. We are now gay. Wonderful. There it was, a confession from his best friend. The two of them had gone through a lot together, and now he knew where his feelings lay. He smiled and uttered a single word. Yes. Nice. He closed his eyes and leaned forward to Richard. Their mouths opened. Who the fuck is Yellow Bow? Oh, it's Alfie's.
Asriel? Hey, Asriel.
The two of them scooched back away from each other to look at the newcomer. The instant they revealed themselves as gay, they summoned a Fujoshi out of thin air to harass them. Out of thin air, as... Alfie's Yaoi detector went off like a siren. Or it could be Monster Kid, too. I guess they're both yellow lizards. The two of them scooched back away from each other to look at the newcomer. They saw a yellow lizard approaching them. Monster Kid is here! Monster Kid is here! That's what it sounded like. Okay, it is Monster Kid.
Hey, Asriel. Asriel, what are you doing there?
Asriel stood up. What happened? Richard stood up as well, still distracted from what had been about to happen. For fuck's sake.
You can't be here. Asriel, please, I need help. Something has happened to my parents.
They ran up to the bench.
I wanted to see the human city closer, so I got away, and they followed me. Stay determined.
Wait, fuck off, Gaster.
This is all my fault. What should I do?
Come on, man. Come on, man. How do I do this? What, your parents got lynched because you went to the city? That sounds bad. Richard? Will you help me find them? Yes, Asriel spoke. Of course, let's go. Monster Kid leaned up to Asriel's face. Ah, Monster Kid, yep, that sure is Monster Kid. Thank you, Asriel. I'm so scared. And they interpolated, okay. Jesus Christ. You just said that out loud. It's wonderful. This is the paradoxical recursive fanfiction metavortex. You wrote the fic for this moment. Oh my god. Should I just play the juice animation on stream at this point? It's like... You heard a knock. Let's go. Recursion. Knock on the door. Monster Kid is here! This has the pacing of an Ask blog at this point. Hey, Frisk, are you there?
What happened? You can't be here.
Frisk, please, I need help. Something has happened to my parents. I wanted to see the human city closer, so I got away, and they followed me. No human food? What? Fuck off, Gaster. Fuck off. What, they turned. I missed it. I missed what he said, because Gaster. This is all my fault. What should... your parents got, like, lynched because he went to the city? That sounds bad. Will you help me find them? Yes. Of course. Let's go. The most awkward cutoff point. Yeah, this video has almost 200,000 views. This has funneled a huge number of views back to the stream as well. Like, this Kissy Cutie stream in particular has about 40-something thousand views. Thank you, Frisk. I'm so scared. This is the last place I saw them. What do you think happened to them? I thought you said you wanted to see the city. This is the middle of the fucking murder forest. Mettaton died here last week, and Asgore hushed it up. This is a conspiracy at this point. Monster Kid's about to get sniped. Wonderful. Love that. Hi, Simple Flips. What a wonderful moment. That's what led you to the stream? I know, it's a working. That's my onboarding ramp. Okay, everyone in chat who first saw the animation is now coming out of the woodwork. Welcome back. The animation is so good, though. It actually is like a top-notch animation. I love it. Device theory? Insane that I'd be recommended device theory. Insane. Everyone in chat just knows the animation. Awesome. Said that didn't have toffee in it yet. There were some wild fucking moments after that. Or maybe I'm happy that some of the moments with toffee didn't get animated, actually, in retrospect. I don't think I want to see any animations of the Piss Kitten arc. That was back when the stream was still innocent and pure. Oh, the Coca highlights, yeah. Those ones cover the rest. The sordid finish. The general public does not need to know about the Piss Kittens, you're right. Once the three of them were done interpolating to the forest, Monster Kid turned to Asriel. This is the last place I saw them. What do you think happened to them? I thought you wanted to see the city. This is the middle of the fucking murder forest. Mettaton died here last week. Richard, you're not helping. Sorry, Azzy. No animation for Cuck Grave. Hey, be the change you want to see in the world. There's a footnote. It's just quoting me. It's just quoting me, okay? We get it. Ooh. Sorry, Azzy. They looked around, but all they could see were footprints and a small object glistening in the light. What is that thing, a knife? But it looks so scary. Monster Kid turned back to Asriel. I don't think I like the city very much. Everyone is saying the humans kill the monsters that disappear.
Their face deflated slightly.
Everything is so horrible here. I want my parents. I want to go home.
Hey, hey. Richard interjected. It's okay, man. Calm down.
Monster Kid did not calm down.
But we have no home, right? There's no place for us in this world.
They started to cry.
We're all gonna die.
Richard reached over to them.
Hey, man. Everything's gonna be okay.
But my parents are gone and my friends are gone too. We're all gonna die.
It's okay, little buddy. I'll take you to the orphanage right away.
After escorting Monster Kid to Toriel's house, Richard and Asriel said goodbye to each other. They wanted to spend more time with each other, but what they wanted to do would never be allowed when Toriel was here. When you're about to kiss your bro and this kid runs up crying about their dead parents, shaking my head. I know, fuck off, Monster Kid. Homophobic Toriel bingo hit. I don't even know if this is homophobic Toriel. The thing is that Toriel, I think I was discussing this with someone recently, is Toriel is just like, implying that she's homophobic also implies that she's not also phobic of every other type of relationship. She's just a phobe, an omnidirectional phobe. Richard stepped out of the house. Plunk. He felt something impact his head. Plink, plonk. Asriel stopped waving him goodbye and looked up at the sky. Plin, plin, plon. Maybe you should stay inside, Asriel shouted to him.
No, I'll be fine.
He yelled back. Plin, plin, plon, plin, plon. You're gonna catch a cold. Plon, 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 plon.
All right.
He relented and walked back inside. So this was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen written, probably. I was just processing this now. It's like Rain is chasing him back inside, but it's onomatopoeically playing Gwyn's theme. Alright, that's fine. Is that Cox's Lament from the hit game Dead Soul? Yes. The rain had lasted well into the night, preventing Richard from making it home. Unfortunately, both Toriel and Monster Kid were there with them, thus making it impossible for this Azzy Pants fanfic to get too steamy. Damn. They're the 0 to 100 kind of couple, I guess. They go from not gay to, like, barely being cock-blocked by the presence of their mom within a span of 10 hours. The two of them made the most of their time together, staying up till late in the night playing Super Smashing Fighters, featuring Sams from the Election May Truckung series, and Plumber Kart 8 Deluxe, because Plumber Kart Wii wasn't available on the lawsuit Tendo Switch. This is depraved. Finally, the two got ready for bed. Teenagers be like that sometimes? I guess they do. I'm not saying they don't.
Hey, Azzy.
Richard spoke up as they were both drifting off. What is it?
Will you stay in touch when you go off to college?
Of course. Why would you think otherwise?
I was just, thinking about what you said about expectations. I thought it might be easier for you if you cut out everyone when you left. Start fresh, you know.
Asriel had, in fact, been planning to do exactly this. After all you've been through, do you really think I would just cut you off?
I guess not.
I might cut some people off, though, but I would never do that to you. There was no response. Then, a snore. Richard had fallen asleep. Asriel sighed. I love you too, Richard. Chapter 6, an ending.
We're so close.
Dun, 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 dun. Isn't this the supermarket theme? This is like good for the health, bad for imagination, you know? Could monsters go to college? I think they're assuming they're somehow gonna get unisekai'd. I don't know if that's true or not.
Garfield! Your sister is leaving today with her new family. I am locking you in here. I don't want you causing trouble. You don't know how much I regret bringing you here. Aren't you going to say anything? You are such a creepy child.
Oh yeah, the humanification. I forgot. Asriel sat up. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something. He glanced at his watch. 6:18 a.m. He groaned. That's 413 multiplied by 2, and rearranged, by the way, I think. Yes. Yeah, it's just 413 times 2, and rearranged. He might as well get up. He started to work on getting Richard a good breakfast. As he moved around to get the meal prepared, he noticed that Monster Kid was gone. They had probably stepped out to head to wherever they lived, you know, with their parents. Oops. It was supposed to be random? He took a glance out the window.
It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers like blooming. On days like these, kids like you should be burning in hell.
I forget how to transition into the Stronger Than You rap. Damn it. It's something kid.
It'd be a crime if I had to go back on the promise that I made for you, so don't step over that line. Or else, bud, you're gonna have a bad time. But kids like you don't play by the rules, and guys like me, it ain't easy to be played for fools. So, look, something, the room get chiller. Let's go, you dirty brother killer.
I got it. Oh, it's turn around kid, that's it. He took a glance at the window, etc. He sighed. He would have loved to spend it with Richard. He's got dick on the brain, and there's no cure. There was a knock at the door. Asriel toweled off his hand and went to open it. It was Chris, possessed by Sona.
Howdy.
You still never listened to that? Nah. I'm pretty sure that was a significant reason why I watched Steven Universe.
I know you're made of.
After all these years, it's finally dawning on me how strange it is that their name is Monster Kid. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, as soon as you try to use that in a fanfiction setting, you realize instantly how stupid it is. And usually default to like, hey, it's MK. Who knows what it stands for? MK. Chris is double possessed? Oh my god, it's the player soul and Sona are having a fist fight. Richard woke up to the smell of fresh pie and the sound of an argument. He got up to see what was going on. We can't leave here. We can't just abandon everyone. What about Dad? I think he can handle things just fine on his own. We need to go somewhere safe.
Yeah, I know just the place.
And who are you to tell me about that?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Richard interjected. What's going on?
Asriel looked up.
Sorry if he woke you. This is basically what it's like all the time at the Dreamer household. I hope you cut out for this if you want to be part of the family, if you know what I mean, Pants.
No, actually, he smiled, although Richard couldn't tell it was hard for him to do this. He waved a hand.
Nah, it's fine. What's going on?
Basically, the monsters are about to revolt.
According to Chris, they blame the humans and are about to start.
They're gonna start another war.
Chris pointed to the door.
We need to get out of here quickly. I know a safe place we can go to.
Well, this is going fast. Welcome to Kissy Cutie pacing. One moment they're fucking around having like, you know, young adult romance moment. The next moment is, oh yeah, the war is starting. Oops. Sorry, the war has started. They killed too many monsters. Yes, but the issue is, what do we do? What do we do about the other monsters? I don't want to leave them here to die. It's not safe for you to stay, Toriel insisted. Finding a safe place is our only option.
Okay. Richard thought for a moment. I'm with Azzy on this one. We can't leave everyone to die. However, I don't think they'll listen to us too well. If they're ready to wage war, they won't listen to a couple of teenagers.
He looked at Toriel.
Miss Dreamer, you're the single most terrifying and level-headed monster I've ever seen. If anyone can stop this, it's you. Azzy and I will go with Chris to scope out the safe place and make sure the humans won't show up there.
Chris nodded.
I like this idea.
Okay. Toriel seemed reluctant to agree, but conceded. All right, but before we head out, would anyone like some pie? Asriel motioned to the pie cooling on the table, which, despite everything, was still a damp cardboard box. Does it ever get not damp? Chris shook their head.
I'm not hungry.
Both Asriel and Richard looked at them. Richard couldn't imagine a scenario where Chris was not hungry for pie. Even Richard couldn't. Even Richard knows something is wrong. It gets more damp over time. They pointed at the door again.
We should get going.
How much further is it? Asriel asked. He felt like they'd been walking for hours.
We've been wandering about for a while now.
Anyone remember that one from back in the day? Back in the day? In the Overtail mines?
We've been wandering about for a while now.
God.
Not much. It's just past here.
Chris's safe haven had led them directly into the woods, which is where they had been walking for a while. Every time he or Richard had tried to start a conversation with the human, they had ignored them. The only exception to this had been whenever they asked how far they were to their destination. Chris had answered with,
Pretty far. A ways. Decent amount.
and now,
Not much.
Asriel had the feeling Chris was acting oddly. Usually they operated on either
Say whatever you want, I'll answer.
or
Shut the fuck up and I want to be left alone.
not.
I'll only answer when it involves a destination.
Asriel's musings were interrupted by seeing a higher amount of sunlight hitting the forest floor. He looked up to see that the trees had mostly parted to reveal a sprawling golden flower field.
Here we are.
Chris is possessed by Sona, not Kara. Don't get it twisted.
Pretty cool place.
Richard remarked.
Only problem is that I don't see how this is supposed to be a safe haven for monsters. The city's right there.
He pointed to the very visible skyscrapers.
Oh, this place isn't a safe haven for monsters.
Said a voice behind them. There she is. Sona's like the fourth entity at this point, I don't even know. It was at this moment that Asriel had a brief stroke of genius. One of many moments where you only see in fiction, where a crucial piece of information was only realized by the protagonist right at the moment when it was no longer useful, despite it being obvious the entire time. Asriel's brain, in the split second it took for him and Richard to turn around, connected the dots between a few nuggets of thought that had been bouncing around his head for the past couple of days. The girl he was dreaming about was Sona. Chris was afraid of Sona, and went to great lengths to make sure she didn't discover them. Everybody in the orphanage spoke highly of Sona, despite the fact that they also said that she wasn't good at helping any of them out. Chris had been acting very oddly and led them far away from the other monsters, but there was one last piece that slipped into his out of his brain and into his mouth. Fuck.
Hey now, you shouldn't swear in front of such an impressionable young child.
Sona, in all her glory, stood next to Chris, who currently had a very blank expression across their face. What is this comment? Human Pizza Pants is probably really hot though, to be fair. To be fair though, just like everyone agrees, like, right? That's obvious, that's common knowledge though. Like, he would? He would though. The way it's phrased is really funny to me. I don't know what Human Pizza Pants would look like. He would though. Maybe he would. You can find Human Pizza Pants at any gas station. Collectively. I can't really picture that too well. He'd be so greasy. Cats can get acne, right? I thought that was a thing. Okay, everyone in chat's gonna debate about whether Human Pizza Pants is hot, and I can continue reading.
I had to spend so much work on doing what you did to them.
She frowned.
I can't believe I let them be corrupted by you two.
Hang on. Richard cut in. What the hell is going on?
He put both hands at his forehead in the style reminiscent of a certain postmodern RPG. Okay, we got it over with. Let me guess. Asriel started putting enough ice into his voice to make the holidays jealous. Sona here has been brainwashing all of the humans to hate monsters, and has been singling out and killing them at every opportunity. He turned to the woman. Isn't that right?
Almost.
She smiled, although the expression looked odd on her face, as if she had only heard about smiles and had never actually tried to perform one.
It was never my intention to kill the monsters. I only wanted to help them.
She spread out her hands, and from the shadows approached creatures straight out of a horror movie. There is no description on this planet that could do them justice. Even a still image would not be accurate, for these beings cast a shadow over every soul of those who saw them. Somehow, Sona had transformed the monsters she had helped into humans. Oof. Asriel immediately vomited. Hooray! We got vomit. Instantly vomit. There was no other response to be made to these abominations. They spoke to him. They said many sentences. None of these are recorded here, for the terror of these amalgams evoked should never be remembered nor thought of again. They spoke many sentences. They spoke to Richard as well, telling the two of them to give up, to accept their future. They claimed they were happy now. They claimed that Burger Pants would be really hot if he was a human. That all of their hopes and dreams and aspirations had been granted. They told Asriel that he could go to college, free from stress and worry, and grow up to be a renowned game developer, Toby Fox. They told Richard that he could be an Underwood actor, and that every single movie he performed in would receive every possible award that could be granted because of how hot he was. These horrors had told the two of them that they could be happy together, free from the worries of their peers. Depending on stateside legislation, that they would never be judged for their relationship. They spoke an infinite number of lies surrounding Asriel with their very presence until he wanted to scream, to cry, to laugh. He felt lost in his own mind. Lost in his own mind. Day after day, this misery must go on. Drowning in the sheer terror of it all, wishing that he had never gone outside today, that he had never seen these monstrosities who called themselves his friends and family. This is like a whole paragraph of Halloween hack dialogue, by the way. This is straight up Halloween hack dialogue. They're speaking sentences. He felt himself being lifted up. He felt something wet impact his cheek. He felt his mind and body grow numb. Who even is Sona? Kara's sister. He felt something strange. It was as if his very soul was glowing.
It appears you have reached an end.
Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. I wonder if I can play that actually. It doesn't sound too hard. I'm gonna try it. That's basically just Terra's theme from Final Fantasy VI, eh? Yeah, I forgot the intro. I kind of forget how that goes. Doesn't that one go like da, 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 da. It's like the same. It should be in D minor at first, so it's even closer to Terra's theme. Damn, Toby Fox is a hack. Someone call Alex Yard. I forgot his name for a second. Call up Alex Yard. He's got a new video to make.
Will you try again?
No.
Then the world was covered in darkness.
Break time. Listen to the entirety of Darkness Falls. Way ahead of you. Way ahead of you, buddy. He's gonna sue the Evangelion chord progression. To be fair, it's not so much the melody of Terra's theme, but the chord progression is pretty much identical. And the ending is pretty much identical too.
Will you persist?
Yeah.
Then the future is in your hands.
He didn't know where he was. He didn't know who he was.
Where am I? Who am I?
He couldn't feel anything. He couldn't see anything. He felt lost in a sea of void. He tried to remember something, anything. All he could think of was the impact of something wet hitting his cheek. A feeling welled up inside him. He heard a name uttered from what must have been his own lips. A name that his mouth was very used to uttering. Azzy. Suddenly, the memories started flooding back. Ba, 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 ba. Richard only had one thought, his entire body unified in single response. That bitch did not just steal my first kiss from me. Damn, dude. That's rough, buddy. It also kind of implies that his mom never kissed him. Which is also sad. He struggled to his feet, shaking off the remnants of the addictive fuzz he'd been subjected to.
What? How?
The voice stammered. He ignored it in favor of checking on his love. Asriel was on the ground, eyes closed with a peaceful expression on his face. He was born from an egg. Oh. Richard shook him, fear coursing through his body. There was no response. He shook him harder. There was no response. He slapped him. No response. He punched him. There was no response. He kicked him in the ribs. No response. He ran him over with the tank from Tiananmen Square. There was no response. He hugged him, but Asriel did not respond. He decided to address the only other autonomous being present. "What did you do?" He enunciated, each syllable packing more firepower than Undead ever had.
I helped him. Asriel will be able to live a much freer life now.
No. Undo it. Fix this now.
Why should I? He will be happy with what I chose. That I chose this, rather.
Nuh-uh.
It's time for the janky boss fight. You know how, like, Genius versus Antichrist 1 is the best game ever made? This is Gay versus Racist 1. It's the sequel. They're both the first of their kind, but one is the sequel to the other. Homosexual versus racist. He held Asriel's hands in his own, begging his lover to wake. "Azzy, it's me. It's okay. Snap out of it, man." There was no response.
No.
Richard howled into the sky, the tears that had been welling up finally shed. He howled at the uncaring world. I fed up with this world, the world he had cursed for years, for all of its injustices. He howled for a part of him was gone, a piece he had been searching for years, a piece he had finally found, but it was gone, one ray of light that shone down on his shadowed existence. He might have woken up from the void, but he was still trapped in it, alone in the darkness. Zaza got me writing My Chemical Romance lyrics. Or maybe that's more... I don't know. Something else. There was a tap on his shoulder. He ignored it. A force tried to pull him away. He ignored that too. He didn't want to leave Asriel. What is Slay the Princess about? Basically this. It's pretty much the same actually as what's happening on screen. That's also completely a lie. It's nothing to do with this. It's about a princess in a cabin on a hill. And if you don't slay her, it would be the end of the world. That's what it's about. If the princess is living in a place like this, killing her would probably be doing her a favor. I can't do it. The narrator, I am not. Wait, who's quitting Undertale?
It will all be okay.
He barely registered the words.
You should be happy. You should be excited. You're gonna be free.
Richard didn't care. He didn't care what would happen to him. All that mattered was that Asriel was gone. He felt the grip on his shoulder tighten, as his head was wrenched around to face the demon who called herself Sona. He knew what the next step was. He couldn't care less. All that mattered was Asriel. Asriel. As he stepped closer, that one word repeated in his mind. She leaned in to kill him and puppet his body like he had done to his friend, his lover, the only person he cared about. He's really popping off. He saw her face fill his vision. He saw it rise above his head. Or was it his head that was falling? He impacted the ground as he heard a voice above him.
No. Nuh-uh.
What? His mind was awash with confusion, but his body figured out that now would probably be a good time to get out of the way. He rolled up from underneath the two humans.
Chris!
Not again. Nuh-uh.
Each word Chris spoke sounded like it came out of a vacuum. I can't possibly imagine how that would sound. Their face was beaded with sweat, and their expression was rapidly moving, as if their mouth was fighting itself. This is the red soul having a fist fight with Sona inside of Chris. Yeah, it goes Super Saiyan, Chris. Something goes Super Saiyan. Anime final battle type mental monologues. Yes. In reality, it's just Pizza Pants like falling over. It's a good. This is literally Moomin Rider versus the Sea King. That's what's happening in Burger Pants' mind. Shit's gonna look like the end of Hunter x Hunter. They looked directly at Sona and raised their skinny fist to the heavens like an antenna to God before plunging it back down. Into their chest. Their chest bent inward from the force as they struggled. Their body pulsated once, twice, before their hand pulled itself out. Richard had heard that Chris had a red soul. It's a weird rumor, but he imagined that it meant their soul would be colored a deep shade of vermilion or something. Their soul was indeed red, but it seemed to glow with an ugly pink sheen, and it vibrated randomly and wildly as it tried to return to its home. Little did Sona know the player was a Fujoshi. You had no exposure to these references, you just wrote this. Huh. Well, I didn't intend to inject references where I don't assume they were intended to exist anyway.
There we go.
Chris's voice no longer sounded as monotone as Richard was used to. You can't tell, though. It was instead full of irony and cynicism, typical of your average teenager who spoke like Sylvester Stallone on a testosterone overdose. They smiled, and their red eyes twinkled in the fading light. Still looking at Sona, they shuffled over to where Richard was now standing.
Hold this for me.
Sure, little buddy.
Wait, Burger Pants gets a human soul? Uh-oh.
Thanks.
They reached into their pocket and grabbed a knife, identical to the one that Asriel had found in the forest. Asriel? I forgot to be sad about Asriel. Probably impossible to overdose on testosterone. Sylvester Stallone could. Something would happen eventually, right? I forgot they found the knife in the forest. I completely forgot. He rushed back to where Asriel was lying. They were in the exact same position that they had been when Richard first saw them. They, them, Asriel, that's fine. He thought he heard some kind of commotion behind him, but didn't care. He grabbed his lover's hands again, but Asriel still didn't respond. Richard did the only thing he could think of. He kissed Asriel. He hoped this was some kind of fairy tale where the prince would only awake from a true love's kiss. But it didn't work. Asriel still didn't respond. Is he still holding a human soul? Try sticking that into him and seeing if it does anything, like in the Dreamer Reborn comic. That usually helps. See, there's the testosterone lore. It can cause heart problems if you take enough of it. I mean, like, it's guaranteed to kill you if you take enough of it. Water will kill you if you take enough of it. Where are we now? Amy, this is a bad time to join. I'm not going to be able to explain. What we have currently is Chris has taken out their soul to fight Sona, the evil leader of the orphanage and the mayor's daughter and a sister of Kara, but actually she's not the mayor's daughter. She replaced his daughter as punishment for a past slight against her and instead controls his mind to keep him submissive. And Chris is going to fight her with a knife now because Sona has humanified all of Undertale's monsters to make them more acceptable to her racial ideals. And also Asriel has been possessed by her and Burger Pants is sad about this. Read this one? Never mind. Oh, okay. Evil leader of the orphanage. There's so many of those. Mrs. like Hannigan or whatever her name was. They go way back. This is so fire, your first Azzy Pants stream. This is barely Azzy Pants. I mean, there is Azzy Pants in it. It's mostly like a fucked up cutesy cutie fic, though. Sona's an immortal witch. Yep. Okay. Asriel was still dead or something. Richard hugged him, held him close to his own body as a child would do to a doll that had broken. He felt something hot impact his chest. He glanced down. It was the locket he had gifted to Asriel. It was floating above Asriel's chest, defying gravity. The golden hinge opened on its own, and that melody began playing again. You need the Gaster locket to defeat Sona. The sound filled Richard with peace. True peace, not the fake feeling Sona had granted him briefly. He looked back up to Asriel's face to see his expression had changed. He was no longer smiling. Instead, a frown was spreading across his features. Asriel's limbs began to twitch. Richard felt his hopes rise.
Azzy, he spoke. It's okay, Azzy. I'm here. I'm here with you.
Asriel's eyelids began to flicker. Not that fake piece. Not the fake piece.
Everything's gonna be okay, Azzy. We can do this together.
Asriel's eyes opened. Richard, he spoke. He looked down. Is that a human soul in your hands? Or are you just happy to see me? Asriel, what the fuck does that mean? But, okay.
This piece fake, like imitation crab meat.
Did I finish the ELEKTIONTRÜCKUNG? Oh yeah, that was hours ago. It was 2 hours long, so the rest has just been Azzy Pants. But seriously, what does this imply? If monsters pop a boner, do they glow red? That's a weird thought. I'm not sure what this is supposed to imply.
Homosexual.
Yeah. Asriel got to his feet. He had felt that his entire body had been submerged in a dark void. But there was a feeling that he shouldn't give up, that he couldn't give up. Even now, when he was awake and moving, his soul felt like it was on fire. It filled him with hope. He looked past Richard to see Chris fighting a large creature with pink thorns and tendrils reaching out. It looked like Sona. Wait, Chris wasn't being controlled by... Asriel looked back to Richard's hand. Richard, is that Chris's soul?
Yeah, they told me to hold on to it.
Huh. Hey, Chris! Stick it in Asriel. Something cool always happens when you stick a Keroid-type soul into Asriel. Something cool happens. It always works out. A Keroid. Yeah, not cardioid. Keroid. Both Chris and Sona stopped what they were doing to look at Asriel.
Oh, what did you...
Oh,
Chris grinned.
hey, yes. Come to join the fun?
Gladly.
Hey, leave some for me.
They're gonna do their all-out attack now.
Looking cool, Joker. Knocked them right off their feet.
There's a cool animation that's gonna play. Thus commenced a really cool and epic-looking boss fight that featured really hard-to-dodge attacks that have been attacks that have been tested, and no hit is definitely possible. Unfortunately, neither RenPy nor Google Docs have the ability to display and play through this, so you'll just have to take my word for it. It was cool, though. Finally, at the end of it, Sona fell. Damn. I think 1 by 1 would be a lot shorter if, like, the final fight scene was summarized like this. That's like a whole chapter down, basically. Probably 10,000 words. The big tree coming up and slapping dudes and the 1 million knives and the red glowing slashes and shit.
No!
She screamed.
I just wanted to make everyone happy.
Listen, we don't give a shit about that,
Richard said.
all we care about is finding the way home.
What?
Yes, we're not supposed to be here. We all woke up here. We're from a place called Hometown.
I've never heard of such a place.
Sona looked really confused. Fuck, Richard groaned. I figured you had to somehow brought us here.
No, from my perspective, the Jedi are evil, and you all had already been here. It's just that you started to act oddly a few days ago.
She widened her eyes.
You're telling me that you somehow replaced the versions of yourself that were here?
I guess?
Wait,
The three of them turned to Chris.
I have an idea. Give me my soul.
Okay, little buddy. I love that's the role that Burger Pants plays in this. He's Chris's soul caddy. He's a caddy cat. Pretty much what he said. We don't give a shit about your mind control eugenics bullshit as long as it doesn't impact us specifically. Chris turned to Sona.
Fix this.
All right.
She touched the soul and the pink sheen disappeared. The soul glowed with pure red light.
Okay, hold my hand, Az.
Asriel obliged. And as Chris pushed their soul back into themselves, they grabbed Richard's hand as well. Asriel's locket began to glow. His soul felt like it was going to burst. The world around him began to fade into a white light. Is Chris like sealing a dark fountain? Is that the logic? I don't know.
Wait,
Sona called out.
does this mean that my Chris will come back?
Chris shrugged.
I don't know, maybe.
Then everything disappeared. Oh, nice. I guess Sona's just gonna do whatever she wants. Yeah, whatever. Asriel bolted awake. Yeah, we're Frisk, Flowey, and Burger Pants isekai'd into Deltarune instead. That would be a funny parallel story. Flowey wakes up in this new hell dimension. Asriel bolted awake. He looked around. Straight in front of him was his computer, which still had the USB he used to store his game in it. He would have to remember to pull that out before he left. He looked to his left. Chris was sleeping soundly in their own bed. Was it all just a bad dream? He wondered. He turned over on his side and froze as a piece of metal bumped against his hand. He was wearing the metal locket. Terrifying.
And why are you wearing my watch?
What is going on? Regan, you're very late. This is impossible to summarize. Chapter 8. Epilogue. Asriel waved his hand as he boarded the bus. His family had dragged their goodbyes on for so long that the bus driver almost left without him. Unfortunately, there had been one person missing from the goodbyes. Almost everybody in hometown except for Pizza Pants. Or did he call himself Richard? Did he even remember anything? He glanced back down to his locket. Richard had wanted to give him something that he could remember him by. He opened it up. The music box didn't play. Instead, a slip of paper fell out. He looked at it. It was a phone number. Hey! He's got game, I think, maybe. Well, Richard wanted them to keep in touch. He might as well start now. Asriel dialed the number. We need something specific here. Hang on a sec. Look, I don't have a car. I don't need their extended warranty. Richard? Asriel. He smiled. Didn't I say it was okay for you to call me Azzy? Silence. You remembered all that? It really happened? I guess so. Hang on, Azzy. The line went dead. He heard a thump. A scrape. Then the fire exit broke. Open. A shape fell through and landed with a crack and a curse. Wait, what? There was only one fitting response. Are you an angel? Because I want to banish your heaven. Wait, what? This is a... So he was hiding in the ceiling? What the fuck was that ending? Shut up, shut up. That is the weirdest pickup line, but okay, this is being overshadowed by, like, did Burger Pants fall through his ceiling? What happened? Was he on top of the bus? Why was he in the ceiling? We'll never know. It's over. The fic just ends. Ah, God. Okay.
I don't care. As the pant happened, we won.
Too true. One more fic. Absolutely not. I am done. This is a 7.5 hour stream. I didn't think it would go this long at all, but here we are. All right, let's check for art. Worth $1,000. I'm glad, Blivy. Great stream, thank you. Alright, what kind of art got made for this, I wonder? I showed Viv's video. I should probably link the election trucking fan game. I don't think I linked it anywhere, actually. Hang on. Election trucking game jolt. Oh fuck, that's not the right URL. Here it is. Alright, so if anyone wants to check out the election trucking fan game, it's at that link. Free to download and all that. You know what'd be really cool, I just realized, is if someone, I don't know how this would happen, but if someone somehow did a blind playthrough of the election trucking fan game who didn't know the original fic, that would be extremely funny to watch. If anyone hears about anything like that, please send it to me, because I want to see that. It's just hard to imagine the circumstances under which that would happen. Okay. Maybe I should pin this link. There, I'll just pin that. Okay, Mooks is back doing art. That's nostalgic. It seems they made
the pizza walk!
Thank you, the warrior. Excellent. Danilin. This is good.
Okay, smart guy. Let's see you try to. Let's see you try it.
I don't even know where this comes from. It's just like the Joe Biden meme. That's perfectly the right energy for election trucking. There has to be someone out there who just plays a bunch of Deltarune fan games, right? And is not associated with my community. There's gotta be someone like that. Please let them play election trucking. This one's hilarious, yeah. Yeah, the Asriel fade and all that. Oh wait, what? Someone made the... Have I seen this? It's a Gaster rap. Oh my god. That may or may not be AI generated, but... What is the original message there? It is over Buck Bumble. Oh shit, this was from ages ago. Wait, this is the Hypnospace Outlaw Teen Zone? Councilor Ronnie versus the Frogget Mafia. Here we go. This is by Lilac. Wonderful. Queen giving Spamton x Spamton the ass reel fade from Piplap. Jesus Christ. That's horrifying.
You're not a shonker. Nice one, man.
I hate the ass reel fade. I don't like the ass reel fade. Make it go away. Ferns made this. It's like I'm in some kind of isekai. That's Undertale Asriel, who's alive for some reason. Perfect. Yarrow 4 made this. I wanted to trace Spamton's face over George Seinfeld's face, then I blinked and this happened. In loving rest in peace of Spamton x Spamton. Bless. Bless. It's unclear what this is even referencing, but it's excellent. Fly High King, looking good. This reminds me of that one Hazel thumbnail. Do you know the one? Let me find it. This shit. It's rising out of the ocean. This is one of the hardest, what is it? The hardest I've ever laughed at a YouTube thumbnail. It's at least up there. I just saw this and immediately was smitten by the image. It's very powerful. Lots of art. Okay, Piplap drew this as well. Wakes up in the piss ghetto. Wakes up in the piss ghetto. Saturdays, am I right? Kind of, yeah. Burger Pants takes a while to notice the difference. We're back in the piss ghetto again. Yo, is that botchy? That's not stream art, but Simi made that. Cute botchy. Another one from Lilac.
God fucking damn it, Essie. Where the hell are we?
Oh. Wait, this is Pizza Pants' locket. It opens to a QR code to Gaster's SoundCloud, right? As foretold in prophecies, also by Lilac. Ugh, Chris gets trolled. Look at this. Ew. Look at my campaign manager, dog. I'm going to jail. Why does he have like the Ganondorf smile? Why is he looking like that? That's so fucked up. He's got the facial expression of like a Helsing character. That's not even the Asriel fade, it's just like the Asriel pixel art that's just straight up carved out of his hair. It's so fucking funny. The iconic Spamton smile. It instantly makes me think of, yeah, either Ganondorf or Helsing. It's disgusting. Oh, this is the childhood memories by Piplap again. This is the last piece of art. This is the Dreamer family in the holidays, childhoods together. Noelle is just being pushed down the stairs. Excellent. Beautiful, beautiful. This thing is stuff. I can't stop looking at it. Jesus Christ. The realistic, like, rendering of his neck flesh as it compresses. Okay. This is good. This is very good. Fun stream. I was considering streaming like tomorrow because I gotta finish Who's Lila, right? And it is Sunday tomorrow, I think. But it depends if I'm recovered or if my throat hurts or something. But the plan, if anyone hasn't heard, which I assume is still the plan, is that after I finish Who's Lila, I'm going to be pivoting into a strange series. I'm going to be doing Shipwrecked 64 with Molly Stars, which could be really cool. I know it's a bit of an odd call considering my previous repertoire, but basically I just got really intrigued by people describing this Shipwreck 64 thing. And then I'm like, it sounds like it's some ARG bullshit though, I'm never finishing that. And then I was like, oh, maybe if Molly wants to stream it with me, we could both do it. And then she seemed like she was into it, so assuming she still is, that's my next planned stream series. Am I gonna finish the theory survey? Probably not at this rate. I don't know, the last time I tried to do it, I bounced off because I just played fucking mouth-washing. And the streaming survey was not the streaming, the theory survey was getting more and more grating as time went on, I think, where I just had opinions on less and less of the theories. And it's hard to fit in unless it's a shitpost game like Indigo Prophecy. So I don't necessarily think I'll finish that. Will you ever read more Umrizi Pants? Well, probably. I don't know when, but yeah, I assume. Aside from that, I shouted out Viv's videos, right? Yes, I did. I'm trying to think of what else I can shout out. I mentioned that Toffee was streaming. That's probably over by now. I think Molly's working on a new thing, but it's not ready yet. Yeah, I guess that's it. I'll leave it up in the air if I feel like streaming tomorrow. I can't talk. If my throat hurts, I might just not. But yeah, maybe I'll finish that one game. Who's Lila? Oh yeah, also, Blue NSL says, if you want to contribute to the future development of Election Trucking chapters, you should join my Discord server, and there's a developer forum that you can go to participate in the fan game. I'm assuming you're mostly looking for pixel artists and musicians. Here's my hot fan game tip. Don't apply if you just have ideas. Please don't do that. Please don't apply as the ideas guy. Unless they want an ideas guy. I don't know. I'm not on the development team. But assets. Great, great assets. Okay. I guess bye, everyone. See you later. Ta-ta. Happy holidays and such.